Abfahrt. Best of 5, letzter Spot für die Playoffs.
Here we go. This is pretty epic. I am. This is the series I was most excited for. It always is the series you're most excited for when you look at a bracket like this. Is the final one. You know, someone who was on top falls down a rung, but the one on the bottom rises up and they meet in the middle in a best of 5 to determine that final round, or rather the final.
So, lassen wir Cassio offen, oder bannen wir sie?
As no
Und traden.
going to be allowed, no Nocturne, as the Cassiopeia will finally
Da ist sie raus.
here towards the latter part of this first banning phase.
Yep, I think it will be the Vi Cassio Orianna taken away here on the blue side. And we'll see what the bros are
the Rise ban?
Yeah, or Lee Sin. We've seen Lee Sin early bans for both of these teams. Instead, it'll be Camille. I actually feel like this is a lot of respect for Clear. Because when Clear was sort of dominating on DRX challenges back in the day, it was a lot of these split push hard carries that he found a lot of success on. I think that the Camille coming back into the forefront is very dangerous when you've got Kellen and Clear on the same team.
It's a pretty powerful position here for BNK, because if it's a first pick of that Lee Sin for Gideon, he's been so good on it, they get Rise Pantheon. So you go for the Rise here, they can
Olaf ist offen.
Pantheon from you. It's pretty good into
Hallo, Kit.
the Lee Sin, as they'll go for the insta-lock
Syndra plus Olaf.
responsibility for Vikla on this Game 1 draft. They'll actually look for
Das könnte eine Turbo-Top-Side werden.
here.
Syndra, Javan und Olaf. Du musst den Olaf jetzt eigentlich wegnehmen.
Jarvan, yeah.
So this is interesting, right? Because it gives away
Lee Sin plus Olaf.
Lee Sin Rise, which feels
Ja.
very powerful.
Lee Sin, Rise, Olaf und dann ist die Staubzeit von Brion wieder stärker.
Yeah.
Also crazy good.
There's a lot of power left on the table here.
Lee Sin is so good into
Yeah.
Syndra.
True.
It's really hard for the Syndra in the mid jungle.
Es schreit Olaf, oder nicht? Hallo, Cookie.
Lee Sin, even if you have a Jarvan trying to peel for it, the Lee Sin can just wait and reactivate his Q. And if you set it up with a root, it's very, very difficult for the Syndra to play. So I think that's part of why they go for Lee Sin. Plus, it's Gideon's preference. It's one of his best champions, if not his best champion, period.
Yep.
So, likely to be a top lane pick here for casting. Is it just Olaf?
Slam the Olaf, right?
I think it will be.
Yeah, I don't
Ja.
see a reason not to.
Und jetzt ist die Frage.
That is somewhat of a
Was wird die Antwort?
At least there's not
Jack sehe ich nicht.
even worse.
Klett ist okay.
Actually be able to conquer the Jarvan lanes and be kind of all
Cassante von Clear könnte kommen.
Kled, will it be the Jax? I wouldn't mind a Jax in this composition
prefer
just
the
because they
Jax.
do have a fair bit of setup and it would really clean up that team fight.
Absolutely. I think that is probably what he's going to go for here. No.
And okay, so wasn't it
Yep.
Clear that actually played the Cassante into Olaf and made it look really broken
Yeah.
just a few games ago?
Yeah. Pretty sure it was. It is a matchup that can go both ways, but one that we have seen very difficult.
Ja, wir schauen uns LCK.
But if played perfectly and if you are able to manage your aggression well, can be quite powerful. So we're going to see some of these strong bottom lanes now taken away. Seraphine gone, Yunara gone,
Caitlyn?
Bard is still available.
Yep.
Sayara kann auch diesen Value für Furix.
Kog'Maw or something like that, but neither
Hallo,
of these
ja.
drafts are really looking like Kog'Maw drafts.
I think
at this
probably
stage.
you want to ban. I think you want to ban Caitlyn here, unless you're planning on trying to get the Bard Caitlyn yourself, but they'll just match it with the Bard ban. So I guess that's. Actually, now that you've lost the Caitlyn, you might forgo the Bard entirely.
You're playing Ezreal Chicken, is what we're doing.
Yeah, we really are.
And do
Ezreal-Bann würde Sayara kann sehr hoch in der Prio packen. Kalista-Bann, okay. Ezreal auf 4.
is maybe as the Kalista does get banned away. So Ezreal to be locked here,
Ja.
I assume.
Ja.
Unless they just slam the Karma.
Und dann könnte Corki kommen von Teddy.
So
Ja.
they're happy for the Ezreal to be
Genau.
locked in, because then they'll get the Corki, which is like undefeated.
Karma stattdessen.
I like this. This is a better lock-in here.
Jetzt ist Ezreal natürlich die Frage, mit was pairst du es? Weil Bard ist Losing Lane. Gehst du Nico? Fragezeichen.
Could be Ezreal Bard.
Er fliegt alleine durch die Wand, ja.
Great answer.
Er ist halt Losing Lane, ne?
Is the Jhin going to stack up well into this comp? I mean, it's a great setup for the Jhin. You have Jarvan, Cassante, and Syndra. I love Syndra Jhin drafts if you have any type of frontline and engage, and they have two champions who set that up really well.
Durchvorkan.
They'll have to deal with
Ja, Jhin Lasbeck hört sich realistisch an, was sie gesagt haben.
I don't like the Syndra Jhin draft.
Ah, really?
Yeah, I know. It's kind of mind-blowing. It's out of left field, but I don't like him. It is probably what's going to happen, though, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's inevitable.
Oh, never mind. It's the
Sivir.
sprinty bottom lane.
Finde ich Sivir so gut?
Enough time. The Sivir can kill
Finde ich Sivir hier so gut? Weiß ich nicht. BFX vs. Bro, ihr bekommt eure 2 Minuten zum Abstimmen.
Wait, actually, no. You just treat... You throw him into your Beyblade arena.
Abfahrt.
You throw him into the Beyblade arena and then he dies. He just gets ripped up by the Beyblades.
Or the Beyblades just...
Ich mag die Topside von den Bros mehr.
And bounce off of him.
That is what happens sometimes when you play Beyblade.
Botside bin ich unentschlossen. Ich kann es mir sehr schwer vorstellen, den Ezreal später zu killen. Genau dasselbe könnte aber auch für die Sivir gelten.
I like the Bro draft more because of the Brack row. We know it's coming. Got the Rise power. You're going to be able to pinch the side lanes. The Bard actually offers so much in this draft, and the Karma isn't necessarily going to be able to make the same impact outside of lane. So I think there's a huge responsibility here on Taeyun on this Sivir pick. And I've always felt that when Taeyun plays scaling picks, he's less useful than when he's playing a pick that has a little bit more agency. So we'll see if he's going to be able to set this one up, or rather his team sets him up, because he's not going to be the one to make the big plays. He just has to follow up.
I feel like, Taeyun has really been someone that's really started moving early in the game in order to close it out. But let's see what happens as we get into the Rift.
Abwart. Ob es genug DPS für Olaf ist? Ja, ist die Frage. Also wenn, okay. Ich sage, sollte Wickler gut im... Bisschen laut, ne? Sollte Wickler decent im Game sein, kann ich sehen. Ich kann mir aber auch gut vorstellen, dass Ryze plus Lee Sin einfach die Map überrennen können im Early Game. Vor allem die erste Ryze-Ulti auf Toplane, wenn sie damit Casting Ahead bekommen, ist sehr, sehr unangenehm. Haben das Matchup jetzt schon ein paar Mal gesehen, wieder Cassante gegen Olaf. Und ich meine, die letzten Mal, die ich es gesehen habe, war der Cassante immer so 10 CS Ahead. Also anscheinend ist es nicht so leicht für den Olaf.
Look at this. Casting is about to say bro, guys. He is about to say it. Come on. Come on, Casting. Let's do it. Let's do it. Come on. Come on, Casting.
He'd rather save his undertow.
Can we just... Come on, Casting. Just one. Don't
Guter Size-Up.
Just chug. That's a chug. That's not a bro. We're going to need another one. Jonah Strong, just
Alles
stay
dran.
here, please. We just need one.
Wow, gute Size-Ups.
Oh,
Chug.
Boosh. Oh, man. Can we just do the line?
Line, Bart.
We got a lot of game. We got a lot of game to play through here.
At least Casting definitely did use the right skin.
I do like that we focus on this matchup instead of the bottom lane, because we always watch the bottom lane at level 1, but this one is very tricky for Clear to play out. He has to play through his Qs, and Casting is just going to otherwise literally just wait for every minion to get low and then destroy it, and otherwise throw undertows if Clear's looking to...
Chug.
He just keeps saying chug.
3 Camps to the Base von beiden Junglern. Inzwischen auch auf Java normalisiert.
It's okay. It'll happen eventually.
It will.
So the bottom lane, and I want to talk about these two players differently, because Teddy's known as the Fountain Laser, right? He's the kind of player who normally does play a pick like this Sivir, and you're a little bit scared about what that lane game is going to look like, because every AD carry player eventually becomes the bus driver, right? When you get to
Was geht, Casting? Geht der Kall? Könntest du in ein Matchup gehen? Ich glaube, Kill-Potenzial ist hier einfach nicht wirklich gegeben. Geht für Ruby Crystal, interesting. Okay.
Drive the bus a little early. You know, they move up to the front pretty fast. Yeah. And for Taeyun, he's going to have to, unfortunately, in this game, I think, sit in the back of the bus a little bit longer in this draft, because he's playing with double frontline Syndra. He's not playing the Jhin, which he would also kind of be at the back.
Hat Betsy gesagt, das ist der Kacktier.
In particular, but I think would still have a little bit more agency in skirmishes, a little more utility, a lot more skill expression, let's say. But Teddy is the kind of guy who will take over games a little bit faster on picks like the Ezreal that hit 2-item spikes. But
posture check.
Whatever champion Teddy is playing, that's when he's
Almighty.
Even if he had a quiet early game. So I think that's the big difference between these two players, and why I'm surprised to see the Syndra, or rather the Sivir, thank you. Sivir to come through in this Syndra draft. Also was tripping me up.
Yep. And with the front line that they have, I don't mind it. I especially like it more than the Jhin, which was the expectation based on the way he fits into a Karma lane and can deal with this Ezreal Bard relatively well in the early game. This feels like it is good late game insurance, as Gideon will be able to secure.
Bro, mal letzte Zeit ein bisschen schlechter. Also die Sache, sie hat halt gegen BDD gespielt, ne? Willst du aufgrund der Series hier judgen, meine nicht?
Battle of will Raptor get his Raptors and will Gideon get his Groves.
Kellen was able to hit a little bit of extra damage there onto Teddy. Teddy getting chunked down a little bit lower here. Does get level 4.
Gunji.
Yeah, gonna need some.
Arme Rückenleister den ganzen Tag. Der wird zweimal in der Woche hart trainiert. Keine Sorge. Dem Rücken geht's gut.
And Teddy will acquiesce at least for now.
Aber ja.
Said, boom,
wichtige Post trotzdem wichtig.
Cannot wait for the bro to come out.
They're laning really well with this Karma Sivir right now. It's not an easy lane for the Ezreal Bard by any means, but they're...
I mean, er ist Head in CS, by the way. Also dem Ezreal geht sehr gut hier.
They're taking, Taeun is trading effectively. Now having barrier advantage is a huge win for this next set of waves.
The unfortunate thing for BNK FureX is that they haven't been able to get an advantage in farm. Like, Teddy is still...
Meinst du Zählauslösung fast Best Case, oder? Ich habe überall Statistiken gesehen, dass die relative Stärke vom Draw halt Stuttgart by far den leichtesten Draw hatte. Also...
Ja, Taeun...
Ich sag 5 Siege sind, also 5 Siege definitiv machbar. Aber wir sehen das Matchup, na, also es ist nicht sehr angenehm, er will jetzt basen, dann droppt der Olaf wieder ein paar Creeps.
Flash, they just kind of eventually also back, so Teddy feels still a little bit annoyed about the fact that he doesn't have his barrier, but he, like you said, maintains that advantage and is just able to weather the storm there.
Ja, unangenehme Topside.
You can see Taeun does have a slight gold lead, but that is because of the plate that went on over. So that is money still left on the table for the bros if they do find an opportunity to get towards a turret.
I like this game state here so far for BNK. Been able to put the pressure on in mid and bottom lane, despite not having the CS advantage, maintaining that prio. And Clear playing the top lane really well as we're seeing a bit of an aggressive play here.
Geiler Gank.
Romer is going to be able to put Vikler in prison. Gideon moves up. There is the knock-up on a Namgung as they try and turn this one. But the bros,
Gut gemacht.
3 versus 2 will be all right.
Und was bedeutet das jetzt? Der Flash auf Mitte gibt dir jetzt die Freiheit.
Clear hits this Q3 and almost is able to force cast.
Gibt dir jetzt die Freiheit, mit dem Rice mehr Roaming-Potenzial zu bekommen. Ja, dieses Matchup ist wirklich, also wirklich... Was macht denn Raptor?
The bros are definitely playing as bros here today, as Teddy with an arcane shift away from that boomerang doesn't hit that last mystic shot, but is at least standing up to Tane here in this bottom lane. As that's a great cosmic binding. Yeah, Rune Prison does come down now, as now Roma looking for Vikler, but the snare is going to land. As Kellen just says, nope, Roma, you
Dass er eigentlich stirbt, ist verrückt.
As Vikler does need to go home.
Now, Romer could have tried to flash for a play there, but it's just too high risk. Instead, just could be happy with the small advantage he gets here off of the play to catch up on farm in that pushing lane against him. This is going to allow Raptor...
Ist deutlich angenehmer für die... Also, wie gesagt, Midlane, Romer. Jetzt mit sehr viel Freedom auf dem nächsten Ulti-Timer. Oh, scheiße, Teddy. Oh, hell nah, he's dead.
He's in a lot of trouble now. He is going to head over towards the Karma, but he is
dead.
That is first blood going over to Raptor, as now I'm going just a little bit late.
This is the Karma Sivir lane working on so many levels right now. You know, they're like, okay, we almost lost our mid laner, had to flash, but let's turn this into a dragon pressure take on the bottom side. And then they're like, you know what? Just going to scuttle and go.
Ja, geil, Wave abused.
As Taeun here uses the on the hunt as he hits level 6. Teddy has no way to clear this wave. Even if he had True Shot Barrage, he would have been so dead there.
Well, speaking of so dead, Vikler is also so incredibly dead.
Und da haben wir die Syndra ohne Flash und das ist noch nicht mal der Kick von Gideon benutzt. Das heißt, wir können mal da stark davon ausgehen, dass, wir können sehr stark davon ausgehen, dass Vikler hier höchstwahrscheinlich nochmal sterben wird. So, das ist, ja, honest expectations.
And now he is on a late game powerhouse. As we have a look, I mean, this is Syndra with the flash, guys. Like, he's just dead.
This is exactly what I was talking about with the Lee Sin into the Syndra earlier in the draft. It's just the Rise roots. The says thank you. There's nothing the Syndra can do. And because Romer didn't flash to look for a Q execute earlier to try to get the kill into Vikla, he gets to have the easier setup here where he just flashes for a root when there's no extraneous factors, no minion wave, nothing to stop him. And then he just sets up his jungler to get a free kill.
Ja, Top-Lane-Matchup. Zu viel Armor. Plus zu viel Damage auch noch vom Kasane dazu, also einfach schwierig jetzt. Bin ich mit dem Start hier d'accord? Ich glaub nicht.
And Scatter actually lands here. There's the flag and drag. We do have Gideon getting into the Cataclysm as Namgung comes.
Oh, Raptor wird sterben. Oh, da ist kein... Wait, oh, er hat den Tod reingekippt.
But it's not going to be enough to lock him down.
Es ist kein Triple Kill bei Kanavi, aber...
In the end, mid laner for jungle.
All right, down here on the bottom side, they should be able to stabilize. Teddy is going to clear this wave. It's a trade back here. Again, BNK striking first. And it looks like now that Namgung is here, this aggression is going to stop. We're going to normalize. Gideon's here without kick, but does have his flash available, so Taeun and Keller...
Vielleicht auch einmal ist gut, weil Syndra based.
is just going over as Teddy can come over here for just a brief moment and offer some extra damage. They can see
Erstmal keine Grubbies als Antwort.
in the area, and they're going to TP for a late contest. This is going to be a pretty fine line that Bro have to walk.
Yeah, Namgung does find a nice electrocute here onto Kellen, who tries to use that.
Ja, kein Weg, glaube ich.
The flash into the magical journey here for Gideon.
Wow, Tion.
Just gets over and murders him.
Okay.
Down. Now Namgung has nowhere to go.
Stark.
Double for Tate.
Geh und Olaf nicht mit E merkst. Ich weiß nicht, ob du damit traden kannst. Dann tradest du halt zu viel HP, glaube ich. Mit deinem E.
And the thing is, I was familiar with Taeyun's game. That's why I was surprised he was playing Sivir, but I guess I wasn't as familiar with how they were going to play around him in this early game. As this is BNK's whole thing. They force fights. They say, all right, it's a tense situation. We're always going to be the first to move. That is what this team does. And here you can see it does backfire a little bit as Raptor is killed. The kick almost turns into a play here. But watch this. They're happy to go on the magical journey because Gideon's so low. Doesn't have his kick anymore.
Aggressivität von der Sivir gefällt mir sehr.
Realistically, and Taeyun just runs him down with the ultimate here, picks up the double, and yes, they got the dragon, but it was very expensive.
Oh, yeah. Now Gideon is going to get his grubs, so that is something that he's going to be very happy about. Should be able to get at least 2 of them. I assume 3 will come on through, as you can see there.
Ja, bei den dritten Greeden.
And available. So Kellen is
QQ, Smite, raus. Ja.
That is going to be a snap.
3 Grubbies gut.
Not going to be able to get over here in time. So
Cassante, ein großes Problem. Wenn ich die Armor sehe, der hat 150 Armor oder was? Riesenproblem.
Because with a 2-0-1 Sivir, the game becomes pretty simple to figure out. As Teddy is now just going to arcane shift away from clear, not going to be able to hurt him at all here in this lane.
I think what Bro need to do is make sure.
Ja, als gebufft ist Eclipse auf dem Patch.
The second dragon is very important, but if they can secure the Rift Herald, they can kind of outdo some of what BNK's lead means when we get to that 2-item spike for Teddy. They can get some map control, take out a turret, ideally the mid turret with that Herald. They'll be feeling pretty good. You can see BNK have a really nice lead right now on their Sivir and a lead here in the mid lane a little bit with the Syndra. But the Sivir having a lead doesn't necessarily take over games without the ability to have proper 5v5 setup. And when your Cassante is kind of still stuck on the side and isn't able to necessarily set up for you, then you can't actually have that 5v5 Beyblade situation you were talking about.
Berserkers statt Gladness Greaves. Ich glaube, vor allem, wenn du so ahead bist und in einer comfortable Position bist, Gladness Greaves. Sehr nice.
But if Bro win even a single team fight, Teddy gets 2 items, then they're right back in the game. So a very, very tense game still. I think BNK fans should be very happy with the game state, but there's still a lot left to play here. And Bro, with those 3 grubs, like I said, they win a single team fight, they get so much, as Teddy's even trying to get plates up here with them right now.
Yeah, does manage to get one of them with the help of the Crystalline Overgrowth, as Clear is now just going to make Teddy's life a living hell once again. These Mystic Shots,
also,
as he has got his
der Damage.
And another Chain Vest and Steel Caps. He's just having a really good time. Taeyun is casting down to size. He's not going to be able to take the turret.
Hast du Essence Reaver? Ich finde das Essence Reaver okay, aber ich fände es nicht okay, wenn da jetzt nach dem Essence Reaver ein Navoris kommt.
Not favoring Bro right now, unless, you know, we could see a play from Namgung.
Es ist okay,
With an ult or something like that.
aber da muss jetzt AI als zweites kommen. Wow.
Now Gideon's in a lot of trouble. Cataclysm comes down after the safeguard, but still the kick gets him out of
Der Damage von von Jarvan ist so krass.
Bros and BNK Fearex from their junglers, as Namgung had a lot of fun the first time he took the magical journey, decided he'd take it again.
Well, I mean, now Taeyun is just running away with this because Casting had the back here, and now he's.
Aber 100 Pro Navoris kommen. Ja.
They don't have grubs.
Ich sehe es auch, ich halte es auch für realistisch, aber ich mag es nicht.
Nothing, and Teddy just kind of has to hide away.
Dann fehlt der Tag Speed? Nein, glaube ich nicht.
Oh, really nice spell shield there from Taeyun.
Da fehlt eher also da fehlt mir mehr Damage, als mir der Tag Speed fehlen würde mit AI Seconds.
Stay here, actually, and be like, yeah, the Bard's trying to find angles. He's not finding them. I've got my angle right here. It's straight down the bottom lane. And I'm pushing into this Olaf. So, Clear also getting control of the top side right now. And Bro, they need to change this momentum fast. I mean, I think they're just trying to hunker down.
Es wird Navoris. Nein!
Both. But this is looking really rough right now. Is even a backstop.
Oh, not quite able to get there as Clear takes a few turret shots, but is otherwise going to be.
Fixen wir Lanesheim und Drake in 50 Sekunden. Also, das ist nicht der Drake für die Bros, oder?
Bro really send a lot of people down. Mind you, Casting does not have TP to impact this fight unless it can.
Genau, Topler hat doch keine Quest fertig, außer er bekommt es jetzt auf der Wave hier.
Very close, very tense moment here for Bro. They really desperately need this dragon. This Victor's flashing.
Yeah, Tempered Fate does come on through.
Das hilft.
The flash out of the Syndra. That is a brilliant play from Namgung, because a Syndra with no flash, as we saw before, is very susceptible to getting picked off and destroyed.
So they got the turret, they have the prio for this dragon, they're looking for even.
Es ist meiner Meinung nach nicht der Drake für die Bros, Gottes Willen.
So could join a fight.
Das war so ein geiler Plus-Reden. Geil.
And Bro are getting nothing in return. There is no cross map, but they're taking a very slow approach here to kill Clear. He has flash and ult.
Yeah, I don't know whether this is going to be a good option. Stay away from the walls, bros, as Clear is just dead. So
guter Crossmap. Sehr, sehr, sehr geiler Crossmap, to be honest.
Dragon going over to BNK Fearex. Just an ocean, not end of the world or anything like that, but that double dragon you were talking about, no longer on the cards for the bros with the.
Aber richtige Entscheidung natürlich, ne? Hätte Big ja gestern auch machen können. Egal, lassen wir's.
An unbelievable one for
Lassen wir's.
Massive. Especially considering how many different poke tools there are. I mean, Teddy would love it, but so would the Sivir with her Q, the Syndra. It's a lot of great reasons to have that. I mean, they have such a strong front line, B&K do, that even their Cassante setting up for Hextech would be massive. So the trade is on that top turret. Clear wasn't able to use his ultimate because he was dealing with an Olaf. The tanking was set up really well there by casting. I underestimated their ability to take him down.
Ist der Timer schon an? No.
And now, with no turret on the
Don't
top
think
side
so.
of the map,
Ist Fnatic raus, wenn sie heute gegen Vitality verlieren? Nein, Fnatic kann, glaube ich, in der Theorie auch beide Series noch verlieren und immer noch in die Playoffs schaffen.
So he's actually looking for another cross map here, this time on the bottom side of the map, onto the Cassante. They're going to let the Herald go, but even if they kill the Cassante, I don't think this is worth it.
Yeah, this is a real worrying type maneuver, but let's see how successful they can be as casting
Dive ist nicht leicht.
some damage down onto this one. There is Gideon just taking some Krugs where he can. But that is just Rift Herald, and not a lot in response.
Instantly dropped to kill this mid turret.
Well, Namgung is
Guter Timer. Wow, das war sehr, sehr close, aber guter Timer.
Gets there in time. Still, they're gonna take it. Like, there's just not a whole lot they can.
Okay, also er muss hier gedived werden. Ja. Passt. Und so bekommst du einen Olaf ins Game. Also mir gefällt die Idee von den Bros. Herald nicht contestable, einfach Itemspike technisch. Es war aber der Play, den sie machen können, richtig? Ich glaube nicht, dass der Herald-Contest jemals einfach eine realistische Option war. Vor allem, wenn der Cassandra reintipiert. Das heißt, dafür in den Crossmap zu gehen, ist die richtige Entscheidung gewesen, meiner Meinung nach. Und jetzt hast du halt effektiv einen Olaf im Game, der Level 13 ist.
Potential for them to come back in this game. The scariest thing, though, is that the Sivir is already on 2 items and the front line is already well and truly online. Sure, maybe against 3 people in a dive situation, the front line of Clear doesn't feel that great, but in a 5v...
Olaf geht jetzt Base, der müsste schon viele Components haben.
Driving the bus. He's already been kind of tapping on the bus driver's shoulder a little bit in this one, but I think he's about to take the wheel. So, Bro, they need to be very cautious about what they do next, as this might not be that caution.
Yeah, Clear is a little bit mad about what happened in the bottom lane, as the flash out from Roma doesn't get flagged and dragged, but does get put into the Cataclysm and down
Bad def.
throwing those Beyblades around. Will be able to go into a killing spree as he takes out Roma, who used both of his summoner spells in order to try and escape.
Ist ja auch 10-1? Nein, noch nicht.
You're also, you don't have TP on the rise. You wanted to just push up super far.
19 Uhr soll der September heute starten.
While he's dead, but just loses all momentum there he had on the top side. As he's trying to, farm right now so hard to get his actualizer, but it's still so far away. Pulling a bit of a faker, right, where you just hard push the side.
Wird mal nachgeschaut.
The rise and try to get to that third item even
Tatsächlich.
for early game.
Wait, dann ändere ich die, Moment, Creator-Abzeichen Drops, Moment. Wird geändert.
I think that's what makes Faker such a good chess player. Always knows what's happening afterwards. But the inner turret is very, very close to dead. Vikler is looking for an angle towards Gideon. He just flashes immediately out of the way. Namgung not so lucky as Taeun taking a lot of damage. There's a good spell shield to avoid the Tempered Fate. True Shot Barrage onto Vikler, and now casting, finding that back.
Noch 3 Tage August. Geld schläft nicht. Oh, Taeun ist tot. Ja. Ja, und das ist ein Problem. Und da haben sich jetzt, kann man glaube ich sagen, schon die Crossmaps gelohnt von den Bros, ne? Oh, wow. Oh, Teddy. Oh, Gideon. Clear hat noch keine Ulti ab. Oh.
Teddy is still trying to throw down the damage as casting as well, throwing these axes in. Somehow it was a 2-for-2.
Oh, Paddy.
3-for-3 as Teddy flashes out of the way and Clear cannot get on top of this Ezreal now.
All right, as the dust settles, it's still a pretty even.
Alles fit bei dir, was ist das denn für eine Ansage? Oh ja, mir geht's gut. Auf Rauch.
45 seconds here. Vikla has TP and so does Clear if he wants to heal back up. We're gonna go all the way back.
Real way back.
Yeah, I don't.
So, Pacific Time. Pacific Time now. Ist -8, ne?
Which is pretty huge. Doesn't have those for the upcoming fight that we do see. I'm really curious to see what actually happens to him in the more complex moment in the fight.
Das sind 8,5 Stunden, das heißt um 19 Uhr. Okay.
I want to see exactly where he ended up here, because this was a very early Tempered Fate right into a Spell Shield. True Sharp Barrage here is decent, the casting comes over. And then the target selection is a little bit mixed here between Bro. It's a great flash from Taeyun. And he just realm warps in. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought happened, but I had to watch it again to believe it, because I was focusing more on Raptor in the actual moment. But that really hurts, because if he actually just stuck with his team, I think this fight is a total wash for BNK.
Yeah, the thing is, Gideon landing that Q as well in order to get the kill onto Raptor was an absolutely massive deal in this one.
And if Raptor didn't hit his Q and take out the Sivir, it's a similar situation. Teddy with some really cool plays here in this fight, though, punishing Vikla for stepping forward there. Now doesn't have his flash as we fight for Dragon.
Yeah, Taeyun gets tagged, casting, looking for a backline angle. As Flag and Drag get this.
Roma ist wieder tot, na, ultra schwierig. Oder? Ja. Jetzt kommt Casting erst rein. Oh, Taeyun ist tot. Bro, aber es hilft nicht, ne?
Nowhere near this fight, though. He cannot get in. And a phenomenal scat of the week comes down from Vikla, finding himself some of these orbs. And he should be able to get another one. Oh, Teddy finds the angle.
My God, that was insane.
Der 5. Frühling.
He just looked at the basically way higher health.
Es ist der 5. Frühling.
I don't even have flash. I'm gonna win this.
And he was just gonna sidestep everything, I guess. Yeah. My God.
And he got hit by the scatter and still just looked Syndra in the eyes and did that thing where you put your 2 fingers on your eyes and then point at the other guy.
Ja, also von Roma Position-wise halt Vollkatastrophe, of course.
Clear and Raptor do such a good job of setting up this front-to-back exactly the way we discussed it in the draft, but they used everything, so when the Olaf comes through, Taeyun is down, so they get that much of a success, and then Vikla oversteps here, which, realistically speaking, can we call it an overstep when Teddy is just this good? He has the shields and the speed up from the Karma, and Teddy's still
freak.
That arcane shift.
He doesn't.
So sick.
He doesn't have buttons anymore. Teddy.
Yep, that was basically our reaction.
And Teddy ends up picking up his second kill. Now, it was very cool. It was very epic what Teddy did there. But will it change the overall state of the game? Not necessarily that much.
Yeah, possibly not yet, as it's still a 3,000 gold lead, and the Dragon went over to BNK FearX. It was a big fight win for them, even if there was that small outplay.
Hat Teddy noch den CS-Rekord, den wirst du auch nicht bieten, ja.
What this game is going to come down to is how well they can deal with casting in these fights. That's why I really do respect Bro going for...
Bro muss irgendwas zaubern. Nein, in der Theorie würde ich sagen, wenn der Olaf gut genug im Game wäre, hättest du auf jeden Fall mal deutlich angenehmere Möglichkeiten. Ne? 3 Items bei dem Rise können immer noch Terror machen. Die Frage ist nur, wie kommst du auf die Syndra drauf? Und wir haben Mortal Reminder bei der Sivir, das ist doch toll. Mit 40 Minuten bekommst du auch keine 1500 CS hin. Ist impossible. Dieser CS-Rekord wird niemals geboren.
For the most part, is all of the structures they've been able to garner all over the map. Doing Baron right now, not realistic yet for BNK, but it is getting closer and closer to being a very strong possibility of Bro just make a macro mistake or anybody gets picked, because we're looking at a 3-item Sivir here as Vikla top damage in the game, but Teddy's right on his tails. Teddy having an insane game on the Israel.
Yeah, really looking good here today. But Vikla is only going to get stronger as this game goes on. Had his dash cannon as item number 2, and now the big damage is going to start being picked up. Teddy does need to be careful of this.
Big potential.
Great room prison kick.
Geiler Kick. Oh wow. Oh, okay.
Not going to hit the flag and drag because he's dead.
Sexy play.
That one down. That is Jungler dead. 2 minutes on the Drake. The Baron is up. That would be a bridge too far, I think, though, for the Bros. So, unfortunately, not really going to be able to capitalize on this too much.
Yeah, I don't think they can do the Baron, and there is no Dragon, as you say. But it's just buying more time for the Actualizer for Roamer, buying more time for Teddy to be able to hit a 3rd item in this game. But at the end of the day, small mistakes like this for BNK may whittle away at their advantages. If they make a mistake like that right before Dragon, and we end up losing a Dragon as a result, it goes to Bro, or Baron goes over if we're in a later game state where they actually have the power to rush that down with the 3-item Rise, then you're really going to regret that. But right now, BNK fans should at least be able to forgive one small misstep there from Raptor. Now down his flash, so weakening his engage quite substantially here. Teddy's flash back up. He's got his Soreldas online.
Oh, this is a great build as well. Teddy deciding to go for that before the very standard Spear of Sojin and the Endless Hunger.
He knows his job.
These sorts of things. You need to be able to kill clear, though. So he needs to have some sort of armor pen, and I do really respect.
He's not trying to kill Taeyun. That's actually the job of the Olaf in this game. As Raptor just walks forward here, looking for a play, and just unfortunately there's too many people here. He has to flash for the execute, but he's Lee Sin. His flash arguably less valuable in this situation.
Yeah, the thing is, they did invest quite a lot to try and make that happen. His casting is over here. Gideon wants.
Wenn hier stirbt, ist es huge und er wird sterben, oder? 50 Sekunden auf den Drake. Und du hast keinen TP bei Clear. Oh wow, sie gehen da rein. Oh, die Sivir pumpt. Die Sivir pumpt so Damage. Oh. Und es ist verrückt, dass er nach vorne flashen kann. Casting kommt rein. Kein Flash bei Taeyun, wissen Sie es? Aber Casting kommt nicht hin. Oh, Teddy macht so viel Damage.
Does deal with casting here. Taeyun now, there is no Ragnarok to deal with. So it looks like casting's not going to be able to do this one. As never mind. Looks for the angle, doesn't find it. Great flag and drag from Raptor.
Yeah, Raptor just.
Vielen Dank für die 300 Stücken. Grüß.
Flag drags, one of the shorter ones there, but absolutely a necessary one. As you could see the frustration on the BNK players' faces because this game is definitely still in their hands right now, but they keep making small mistakes as casting initially here is able to find clear. And the Gideon Q execute.
Die brauchen Anti-Shield, ja, die Frage ist nur, wer kauft. Kauft das Ezreal?
He had flash there. And so bro, we're like, okay, this is playable. Raptor goes in.
No, and Roma goes so far away from this fight.
Both Raptor and Casting did not expect BNK to re-aggress here. That's why they're so late. But it almost feels like BNK also kind of forgot that they're still fairly nearby. But Roma gets burst down here. Taeyun ends up taking so much damage from Teddy. Who, by the way, Teddy just keeps having these fights where he's at 0 health, but making a larger impact than anyone in this entire game. Crazy, but he does eventually have to back his way out of this one. Casting will not be so lucky. Goes for the all-in here, but doesn't have his ult. Raptor instantly responds.
Man, I think this game could be so different if Roma played a little bit differently in some of these fights. He really wasn't able to get any of the damage down. As now BNK Fearex with Hextech Soul Point are now attempting the Baron. There is vision here for the bros. Gideon makes his way over. This could just be a straight up 50-50 unless they go for a turn.
Nein. 50-50 wäre eklig. Wenn du in so einer guten Position bist, 50-50 wäre eklig. Teddy macht auch kein Damage, ey. Am Cassante.
Just needs to vacate. There is no flash on either carry here for BNK. They have to be so careful. I mean, there are no flashes really anywhere.
Yeah.
Outside of Kellen and Clear, they're the only ones that have him up.
Bro turned this defense of the Baron into a mid push into now they have Baron Prio.
Ja, und da wird ein Actualizer kommen.
Themselves here, but it was a very
bald.
Defense of what is
sicherlich
a game-losing objective. Had BNK been able to secure that there, they come over, they are able to really suss it out, put the vision in the Baron pit, and make sure that BNK cannot secure that. The True Shot Barrage, a big part of that play. Gideon's flash coming back up here. We're still so far away.
Er will checken, weil er eine Karma hat. Cassante Ische ist auch größer als man denkt. AI fertig, 4 Items bei der Sivir. Help. Help. Help.
Still waiting for that one. Oh, unless he's just waiting for the timer, and there it is. So that 3-item spike for the Rise comes in just the nick of time. But it's going to be about his positioning and these Realm Warps that need to improve moving into this next fight.
Yeah. Or if he just wants to play behind the Olaf, that's fine.
Und Rise, man hat schon 2 Armor-Items, ne? Jakshu wäre die Alternative. Kannst du beides argumentieren. Da ist das Actualizer, das ist der Actualizer.
As fast as possible, ideally Teddy. Maybe in some cases Gideon.
Die durchgestrichenen Augen auf der Map, das sind Control Wards. Wenn du das hier meinst, das sind Control Wards. Hat EDG 3-0 verloren? Ja. Oder ich weiß nicht, ob es Game Over ist, aber die verlieren gerade Game 3, ja.
So very strong engaged tool right now. They have so much frontline for the Sivir that has IE.
Sivir Karma ist schon ganz angenehm auf Botlane.
Very rough spot game state wise, but maybe
Sivir Lulu auch immer noch eine super Option.
Could turn the tides. It's gonna be 2 minutes.
Just done here for casting as well, so might have another Ragnarok at the ready a little bit sooner than he otherwise would. if he uses it in the next one. And does now have his Ghost back available, still waiting on some flashes here on the bro side of things, as Raptor taking some poke damage here from Teddy. Not able to find that last one, but now it is just about getting vision around this Baron.
Fight to the Silver Wave clear here.
Du bist blöd, ja.
It is matched by Romer.
Die Bros haben bisher nur gegen Katie gespielt.
Playing this 2-minute period between the next Dragon really well. As clear as the target.
In den Play-ins.
A lot of damage here.
Regular Season vielleicht.
So he's actually able to cut through some of this armor relatively well.
Geht Teddy Serpents? Nein, das wird Shojino oder Endless Hunger. Endless Hunger wäre wahrscheinlich besser, ja. Auf League P steht schon 3-0. Okay, dann ist durch. Okay. Dann ist der Lachs durch. Bro.
Yeah, Casting also taking a little bit too much damage there, so he's just going to have to get himself towards a camp or something like that. Might actually just go back to base.
So he is going to have to go back to base. It's going to take a little walk, but because they got the mid push, there's no Baron on the cards here for BNK. We've kind of devolved in this game into everyone knows the carries are what you have to collapse on and kill. We're not going to play sides. We're not going to go for a 5v4 because that's just not impossible. That's not possible. If either the Ryze or the Syndra gets caught on the side lane, the team fight's just going to be a wash, and it's too risky with all these engage tools on both sides for them to look for that. Yeah. For the side of BNK, you're dealing with Realm Warp as well, so we're just playing straight for mid lane. We're playing that wave clear game between Sivir and Ryze.
Yeah, it's feeling a bit like a bro and brew, and there might be a reason for that. Clear was on DRX in the past, and so was Tane. So there is a bit of that bro and brew vibe.
They got the chains.
That's still just here on the Rift. And a 3,000 gold lead is not going to be the be-all, end-all, but in 15 seconds' time, Hextech Soul is. That is game-winning. Especially when you've got Sivir Karma in this game. Like, the movement speed advantage would be absurd. That True Shot Barrage, also relatively absurd.
Shojin fertig. Kein...
Gideon. He looks for an angle. Tempered Fate finds nothing.
Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow.
That's a great Cosmic Binding.
If either of those abilities hit, that could have been Dragon winning for Bro, but instead it's nothing.
Yeah. Oh, there's a Cataclysm onto Romer. He flashes to get out of the way. Raptor trying to escape.
Was war Taeyeon da? Oh. Oh. Wie zur Hölle ist meine Sivir da gelandet? Oh, Romer ist tot. Oh mein Gott. Kein gutes Game von Romer. Und Gideon ist auch noch tot. Oh. 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 Teddy tot.
Cuts him to shreds, and Nangung and Casting, I don't think they can deny this one together.
They're just going to push right up the mid lane here for the...
Das ist over, oder? 30 Sekunden, 40 Sekunden? Ja, ja, ja.
Romer down for 30 here. This should be...
Ne, die gehen Soul, oder? Sie gehen raus. Okay, sie gehen raus. Sie gehen raus, sie gehen raus. Wo sind die Bros aus der KT-Serie? Abwarten. Ist nur gemeint, Guys. Keine Game One Endys sein.
Okay.
I think if they just stayed together there, they could have gotten it and then still had Dragon prio, but they want to play for Dragon instead because Hextech is so incredibly powerful as a soul, and they don't want to leave anything up to chance. I mean, there's no TP on Casting either. I think they definitely could have gotten more there, but either way, they're still going to get the most important thing in the game.
Wenn enden können, 30 Sekunden, Olaf kann Zeit stallen, dann wird es vielleicht unangenehm.
So much respect being shown by Taeyeon there. But then Romer just steps forward to try to layer in some damage, and it just isn't it.
Okay, ich muss gleich bei den Katzen unten die Fenster zumachen, hier fängt es gleich so an zu regnen.
Casting is able to do afterwards when Taeyeon steps too far forward here. Imagine if they were still fighting for prio with what they have, with all the poke they have with this Teddy Ezreal, and it just ends up being a complete wash here as a result. Teddy gets picked off. They do not get the inhibitor, but they get Hextech Soul.
Ja,
das Problem ist, Romer hat auch keine Sums. Also, es war davor schon schwer, jetzt wird es, würde ich sagen, unmöglich.
Dash around and get himself out of the way, but still, the Bros, they've got a very uphill battle if they do want to be winning this game #1. And you mentioned it, I mean, the door is open wide for BNK just to move in. Raptor, though, is going to look for an engage onto Teddy. Cataclysm goes down, he arcade shifts to get himself out of the way. Is now looking to get into that backline. He will be able to find it as Romer, a gigantic shield, as Teddy, True Shot Barrage doing a whole lot of work. Stride break.
Ja, gut, die Syndra Ulti auch gehalten von den Olaf.
The Olaf cannot stand up against BNK FearX, and they will basically get an ace as it's only Teddy left alive. He's looking to try and back,
Sind das gleiche Wecker? Ich bin in der Nähe von Stuttgart.
I have a feeling the only thing he's going to get is a game #2 as BNK will demolish Bro in this first one and really stamp their mark on this series.
Sehr geiles Game von Taeyo noch. Und echt ein Stinker von Aroma, muss man sagen. Außer den Crossmaps. So, ich muss ganz kurz bei den Katzen die Fenster zumachen, sonst regnet es dabei. Bis gleich.
He was punished by the Rise, but every other time, the Rise was demolished by him, was caught and destroyed. He just ripped Roamer out of the game, and this 3-item Rise win con that they were waiting for, that Actualizer so close, were farming for it, was sitting in sides, never got actualized because he just kept dying at the beginning of fights. His Realm Warp into the face of everyone was not it. Stepping forward there into the mid lane and just getting caught by everybody else was a bit of a disaster. And had he just played safer, I think Hanjin Breon could have played through Teddy so much harder. Teddy tops damage in the game, but it just isn't enough. And Hanjin Breon, I think, pretty frustrated with how this game was played because I think the draft win cons were there. They were behind, but they were still fighting well. But BNK were just too much to handle.
Yeah, not to mention Taeyoon, he hit 2-0-1, and then it just felt like wherever he went, the bros couldn't be. And so it meant that they just had map control for so long, but they held on to it so expertly here in this game. Did not leave the doors open for the bros to burst in and take their stuff and just cleanly closed out this game. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space going to break this one down. Then we'll have the second one in this best of 5. We'll see you soon.
여기 뚫자.
상대 레드 치고 있어.
아 미드부터.
다음 미드 또 할게.
미드.
나 조심할게.
하고 우리가 바로 들어가자.
점프 뒤에 있다 얘들아.
이거 내
야야 볼래. 이자 피전.
맞아. 친구. 리신. 앞라인 싸움 해줘. 앞라인.
야나 올라프 공대.
앞라인 싸움
올라프
해줘.
놀아줄게.
앞라인 싸움 해줘. 쟤도 있죠.
올라프.
미드 왼쪽에 있다.
미드 하면 끝나.
나 미드 할게.
아 미드 하면 끝나.
나이스.
쟤 높여.
간편하게, 편리하게, 앱에서 한 번에 포인트 정리까지. 우리 이야기는 계속될 테니까. 우리 틴틴, 우리은행.
Red Bull gives you wings.
쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바 쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바
So. Es ist so geil.
If I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest. Something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
Es ist einfach so geil. Du willst das Fenster zumachen. Was macht Lilly, die dumme Nuss? Sie springt raus in den strömenden Regen rein. Ey, ohne diese Katze macht mich so sauer, ne? Oh mein Gott. Die ist so dumm. Die sind so unglaublich dumm. Ich hasse die so sehr. Manchmal. Ja, außerdem, das Event wurde eingestellt. Miles, danke für den 11. Tatsächlich, wenn ihr ein Zwambo zu viel auf dem Konto habt, gibt es heute ab 19 Uhr, sobald der September beginnt, gibt es diese beiden Badges. Die hier bekommt ihr für 5 Sub-Gifts. Und dann, wenn ihr innerhalb des kompletten Septembers, der jetzt heute beginnt schon, warum auch immer, 24 Stunden zuschaut, bekommt ihr das hier als Channel Badge. Diese exklusiv hier, können wir nur hier benutzen, aber ja. Die ist fürs Zuschauen und die hier für 5 Naschis. Eine schöne kleine Kreditkarte.
Wasn't the cleanest game we've ever seen, but
habe ich bekommen, Cookie, ja.
BFX off to a good start here. I'm Valdez today, joined by Ox and Umpty. How are you guys doing today?
Pretty good, you know, hanging out with Umpty, always fun, and I guess you're here as well.
I do exist, yeah.
Yeah.
And then I am feeling like I am being exhausted because right now already lost one game. Like I don't want to be one-sided, but BNK Fury.
Einer weiß, wie man Geld verdient. Guck mal, das Gute ist, sie singen Geschenk neben deinem Namen.
There was some
Nachdem ACB mein essentiell ist, muss ich wohl 5 Naschis locker machen. So.
BNK Fury made some smart decisions here because we've seen a lot
Jetzt sprechen wir doch dieselbe Sprache. EDG ist raus, ja.
Jax, we've seen the Vayne.
Yep, schon mitbekommen.
Are a bit volatile. They can be kind of feast or famine. They can crush the Olaf. They can fall behind. They went with the Cassante here, which we've seen picked in the Olaf. It just seems very stable. The Olaf can't really take over that matchup. And in the later stages of the game, your Cassante...
Bro, fast gegen KD gewonnen, die kriegen BFX doch hin. Ja, ich denke, das ist definitiv machbar.
...through an Olaf later on. And I've seen a lot of situations where a team would have a draft like this, and they would last pick Jhin, and would all be molding. But going for the Sivir here, I think, was a great read. The Spell Shield has a lot of value into that lane. Sivir Karma very powerful, and it just meant that you had that sustained DPS. So even if Olaf got a bit strong, you could always just cut through him eventually. And when we saw the Sivir get ahead of the curve, it just really put Bro into an uncomfortable spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought you wanted to say something, Umpty, but apparently not. You know, I think Ox kind of covered all the bases on that one, and it's a good start. I think that BNK Furex as well yesterday had some good moments in the match against Nongshim. As we are going to take a look at the first highlight right now.
So at the first time, I think the Gidon, like, as a Hanji Brion, they thought the evidence is Raptor had to go to the topside camp, and the Grobs, and they had the top mid prior. But actually, he just came back because he had the bottom and mid prior too. So he came back and just fight. There was some fight and the trades here, and then now it changed to the 1-1 trade here.
Yeah, and I think this ended up stalling things out a little bit, and we saw this fight later on where Siva is able to join in. And this is honestly what really starts the beginning of the end for Bro, because Siva ends up picking up a lot of gold. It's a reattempt for this Dragon. They move in, Lee Sin's already pretty low, they try and get out, and the Magical Journey just allows Taeyun to chase in. And once you start getting these...
Peace danke für den 15.
Siva, a champion who scales so well, and getting ahead of the...
Tipps sind ready, Bundesliga kann anfangen. Oh, wir haben... Okay, pass auf, wir machen jetzt die Scheißgruppe voll. Wenn ihr Bundesliga schaut oder allgemein Fußball, wir machen noch eine extra für CL, aber wir haben eine Kicktipp-Gruppe, was umsonst zu spielen ist, na, ganz kurz. Da haben wir noch 2 Slots. Also First Come, First Serve. Es gibt für die Top 5 gibt's, Preisgeld von mir. Es gibt noch 2 Slots, das einzige, CL ist auch im Command. Oh, es gibt auch eine Champions League-Gruppe. Danke, Fabi. Es gibt auch eine Champions League-Gruppe, da haben wir noch ewig viel Platz. Also, hier sind 2 Slots noch. Bei der Champions League-Gruppe habt ihr noch 293 Slots, also joint gerne rein. Auch da gibt es dieselben Preise. Für CL und für Bundesliga gibt es dieselben Preise. Ich schaue keinen Fußball, brauchst du einen Grund, Fußball zu schauen. Ja. Hier sind wir voll. Ja, und jetzt noch in die Champions League Gruppe, der ist der Link da unten. Ja. Aber ja, wenn ihr kein Fußball schaut, also ich erwarte nicht viel, aber schaut, wenn ihr reinjoint, spielt, bitte, das wäre toll. Ja, rein in die CL-Gruppe.
And I think that coming in from yesterday straight into today, they look very warmed up. Game number 1 looked great for them. Bro, a little bit shaky. I think
VfB anscheinend lowes Elo Job, bei Far sogar, ne? Also das ist nochmal ein ganz großer Unterschied. Ja, sehr gut. Joint rein, meine Minions. Reicht das E-Sport hier mitschauen? Mehr Sport brauche ich nicht. 20:30 Uhr Bayern gegen Stuttgart. Oh, weia. Danusch, schick mir mal bitte einen Invite für CL. Bin gerade an PC gewechselt. Hier. Jetzt die Frage, Danusch, bist du hier in der Gruppe drin? Ich werde jetzt Tippübersicht. Und wer hat noch nicht seine Tipps gemacht? Moment. Weil ihr müsst bis heute, wenn ihr hier drin seid, ihr müsst bis heute eure Bonustipps fertig haben. Aha, da sehe ich alles. Aha, hier sind alle Tipps. In 3 Games werden wieder sauer. Ja, ohne Spaß. Hey! Warte, Fonti, bist du da? Das ist doch dein Bruder, Asmo. Sofort sagen, dass er seine Tipps mal wegkickt. Warum bekommst du Geld? Ne, ist halt cool. Das gibt immer, ich bekomme kein Geld dafür. Also, actually, ich bekomme kein Geld dafür. Ist immer im Discord relativ aktiv dann, der Chat darüber. Finde es einfach cool. Wenn Leute sowieso Fußball schauen, warum nicht?
Probably early game and the thinking about draft will be important.
So. Ja, Loki, ihr müsst einfach, könnt ihr einfach Matchfixen und am Downrush, das wäre wirklich gut. Tatsächlich. Wow, eine Win für Top 4, verfickte Scheiße. Wir auch.
Their generosity knows no bounds, but it's not looking great after that game number 1, Wolf.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned, as especially a Hanjin predictor.
He's just confused about what to do.
No, he knows exactly what to do, just eat popcorn and join the LCK.
All right, fair enough.
You just need to ham it up on the camera.
All right.
So, I am of the mind right now that what we are seeing from these 2 teams is forget the side lanes, forget the setup, forget back row, just kill enemy carries, win game. And that's a very different mentality from the teams we are going to have them face off against, whoever wins in the playoffs. So maybe just playing to their opponents a little bit right here, but I think they can macro. I think they can do.
Entscheidet man mit dem Mikro hier? Nee, oder?
But maybe little bit of nerves coming to this.
Heute nicht. Also wir wollen doch beide Stuttgart schon, oder nicht?
Way that game state was, where
Hätte ich jetzt, also würde ich jetzt einfach mal so rausposaunen.
rise into a side lane, so easy to get picked. You're pushing into the Sivers pushing in. I understand why Bro kind of just
Machen wir nicht heute.
find an angle with Teddy, but I think we're gonna have to see.
Ich nehme ein Fnatic-Interview nach JNX.
I think all Bro predictors, myself included, you included, expected from them, and they're gonna ban
Luluban.
right away.
Ja, Cassio Oriana gehen wir voraus. Dein Tipp heute Stuttgart-Bayern. Also in Kicktipp steht 3-1 für Bayern drin. Was soll ich sagen?
I wouldn't mind that.
So,
Teddy some power.
Ich will, dass Stuttgart gewinnt, aber ich will halt auch Punkte haben. Ich kann jetzt hier nicht mit, also ich kann jetzt hier nicht, also, sorry, geht nicht.
First pick Oriana, or I'm gonna get first pick Vi. You guys get to choose which one of those three I get.
And right now, they do not want to give away the Casio. I imagine the Vi will still be banned. I think that, especially with Lee Sin and Jarvan both removed.
Die schießen immer als ein Tor, also, kein echter Fake-Fan. Okay, aber Dominik, was hast du denn davor, was hast du denn getippt, bitte? Komm, sag's mir mit einem Gesicht, mit einem Straight Face. Komm, sag es ohne zu lachen.
Lock, for example, but you could ban Lock in third if they leave the Oriana up, and then that will maybe make them do it, because they're gonna ban the Vi.
All right.
Oriana, Fragezeichen? 2-2.
Oriana or Lucian? That's what I'm saying to Hanjin Breon.
There's no Karma, there's no Bard, so the Lucian lane feeling very comfortable. Could even just ban Kalista here and be like, all right.
3-1 Valid, ja, ist es ja auch.
Yeah, and it's interesting as to what BNK BFX want to do, right? Because do you then...
Mit dem Tippkick, wo kann ich gegen Fnatic tippen, Fresse.
Lucian is going to be banned themselves.
I guess I didn't understand their game plan.
Well, no, this...
Hab getippt, super.
What they realized is that they're going to leave up
Oriana?
Oriana.
Ja.
They don't do something about this.
Yeah.
And so instead of banning the Nocturne and then leaving it up to Fate, they
Weil
decide
außer Signal als hier, Jesus Maria.
they will just give us one of them. And then we can take one of those and not have to deal with the Lucian Melio on 1-2.
Man geht aber auch für DEL, was ist DEL?
Taken away, it does leave Nocturne up and available here for the Bro.
Worlds geht der Bunde oder so, weiß ich noch nicht, wie man es machen.
After everything that we've seen.
Bei Worlds haben wir ja immer normalerweise mal da Pick'em einfach. Deutsche Eishockey-Liga, chillig.
And I thought they had a great read, and now I don't know what their read is. I mean, yes, it appears to be that.
Ja, Pokal erste Hälfte war auch Peak, Dominik, aber die zweite Hälfte habe ich halt auch nicht vergessen, checkst du? Hast du einen Favorite Champion? All-Time? Wahrscheinlich hinterlegen.
Great Nico player. So the Nocturne gets a bit of value by placing it alongside the
Okay, die Frage ist, was war... Ja, genau, Lulu ist raus und Oriana ist raus.
very, very effective.
Haben wir uns verhauen, die Brodies? Gibt auch GTFL 10? Na, also bestimmt inoffiziell, aber nicht mehr.
Explanation. I think you might be onto something with that, because they can lock those 2 and 2-3 here as clear. Angling for a potential Rumble first pick, but there's that Kalista.
Kalista Renata.
It's
Which can make all sorts of any bottom lane.
Was ist unsere Antwort darauf?
Or a Bard.
Jin, oh, die werden einfach Jin Slam oder so ein Scheiß, oder?
Also without a Lulu, which they banned. So Corky Nico can stabilize in this lane, but winning it, that's...
Ja, Poppy Support wird leider geknallt und nein, das ist das Problem.
I want them to pivot right now. Just lock Caitlyn Blitzcrank.
Or Draven Nami.
Well, there's the Caitlyn part of it.
Caitlyn Lux, maybe?
Oh, Kate Lux could be a bit of fun, but Caitlyn Nico is the idea. So
Okay.
both on
Echt Seraphim finde ich zu... Ja, obwohl Echt Seraphim hätten wir auch machen können.
for now, I'm going
Kate Nico, ja.
alongside the Nocturne.
I mean,
It's not
Raptor-
exactly a well-known lane, but I think it could work.
Okay.
He can do whatever he wants here. If they want to play even...
Hast du den Schmerz von gestern verdaut? Aufhören.
They could just play Xin and be like, well, that's safe and stable and very strong with what we already have.
The Fury works.
The Fury also feels pretty good. Much more power in the early game than this Nocturne. And if we do have a 3v3 down there, it's going to be tough for Hanjin Breon.
Ja, ab Level 6 werden die geknallt, ne? Also, obwohl. Oh, so hart werden die auch nicht geknallt. Ist schon ein Durbe.
Here in this game,
Ein stärkerer Midlaner ist hier super wichtig.
life is
Für beide Teams.
possible, but instead, the focus is going to be on that top lane. As Casting is going to have his
Stärkerer Midlaner, super.
Pretty pensive about that one.
I feel like Cleo wants to play.
Was bekommen am Ende wahrscheinlich irgendwie Annie gegen irgendwas, Annie gegen Victor oder so ein Scheiß.
Yeah.
I think that might be what he's trying to do.
They want to take away the Ahri here from Vikla.
Ja, spielt Akali in LCK, Victor spielt Akali.
Extremely warranted.
Warte mal, spielt Roman nicht auch?
I think you can
Victor spielt ziemlich sicher Akali.
Doesn't feel that weird. Romer has a pretty strong Aurora.
Spielt Roma auch Akali?
Consistently, but it works well with the Nocturne and your
Roma hat ein Akali-Game und Victor hat 2 Akali-Games.
Poppy also still a potential top lane pick that
Galio auch ein großes Fragezeichen. Hier.
they don't have counter pick though, so just going to be ignored. The Talia, which is another one of those answers to the Kalista, is now just completely removed.
Yep. I think the Rumble should probably still just be a respect band here by Hanjin Brion.
It's one of Clear's best of all time.
Yeah, and also just would give them so much mid-game.
Roamer LeBlanc. Boah, weiß ich nicht, ob das, I mean... Blind pick? Hell nah, bro.
CC, which I guess they do have some of with the Renata there, but instead it will be the Annie taken away from Vikla.
I thought they also could potentially play Annie themselves in this draft, Hanjin, but they decide not to. They're going to let him have the Rumble. Now, top lane Ornn.
Ja, es muss eigentlich Victor werden, ja.
Cards, as a response.
Victor oder sie packen so eine random Annie heraus, aber ich weiß nicht, ob ich das so geil finde.
I guess more plausible than the
Fand Ornn auch nicht verkehrt für Casting.
Yeah, right now Teddy
To be honest. Ornn Victor. Oh, Annie ist gebannt, ja, du hast recht.
Feels like it's in shambles here for Bro. Like they chose first pick and they're trying to dig their way out of the hole. I think this is going to be for Roamer in this draft, and the Akali is going to be the opt.
Oh, Escalio last pick hier nicht Turbo.
I'm not sure how I feel about this.
I feel bad about it.
Escalio, okay, besser.
Okay, Roamer, you're good at Aurora. Play what you're good at. Play your Nocturne that you first picked.
I still don't feel good about it though.
Benutzt du eine Tracing-App für deine Nährwerte? Ja, keine Werbung. Ich benutze Yazio, aber ein Kumpel von mir benutzt Fat Secret. Weil Yazio unusable, wenn du nicht die Premium-Edition hast. Unusable. Und Fat Secret soll auch die Free-Version, wenn es überhaupt eine Paid-Version gibt, soll sehr gut sein.
It often comes true about the game being one-sided. I think this will be a one-sided game.
Guys, this is going to be a Galio. And it's going to round out this BNK
FDDB noch nicht probiert, aber ja. Yazio ist unusable ohne Premium. TF last pick.
They needed a little bit of engage, I think, to be able to look for side lane pinch, and there's a global to match the Nocturne to a certain extent. Because their side lane is pretty weak without this pick here. They have a Rumble playing into Nocturne. So, the Anivia gets flexed.
Ich mag Nocturne Aurora mehr.
Roamer on this Aurora.
Tatsächlich.
Into the Rumble. Very strong, especially if you have a strong jungle to set it up, but they don't in this case because they have Nocturne.
Was passiert, wenn mein Vogel einmal gedived wird?
The Nico Nocturne Aurora in 5v5s is crazy good once all three of them have level 6. Once all three of them have level 6.
Ja, die Anivia kann theoretisch noch Mitte gehen, potenziell, aber ja.
If they don't, they're playing into Twisted Fate, who knows all the flanks.
Haben wir keinen Push, um Vogel zu diven? Interesting. Hab überlegt, ob der Rumble eventuell ulten würde für Wave Clear, aber ja.
Just actually a
it says their playoffs. The playoffs.
Patrick ist sehr gut für free, aber ja zu Bremen kann ich helfen. Ja, also es ist wirklich.
Direct text from Hanjin right there, that guy.
Er ist jährlich.
Oh, that's terrible. Well, like let's hope that they figure it out. It's another text.
Alter, hier geht so die Welt unter, ne? Das ist ja wieder mal klasse.
I like this.
Yeah.
I didn't see what his said.
He's like, no, we didn't send that. It's fine.
He said it's not canceled.
It's not canceled.
It's just slightly delayed.
Wenn es hier dann kühl wird, bin ich happy mit. Aber es hat heute Morgen schon so ein bisschen geregnet und dann hatte es trotzdem 26 Grad. Es war so schwül. Oh mein Gott. Wirklich, auf dem Weg zum Friseur, ich bin gestorben. Aktuell einfach über Regen freuen. Ja, wenn es nicht 40 Grad draußen hat. Auch kennen Sie den Wort geklärt? Nein, kennen Sie nicht. Alles per Hand. Die Kamera ist nicht sehr akkurat. Alles manuell. Aber ich esse auch jeden Tag dasselbe. Dementsprechend habe ich die prepped. Also du kannst die Mahlzeiten quasi vor preppen und dann einfach nur noch eintragen. Oh. Ja, Nocturne into Nafiri ist ein sehr geiles Matchup. Warum? Du one-shottest die Doggos mit deinem AOE-Slash und der Tether von Nocturne E wird durch den Nafiri wenig unterbrochen. Man sieht keinen Unterschied. Ja, das ist auch der, also, ja. That's the idea. Also, ja, also das ist die Idee, ja. Ich gehe auch jede 2 Wochen.
Consider if the ice melts, does it become water, which is strong against fire?
Yes, but then if it's melted,
then it's not
the
ice
Anivia is dead.
Yeah. But he has an egg to revive and then become ice again after the
that's true. So maybe during egg, that's when you have the advantage. But you don't have the ability to press buttons so much. Maybe he's going to be doing a lot of those fancy Chovy teleport plays. Maybe that's how he's going to be able to win this one.
Well, I mean, that is
ich habe schon eine Erstörung. Aber es schmeckt auch jeden Tag. Also, das Essen schmeckt actually jeden Tag. Deswegen passt es für mich. Ich kann easy jeden Tag selber essen.
The Aurora, even though
she
got annoyed at level 1, is going to have a pretty strong matchup here into the Twisted Fate. The Electrocute procs going to be stacking up here onto Vikla to try to get that advantage. Vikla went Comet, try to be able to match some of that damage back.
Wie funktioniert der Nocturne hier? Er will reingehen und keiner will mitmachen. Naja, er fliegt rein, macht Lichter aus. Aurora kann aus dem Fog irgendwo... Also, in der Theorie, du machst die Lichter aus. Aurora aus dem Fog oder aus der Dunkelheit plus Nico aus der Dunkelheit. Ich glaube, die wollen schon sehr mit reingehen. Also Teamfights für die Bros finde ich super hier sogar. Und du kannst auch Front-to-Back spielen, wie Dano meint. Ja, genau. Du kannst auch First Target spielen. Und die sollte explodieren. Weil die Gegner haben ja nicht wirklich eine Frontline, richtig?
Yeah, he was exceptionally good, but that one was not the greatest. Still gets hit by the Peacemaker. But Teddy taking a fair bit of damage here as the PS does come on through. And this is actually going very well, I think, for being K4X.
Ist spotted, der Gank.
Caitlyn will be able to take control of the lane.
2v2 is winning für die Bros, ja.
Being able to, as Raptor goes in, looking for that next dagger, does not quite find it.
Wir haben noch kein Wort bei Nocturne. Okay, sie traden Crabs, ja. Ehrlich gewesen, relativ eindeutig, ja. Würde ich schon sagen. Du bekommst den Early TP von Gideon. Das bedeutet, der Invade hier auf die Raptors. Ja, ist ein guter Invade auf die Raptors. Weil du gewinnst das 2v2 100% Damage-wise. Und Raptor ist fucked. Er muss flashen. Was hat Wickler da gerade getan? Wickler, was hast du getan? Und Raptor ist auch noch tot.
Can they get another one as Raptor tries to get away? And Kellen is in this brush. The flash forward, they managed to lock down Kellen, but Raptor is the target.
Ja, also richtig geiler Early Game Plan von Gideon. Er startet nicht auf seinen Raptors, weil er die Gegner Raptors invaden will. Er hat Double Push Lane auf Bot und Mitte. Er hat das stärkere 2v2 mit Nocturne Aurora. Das stärkere 1-1-Matchup gegen die Nafiri. Das heißt, dieser Gameplan von Gideon hat mir sehr gefallen. Ich würde sagen, dass die Nährwertangaben vor allem, du siehst die Produkte, also die jeweiligen Lebensmittel, Paulinchen. Du kannst die nach der Brand und so weiter, kannst du die suchen und du kannst auch den QR-Code abscannen, theoretisch. Und du kannst die Nährwerte, wenn sie auch nicht 100% akkurat sein sollten, auf den jeweiligen Produkten, kannst du sie auch abändern. Erneut keine bezahlte Werbung, aber ja. Hallo Windhose. Barcode, nicht QR-Code, ja. Barcode, Entschuldigung, nicht QR-Code. Sorry, ich bin viel zu chronisch online, sorry.
Yeah, feeling absolutely fantastic.
And the bottom lane is kind of a wash here. Taeyeon is not having a good time.
Yeah, and the thing is, this has flow-on effects for the whole rest.
So, und jetzt bedeutet das, dass die Krabbe da auf Botside auch komplett scary ist.
He's currently 300 gold ahead. And he is halfway to level 6. Obviously, Raptor is still doing a decent job, right? It's not like it was a massive invade. It was just a Raptor camp that did go on over, although it is a Raptor camp.
Schaltet zu Barcodes? Nein, ich möchte es auch nicht.
I still do feel like the Bros are just going to be really, really happy with having an early skirmish go this way with the composition that they have for themselves.
Well, look at the tempo.
It's all about Snowball.
Yeah,
Mitte Gank, Rome hat aber 6.
Romer now hits level 6 first over Vikla, has this extra push. He may get punished here, though.
He's got between worlds. There is no way that they can lock this guy down.
Wenn wir Items vergleichen, das sind 1050 Gold für die Nafiri und das sind 1850 Gold für den Nocturne. Oh wow. Warte, was? Warte, was? Reinvade, okay. Okay.
Sticks around just to see whether or not they can catch him, but the Bros not going to fall for the trap.
They need to be very careful with this paranoia available here as the scuttle gets taken. Don't want to be overextended. This is why Raptor has to be down the bottom lane right now.
Yeah, they get the bad news that that was taken as okay. There's the paranoia that we were talking about, but out goes.
Ist Wickler tot? 1 HP.
Anything could happen. Yeah, he is dancing.
Warte, kostet Thunder 1-1 oder? Er fällt, warte mal. Kostet Thunder 1-1 oder 1150?
He's still losing farm. Plate gold going over to Romer, and they're even pushing Raptor away here, so you can, fist bump the air.
50, oh ja, dann hast du recht.
Unfortunately, let's see if they can make a play here. It's not over yet. They still have a little bit of a pressure point here.
Yep.
Ja, aber du gewinnst dieses, also, das Problem ist, dieses 3 gegen 3 hier unten, okay. Ist fein. Oh. Es ist die sogenannte Zange. Raptor hat kein Flash. GG. 1-1. Und warum? Einfach nur durch ein extrem geiles Early Game von den Bros. Easy 1-1. Geiler Early Game Plan, geil executed. Jinx ist nicht, das stimmt. Okay. Sorry.
산 거 같아. 살았어.
I lived. However, the flow-on effect is
Ja, auch geil hier mit den Traps und so weiter natürlich. Super.
And is coming down. Teddy sets up these traps. His Raptors trying to force something here because it's such a huge loss in the mid lane. Watch Teddy's outplay onto Taeyun's flash. Just nets him and kills him.
God, it was beautiful.
He didn't even really need that barrier, but he was playing it safe. And the bailout here is useless. He still secures the kill onto the Renata there. Sometimes bailout can give a kill over to somebody else, depending on the last hit there, but he's not even able to do that. Teddy still picks it up. So now we have a gold lead in every single lane here for Hanjin Brion.
Yeah, this game could not have started off better here for the Bros.
And this early Nocturne pick in the draft is working a treat so far.
Moment.
I wasn't ready to trust it, but so far, Gideon's making me a believer.
Yeah, we made the mistake of watching game 1, Wolf, and that really did make our assessment feel like the Bros may not be able to handle this, but they're doing well so far, as Namgung does take a lot of damage as we're speaking about it.
He has heals, so they need to be careful about overextending here. He's going to take a bunch of damage. Kellen is from that ace in the hole that came back from Teddy.
All right.
Twisted Fate has to TP back to lane. Roamer has so much control over the mid lane right now. It's kind of insane. The CS is fairly even, so Twisted Fate normally you'd think would be feeling very good, but with a 2-kill deficit he is holding right now, not going to be the one in the advantage.
Oh, there's the flash handshake, but Kellen's just dead.
Nach dem Game muss ich noch schauen, dass bei meiner Mama alles zu ist.
Namgung just heals and flashes and gets himself away.
Yeah,
Gut gemacht von Namgung. Sehr gut von Namgung. Nicht so gut von Kellen.
Trying to bait Teddy in here a little bit.
Yeah, Raptors will be able to bounce over that wall.
Oh, es ist der Emergency Roam von Clear. Oh, es ist der Emergency Car. Oh! Die spontane Überfahrt.
Still Gideon takes a fair bit of damage. As Clear tries to make this one happen.
Was, Bruder?
Vickler coming on in. That is a great spell shield from Gideon. Still has to flash.
Teddy! Oh ne, es ist over. Da kommt Roamer. Oh, großer oh, weia.
And he goes between the worlds. Vickler just disintegrates. And the Bros now have a 7-0 kill lead.
Es sind die Bros!
I think we're going to a one-on-one scoreline in this one, Max.
Okay, well, there's another thing we need to talk about.
Yeah.
But we also shouldn't talk about it, you know?
No,
So let's both get on the same page without mentioning it. Have a look at the score screen.
Yeah.
And
oh, no.
Yeah, so just have a look at that.
Okay.
And now we'll just bear it in mind.
Okay, yeah.
Okay?
Come on, yeah.
We're not going to talk about it, though,
Yeah,
guys.
sure.
Don't worry.
Yeah. No. Last time we talked about it, it was very sad.
Yes.
And I ended the regular season crying.
Yeah.
This is B&K to a T, right? They hard force, they spend so much. Like,
Geiler Counter von Gideon.
Rumble in the bottom lane.
Aber bisher muss man sagen, echt schon relativ flawless ersten 10 Minuten von den Bros.
They're all on the same page on where they want to be, but in terms of linking this up, it's a disaster, and Teddy just continues to outplay in these scraps. Then the TP comes through from the Aurora, who has so much mobility.
Warum sind wir so oft nach 400 Knockdown-Matchup, wenn es isoliert so ein Hardcounter ist? Ja, weil sie es nicht isoliert picken. Aber ich finde es persönlich, aber nicht schlau.
In the top lane with no answer because the Rumble went bottom lane. And
I respect that guy's Red Hot Chili Peppers t-shirt.
Yeah.
And also the roller coaster of emotions that he was on during that replay. That was very funny. All right.
That was some Kanavification, I think, from Raptor there. But he's not Kanavi, and they're not able to make the play all happen together there. And Bro have a 4,000 gold lead.
And Wolf, Gideon is, okay, never mind. Casting is now going to possibly be turned into an egg. Does complete his role quest, but
TP egg.
Yeah,
Wow.
TP the egg out.
Wow.
To make his way
Well played.
It's a Nefiri Rumble.
Yeah.
You
Albert.
cannot stop that.
So easy. And
Sexy.
Because of this commitment to the top side, Teddy is he's Caitlining this turret really hard.
Yeah, I think he may have actually got up to make a cup of tea.
Gideon grubs at work.
Oh, yeah. And that's 3 grubs and a dragon that they picked up as well. You love to see it. No arguments over the thing that we were discussing earlier.
No discussion. Right? No discussion required. Yeah.
It's really nicely done. So Roma is now just going to leave this mid lane in shambles, by the way. There is only 1 plate remaining on that turret.
Gideon has ult, and this turret is not very healthy, so I think we all know what that means. Roma also with ult.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if Taeyun can stay here, but he wants to really desperately.
Wann kann man sich denn den Capskin holen? Am 10. September geht es live. Wow. Gideon. Es ist ein Stomp vor dem Herren.
It's another double for Teddy. 9-0 now for the Bros. They took game 1 personally.
Yeah. And the cross match.
Wie funktioniert das exakt? Wie funktioniert das, dass man musste man den exakt TP von? Nein, du kannst ihn einfach du musst TP einfach casten. Und dann selbst wenn du ins Eck rüber gehst, TPst du immer noch.
There's no turret. They Nocturne Aurora you. Also Nico for the peel. Damgung, this play not even necessarily that impactful, but it's, you know, they just had nothing. There was no there was no angle there. And if they just leave...
Ghost, wenn du ihn direkt, also wenn du ihn nicht direkt haben willst, ich weiß nicht, wie lange der im Shop ist. Maybe bin ich mit meinem Management am Sprechen, ob wir vielleicht Instant Gaming bekommen. Für den Oktober.
Oh my god, Teddy is 2.7k ahead.
Yeah, he has a bigger lead than Taeyun had over him in the last
Ich möchte es nur angemerkt haben. Dann gibt es da noch die RP mal ein bisschen billiger. Ja, wird es bestimmt was. Das Problem ist, dass es letztes Mal einfach die keine RP-Stock hatten, ne? Until October 20, 2026. Also wenn es nicht super urgent ist, das ist das Perfect Game nicht möglich, ja.
Well, that is exactly the target that they wanted to be killing, and maybe they can make something of this.
I thought if we didn't talk about it, maybe it could be a reality, but I guess they just are still trying to win the game, Atlas. And it was a good play. They get
well, es ist fein. Aber es ist ein fetter Shutdown. Nach 4 immer noch 500 Gold down.
But it doesn't come without a cost, right? Romer's going to get this top side turret. So initially here, Teddy steps forward. And it's a Fate's call here with the Twisted Fate.
Ein guter Zugriff.
To set up the gold card. Raptor follows this excellent play from BNK. This time they're all working like a well-oiled machine. They're all
haben dafür den Top-Lane-Schild bekommen.
The engage was clean, unlike some of their last ones. But it's too little, too late. I think it cuts like a 1/6 of the gold lead down, but some of that's coming back here with that top turret going over, and now the mid.
Yeah, no, now the gold lead is much larger. It's almost 6k here for the Bros. So I don't
Instant Gaming ist allgemein, aber ja, auch auf Steam Games und so weiter.
Whoopsie that did occur. Vikla taking a lot of damage here from Roma as well. As another ace in the hole comes in, Kellen just does not want to keep tanking these.
Yeah, Teddy's like, it's cool. You can block it if you want. That's fine. I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah.
I would have shot either of you. It just happened that Taeyun was there first.
Yeah, they're kind of you really need to be one of these champions that has like an unbreakable, like from a Braum or a spell shield. Otherwise, it just doesn't feel great tanking up Teddy's massive damage.
This is going to be Herald, and I think it's probably just a combat Herald. There's nowhere else to drop it. There's nothing left.
Yeah, they could just take an inner turret in the mid lane. That would certainly open up the map for the Bros. Kellen taking a lot of burst damage as the eye is picked up here from Gideon, and now they're looking for a bit of a fight. Between worlds they go, and pop.
Geil einge... Beauty.
Jam, he destroys the bottom lane. BNK can just do nothing. Vikla
Beauty.
This time I think it was on purpose. It was on purpose, I think. I don't know what that purpose was, but I think he had a purpose for it. And it was not an accident, but it might as well could have been.
Roma went
Victor Flash war, habe ich gar nicht drauf geachtet. Moment.
on rise to now buying a well-justified franchise.
He's playing a champion that needs to go in. So this time it's correct.
My lord.
And for being
okay, wo kommt er?
Fight here. But they could go next slow.
Oh! I guess er wollte halt einen Kill haben. Ich meine, Flashen für ein potenzielle 700 Gold Shutdown, ja, kann man machen, ne?
I don't know what he is doing right now, but I can see that there are people watching his stream. So that does mean that Sally might be able to do that.
Maybe.
Okay, Kellen is at
Ich seh's.
himself as the ult comes down one more time. Teddy must be very close to an Infinity Edge. And Roma's already got 10 stacks. What the heck?
Hatte keine Vision. Ja, ich meine, er hat halt gesehen, wie Roma hochgelaufen ist. Ich vermute mal, er ging davon aus, irgendwie, dass er nach links hochläuft oder so. Weiß ich nicht, aber ja.
And he's now got all the extra movement speed, so much extra AP. Eluden's Echo, like, my god, this Aurora does damage.
I mean, you and I have done a pretty good job of listing all the reasons why this game is done. I think there's one man on his best champion in this game for B&K who could maybe change the tide. It's Kellen, right? If he gets a huge ult note.
Well, I mean, if you've got an entirely fed enemy team, that hostile takeover does work.
I mean, if there's a bit of a botched engage where everyone just kind of runs in as 5 into a choke point, maybe Kellen could save the game. I think that's really
They just need to feed Teddy more so that he can kill his whole team. All right, they've got to work on this. So pentakill for Teddy in the next fight, and then pentakill for Kellen every fight after that. And hope that they never build Mikhail's, and he never builds a QSS, and everything will be fine.
Inhibitor turret at 17.5 minutes. We're looking at it. It's going to disappear.
There's an army of Gideon's grubs there as well. As they're looking for Taehyun and Kellen, they will be able to find them. They do.
Well played. Oh, sie haben Damage. Wait, Roma ist tot. Das sind minus 10 Stackies. Es hilft jetzt nicht gegen Teddy, aber... Oh, in die Chap rein. Und Wickler hat leider kein Flash. Besser 5, besser 5.
Broken open the base. They can take an inhibitor if they'd like to, but maybe just wander to the bottom lane and just get more money.
Yeah, I think that's probably the play. This was one of those angles for Kellen, right?
Ja, außerdem, ihr müsst euch heute benehmen. Wir machen das Wochenende für Tolly LEC. Das bedeutet, ich bin wieder auf beiden Kanälen live. Und diesmal bekommen wir bestimmt den Share-Chat hin. Das heißt, ja, benehmen heute. Vor allem, es ist heute LEC, das ist noch schlimmer. Heute voll benehmen. LEC ist noch schlimmer als jetzt bei G2 Nord zum Beispiel. Ich finde, zu Kinder solche Fragen zum Beispiel nicht stellen. Gehe ich auch gar nicht drauf ein heute. Ich spiele Fnatic spielt heute. Schlechtes Benehmen ist auch Benehmen, Ruhe und dein Sub abdrücken jetzt sofort Prime her. Ja, Vitality gegen Fnatic ist heute, ich weiß.
The Ice Princess in the next one. But Teddy, this time around, is on the Caitlyn, is at least wearing a relatively polar outfit, which is pretty cool. So there is an icy theme between both Casting and Teddy.
Was hältst du von Rentnern, auch solche Fragen nicht stellen? Aber sie sind nutzlos. Gibt's Interviews? Nein, heute nicht. Hat Fnatic gegen Vitality eine Chance? Na, sicherlich. Unsere Jungs sind heute wieder gesund. Morgen frage ich Interview an. Bei KC gegen SK. Interview mit Wunder. Das Scheduled News Interview habe ich ihm versprochen. Das wird es morgen geben mit Wunder. Er kann nichts dagegen machen. Bros? Okay, ist unlosable. Entschuldigung. Es sieht sehr gut aus. Es sieht gut aus, Guys. Sie kriegen Ash. Bist du morgen auf für Tolkien Live? Das ganze Wochenende, ja. Das ganze Wochenende.
Former princess.
Yeah, she must have been a princess prior.
Yeah.
But maybe I was just talking about a
So
different
Romer
timeline.
is basically here just stepping forward to try to set up his team who has the
Morgen und am Sonntag außerdem LCS Roadshow.
I think the ultimate goal for Bro is we're going to win this.
Wird ein Brecher.
We're going to get Baron, but there's a pretty big outplay here from Kellen and Taehyun to actually get that kill onto the Nico. Still, it's a
Mit Drops ja, aber nur auf LoL Esports, ne, die Penner.
time here and also
Großschimmer kriegen wieder gar nichts.
time here despite ultimately dying to a lot of stuff. This ultimate, he survives.
Sprich Corporate Friendly Cast, sehr Corporate Friendly.
And then we saw a Twisted Fate ult.
Ich jag mit 2 Red Bull rein und dann gucken wir, was passiert.
Did not get taken.
Wo ist Tollys auf der Gamescom?
Secured by Bro during all of that. So that's your silver lining, B&K.
Sort of.
You got baited a little bit by Romer. You didn't.
Was willst du bekommen? So 20.000 Euro brutto im Monat?
He's got his ultimate.
Wäre nicht schlecht. Kann mit arbeiten.
Really does. He's 4-1 and 14, Wolf. He's 18 out of 20 kill participants.
Sonntag sind 3 LCS, genau, ab 14 Uhr.
Through and through.
Wieso nicht 20 netto? Man muss ja nicht alles haben. Also das, was du aktuell bekommst, ja, genau.
Yeah, I think it was over about 11 minutes ago. It was clear, at least.
Oh, look
Rocket
at Roma.
Belt.
He's just pressing buttons.
Rocket Belt's past the wall. Clean, I suppose. They're going to lose Ocean Soul points.
Die Bros! Ja, dass sie nicht Nash gemacht haben, ja, kann man.
There you go. I don't think that's going to make them feel better.
Wird man so reich wie du? Na, im Optimalfall hast du den Nachnamen Engelmann beim Spawn.
Yeah, he also doesn't like Ice Jail.
Yeah,
Dann hast du schon mal einen guten Schritt dahin gehabt.
Tane and Kellen. Oh, the Hail Mary Baron.
Oh, wow, aber es ist halt Close Pit, ne?
This play. It's not going to work, but it was a very cute idea. As Clear turns up and there is just a wall in his face. Look, Baron just doing so much.
Oh, wieder eine 4-Mann-Ulti.
Everyone is there.
Sexy. Oh, Taeyong kann hitten, ne?
Will die, but that is what Namgung does
Okay.
best. And no bailout for you, Taeyong. You are going straight to game 3, my friend. As Vickler is going to be sliced in half by the human blender that is Gideon. And
Sexy.
I'm gonna say, oh, maybe that's a good idea. Let's do Baron.
Geil, das ist ein Nico-Ulti-Game. Und die Granate-Ulti war insane. Und das ist auch der einzige Grund, warum das wahrscheinlich kein 5:0 war.
He's picked up 5 people, like 2 fights in a row.
Alongside Peter, these are like resident Nico enjoyers towards the latter half of the season, where it has been a niche pick.
Okay, das mit den Sternsingern ist auch einfach wirklich... Dass du dich daran erinnerst, finde ich schon scheiße genug. Aber das mit den Sternsingern war ein Accident. Es ist nicht so deep. Es wird auch nicht mehr vorkommen. Die Türen werden nicht mehr aufgemacht.
Speaking of a big ult, that's one from the Anivia that Raptor is still not going to enjoy.
Yeah.
Ist nicht so deep.
Survive at least for now.
He's level 17 on the Anivia. Clear is just about to crack 15. It's actually almost level 18.
And
this
Nicholas
was just
level 13.
another one of those moments for BNK where I keep jokingly saying they're thinking go next fast because this Baron was a Hail Mary. I mean, to say it's a Hail Mary is like not even fair. That implies that they thought there was a real chance this could actually maybe save the game.
Haben sie gemacht, nichts Schlimmes.
Just weren't paying attention or
Ich war ein netter Mensch.
7 misplays, maybe they could have taken it.
So, ich sag mal so, die Sternsinger, die wo da gesungen haben an der Pforte von Haus Engelmann, haben sich sehr gefreut. Also, also die hatten einen Field Day hier.
There is the kill. Now looking for an angle as they look to get on top of casting, but he dash cannons to get himself out of the way.
This is what BNK have to do, is have to group as 5 and basically...
Okay, Brodies, wir müssen jetzt aufhören, weil Roma hat nämlich zum zweiten Mal 10 Stacks verloren.
It's a great pick, man. He had him at Jais. He's down to 8 stacks now.
Yeah, maybe they'll turn this into a bit of a turret.
Eltern Engelmann waren auch sehr glücklich. Okay, es war meine 50 Euro. Das ist das Problem. Es war ja mein Geld, das ist noch schlimmer.
But they decide to be respectful.
It's so awkward because both compositions are just so squishy. So actually, like, playing well is going to be massively rewarded for BNK FearX because they can still get through these health bars.
Yeah.
There's not like a giga-fed tank that like you can just kind of plod around and everything is kind of okay.
It's just a matter of finding...
Das ist krass, dass wir doch Richtung Soul gehen, ne? I mean, es sind nur 25, wir sind nur 26 Minuten in Game, sagen wir mal. Aber, oder 27 dann beim Drake Spawn, aber trotzdem.
Take that many. There's bounty gold.
Du hast den 50 Euro gegeben, Mann, es ist nicht so deep. Ich hatte keinen anderen Schein mehr. Und als ob ich da jetzt sag, yo, wechselt mir mal bitte das Geld. Kam mich jetzt im Moment nicht drauf, okay? Es ist nicht so deep, es ist nicht so deep. Und seitdem mache ich auch die Tür nicht mehr auf. Und ich habe auch keine Ausgaben, ja, das ist richtig. Es war für die einfach super. Ist ja auch für einen guten Zweck, eben. Am Ende des Tages habe ich was Gutes gemacht und ihr kritisiert hier wieder und lacht mich aus. Wer sind die schlechten Menschen, ja? Ja? Wer ist jetzt der schlechte Mensch hier? Ey, danke, Roman. Die haben davon Drogen gekauft, das waren kleine Kinder, die haben hoffentlich keine Drogen gekauft. Das sind aber keine als Sonderausgaben abzusetzen. Ich habe auch nicht vorgehabt, diese 50 Euro von den Sternsängern abzusetzen. So desperate sind wir ja noch nicht. Bitte. Es ist nicht alles damit absetzen verbunden. Fehler. Die Bros gleichen aus. Fehler ist krank.
And the problem with losing a fight here is it's your own base, and there are enemy minions here. This could just be game over as Vikla is going to be cut down. It's a triple kill for Roma. There is the ace. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is game over. The Pro.
Oh, wow, IG stompt komplett außerdem.
Big shift of form for both of our mid
Holy.
early skirmishes that B&K opted into.
Ja, geil ist Early, also hat schon mal Early Game angefangen, ne? Wir haben nicht so viel über das Mid-Game geredet und so weiter, aber Early Game hat komplett Game schon gekommen. Haustierspende, Steuerberater des Vertrauens hier. Reicht. Das war vor 5 Jahren oder sowas. Chillt, es ist nicht immer alles so deep. Er denkt gerade drüber nach. Nein! Man muss nicht immer alles nur auf steuerlichen Vorteil hinaus machen. Man kann einiges machen, aber man muss nicht immer alles machen.
But not in this game, no. And Taeyun and Kellen had some moments. There was the cool bailout play there at the end.
Selber schuld, ja, okay.
They would have never even opted to do a silly fight like that if they were not 12,000 gold in the advantage. The gold graph tells the story of a one-sided game that really ended at about that 10-minute marker that you see in the gold difference. They were way too big to fail, and fail they did not.
Well, we'll just have to see what happens now.
Sicher, dass du schade bist. Ruhe, schreib du das erstmal mit 2S.
We are guaranteed at least 2 more games, but I think we know that we're guaranteed 3.
Warum habe ich wohl 3 Kinder? Na, ich hoffe mal entweder aus Versehen und dann hast du richtig reingeschissen, wenn es Drillinge waren. Naja, oder du bist halt glücklich mit denen, was ich mir nicht vorstellen kann. Reminder, bitte verhütet. Ungewollte Kinder braucht keiner. Du weißt schon, wie viel Kindergeld es gibt? Na, offensichtlich nicht. Wahrscheinlich aber nicht mehr, als kein Kind wäre. Viel zu wenig. Na, geil. Wozu verhüten, wenn meine Kinder 50 € an deiner Haustür farmen können? Das ist so krank. Einfach 50 € farmen. Ist das krank? Das ist so krank.
네, 지금 것 같아.
동이랑 텔 봐줘.
아, 봐줄게.
이거 억제기 다 까자 이거. 그것만 하고 이제 용 걸자.
야, 얘 탑 봐줘.
Oh mein Gott.
다 빠져.
가. 앞에.
나필 끊었어. 나필 붕 끊었어.
아, 칼리.
칼리 높을. 칼리 잡아.
잡았어, 끝내자.
아, 확실히 잡아. 특패 맞아.
탑 봐줄게.
나벽 7초.
Ist krank.
잡았어. 와봐.
나벽 2초.
스프린 것 같아.
아.
나이스. 끝내자. 나이스.
이거 탑. 아까 미드 조졌어. 이거 라인 선패다. 미드.
Der Song ist ein Banger, by the way. Listening, Fresse halten, zuhören. Ist ein Brett, der Song. Aber wenn wir schon von Geld reden, ihr bekommt September-Badges bei mir. Ab 19 Uhr. Ab 19 Uhr 5 Naschis abgeben und ihr bekommt die hier für den Channel. Und jetzt Fresse halten, zuhören. Neue Words und ein LCK-Song.
cross realigned when the shadows fall. Cold hands on the stake. 겁나지 않아 우리 보면 all black when we come around. 상처 안고 let the cold sink in. 어둠 속에서 where we begin. 판을 뒤집어 turn it upside down. X marks don't move. There is no way out. 어둠 속으로 we rise right now. 기도했지 no answer came. 어둠 속에 we held the pain. 아무도 없어 we rose again. 어둠을 걷어 back in the game. Who killed justice? We did. Who killed the light? We did. Who raised the crown? King Knights. Who burst the dark? King Knights.
Visuals sind so krass.
Cross our back, still we walk upright. 날카로운 night, cutting through the dark. Scars on my skin, 숨기지 않아. 실패 한 번은 fall, we rise again. 나의 구원자, no one came. We found salvation in ourselves. 포기는 없어, we do not run. 널 마주할 땐 game is done. 기도했지, no answer came. 어둠 속에 we held the pain. 아무도 없어, we rose again. 어둠을 걷어 back in the game. Who killed justice? We did. Who killed the light? We did. Who beat them all? We did. Who crushed them down? We did. Who raised the crown? King and Knight. Who owns the dark? King and Knight. Like witches, upside down. We kill the night. We own the light.
Ja, Liga-Phasen-Show war gestern. Bei welchem Management bist du eigentlich bei PB&J?
I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. I make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this. Every sky's a line I'm drawn.
Das Kiki, ja, das sind zwei von Kiki. Ja, ich bin bei J, ja. Heißen sie. Yes, sir. Ja, jetzt hat schon wieder angefangen, aufgehört zu regnen. Und es ist jetzt auf einmal wieder schwül draußen. Na toll.
Hello and welcome back to the space. Much like yesterday, we did have one team taking a very good start, a very dominant game into absolutely getting run over.
Weißt du, gerade schon am Dortmund Cell geknallt wurde? Nein. Apache und... also die BVB-Fans hier im Chat waren waren zufrieden. Nicht sehr zufrieden, aber waren zufrieden mit dem Draw. Ich glaube, kein deutsches Team wurde geknallt, oder nicht? Hat Bayern nicht auch einen sehr, sehr stabilen Draw? Stuttgart sowieso und bei Leipzig weiß ich nicht. Ich glaube, Leipzig war auch fein.
Yeah, let's just think about that's a best of 3 right now, and then 20 champions are locked. Yeah, we can think about that way.
Yeah, I think especially in this game, it was like, it happened so quickly. We were sitting there, it was like 8 minutes in, and we were like, the game is just over. How does this happen so quickly? Like, this is play-ins, it's for a lot, so maybe the pressure is on, and BNK FairX were trying
IG hat außerdem Game 1 komplett geknallt.
But maybe we could take a look at highlight number 1 and talk about exactly how this game got started so quickly in favor of Bro.
So, one thing happened is Raptor already tried.
Leipzig schon hat mit Menu, Man City und Real.
Nocturne just saw it, easily could predict that they started Raptor 2 at the level 1 Vision 2. So now, Aura just come back with TP and try to fight at the Raptor, and then I guess Raptor didn't know about, no idea about it.
such a good read to expect to find Raptor at the Raptors. But it's very rare that you see a Nocturne so early being able to have pressure in the matchup.
Letzter Tag auf Arbeit, sehr gut.
He's in a comfortable position. He calls on the TF, but immediately we see the follow-up from the Aurora as well. We see Raptor getting pressured away.
Absolut keine Ahnung, wer das Ding hier holt. Ja, also wie gesagt, ich glaube, Game 2 war im Early Game einfach entschieden. Super gutes Early Game von Bros. Wie steht's gerade? 1-1.
And this was a really devastating start, especially with the composition where...
Wer in Leipzig Top 3? Es gibt keine Gruppen. Es gibt keine Gruppen, aber das bitte, wir fangen jetzt nicht schon wieder an. Es gibt keine Gruppen, es ist eine große Ligaphase.
So the game was quite like
Mit 36 Teams.
because mid jungle should
Eine große Tabelle.
get the level 6 easily and could like influence other lanes
Aber auch zu sagen vom neuen Job Glückwunsch. Ab sofort
for the BNK.
Geld abdrücken.
Yeah, it was a really big deal, and that was about
Bis die Engelmann-Tags.
minutes into the game. So again, we saw that and we're like, oof, that's rough. Surely it can't get much worse than that. Well, let's take a look at highlight number 2, which it does get worse than that straight in highlight number 2. Let's take a look.
Okay, warte, wie viel Kindergeld bekommt man jetzt für drei Blagen?
5 in OT, so Nocturne and Aura
Dies wurde ja noch nicht aufgelöst.
like dribbled, but at the draft, Kalista and Renata was against the Caitlyn Nico, so not
777 für drei Kinder.
now their
Boah.
MVP is like
Nee, das hört sich legit nicht worth it an.
Yeah, this is so aggressive to go for when you just don't have the backup from the TF. And you see them going aggressively for the Gromp here. You realize they're kind of get corralled in here. And we even see the triple trap line cutting off this exit.
Hast du 3 Kinder? Gott sei Dank nicht, ne.
Good moves there from Ted.
Nicht qualifiziert ist halt auch wieder crazy. Aber real.
You know,
Absolut real, ja.
there we see Taeyun getting exploded. And now the TF's here, but the play's already over. And I'm just like, you know, your TF survived a gank attempt, you burned the Nocturnal, that should be...
Ist es aber. Gut, du bist der dreifache Vater. Ich.
You can't just act now, because obviously you'll get punished.
Mach.
yeah, I think BNK
Also, mach nicht noch mehr, bitte.
so they
3 reicht, vollkommen.
Aura no
Aber ja.
more than a 1 number, but it actually didn't. I think, and then Teddy's triple trap, and then the dribble was quite crazy too.
Yeah, it's a good shout. I mean, BNK FairX do this all the time. If they're ahead, they're going to try to push their lead. If they're behind, they're going to try to force their way back in the game. They're not that old Jin style where you just kind of sit back and do nothing and hope that eventually the enemy makes a mistake.
Wait, I did something at Jinner. What do you mean?
Well, that was the style. Same thing with first pick and blue side. This is kind of just the way it goes. And as you said, Ox, it's going now to a best of 3.
Yeah, I think
So, ich habe 3 Kinder. Ich habe 3 Kinder, aber das sind Katzen.
they have these really strong
Und die fucken mich schon ab.
engaged compositions. You know, we've seen things.
Weil Lilly ist gerade in einer rebellischen Phase.
Obviously, Rumble's been taken away already.
Miaut die ganze Zeit, die dumme Nuss.
Well,
Und hat keinen Grund dazu.
go for something like
Die will einfach nur abfucken.
Well, anyway, I do believe that BNK FairX was very like confident at the playing the Kalista, Renata, and Taeyun is gonna popping off, but I do think giving Caitlyn Nico and playing it is really hard, and then my top side was getting countered too. So I think it was a hard draft and a good early plan from Hunter.
Da ist die Kleine angefangen rumzuschreien, ja.
Was the game one plan more better than the game one?
Und wenn es anfängt zu regnen in den Strömen, auch mal ganz kurz nochmal rausrennt, auch,
Going into game 3 and
statt drin zu sein, damit ich das Fenster zumachen kann.
we don't really know what to expect.
Oh, shit. Speaking of, ich muss kurz das Fenster zumachen. Weil man meine, sonst kriege ich auf die Fresse.
They
Moment.
did do pretty well. You know, they checked the boxes that was talking about. But at the same time, BNK kind of dropped the ball. So do you guys have any specific expectations for game 3?
I do believe that BNK FairX have to think about the laning matchup a bit, because last time they win against the Nongxin because they only thought about the skirmish, don't think about value anything, like fight is better, but this time Hanjibrion is a lot stronger about the laning, so have to think about it.
Yeah, there's a lot to think about going into game number 3. I'm sure the coaches spent a lot of time trying to break this one down and pull apart exactly what has been going wrong when it has gone wrong. So very curious to see what's going to happen in game 3 as we throw it back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Valdez and co, for that breakdown of game number 2. I know what went wrong. Their Nexus exploded, Wolf. And they should have not let that happen.
That was a bit of a problem. I think that the proactivity was better for the Bros in the early game, and that fight...
The what, I'm sorry?
Sorry, the proactivity.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Mispronunciation there. The fight that happened on the bottom side that was broken down by the space, I mean, those are the 2 big moments, right? The Raptor situation where Gideon is able to get first move there. They have the faster collapse of the Aurora, and then the near kill onto Vikla, where he's fist bumping, or fist pumping, I should say.
Yeah.
And then they lose everything on the bottom side play they go for, or were the two defining moments. The rest of the game was just a freebie. And I think if you are a B&K player or a coach or fan, I think you could take solace in the fact that that game was a wash from the early parts of it, and it was a very painful game to watch, but it was decided in 2 failed plays. And so you could just reset. You should be able to, at this point, going into a best of 5 like this, have the mental fortitude to reset and go into the next game saying, we can still take this back. We can still pull into the lead. We just stomped in game 1. We could do it again.
Yeah, exactly right. I don't think anything is over at all, and it's a new draft and a fresh Summoner's Rift as we move into this 3rd game. No one with a match point just yet. We will claim one of those as this game concludes. But let's see exactly how this one's going to go. First pick, finally, over to B&K FearX here in this series.
Lulu banned again.
Yeah, this time B&K just taking that one out of the bro playbook.
Skarner banned early, despite the fact that Lee Sin is already gone. Just wanting to not deal with that annoying frontline. Olaf and Cassante are already gone, so I'm curious what that means. Could be potentially a Jhin on the cards. But when I see that Lulu ban, I'm thinking maybe aiming for a Lucian first pick that was banned.
Yeah.
Last time around, I decided to kind of put that out there as a potential Hanjin strategy. They'll ban the Cassiopeia and the Vi. Maybe looking for a trade for the Aurora. We'll see if that...
Okay, hallo.
B&K instead, because if they
So.
do, then Teddy gets on the Lucian.
Yeah, will
So,
be
Abfahrt.
the final ban here? That is kind of the question. The Pantheon was banned away in game number 2, and the Orianna is actually going to be banned on B&K's side. An interesting maneuver.
I think you probably just ban Lucian here as Hanjin Brion.
Wollte gerade sagen, Lucian Milio, ja.
A more unusual first pick.
I would expect that. I think it's probably a...
Aber machen wir mal alles zu, ey. Ich sag mal so, die Fensterbank wurde kurz abgetrocknet und das Fenster war schon vor einer Stunde zu, falls gefragt wird.
Have all been used. It's only Seraphine that is left.
Nicht zu Schulden kommen lassen, tatsächlich.
Damn, looks like he moved his headset cord. He's ready to slam the Lucian.
Ja, Lucian Milio, wa?
I think that's probably what we're going to see here.
That's what
Unless there's a Namgung
Lügen also.
draft that is...
Ash Milio? No, that'd be bad. Let's not do that.
So it's probably the Ash Seraphine, right? That's the only lane that's left into this.
Or Corky Seraphine or something like that if they wanted a little bit more fighting power, but they don't have a massive amount of range there.
If the Nico was still up...
Wie ist die Gamescom bisher? Müffelt.
Different angles you could go for there in the draft. I think it is not likely to be this, however...
I don't really like Milio just picked by itself, but they are going to lock it away.
Okay, aber mit was? Spielen wir Hypercarry Jinx-ish? Oder was machen wir?
It's a tough champion to play with.
Was sagen wir zu GTA? Sieht sehr nice aus. Es wird die PlayStation 5. Wahrscheinlich. Und dann spielen wir es.
Milio Draven?
We have seen that in the past.
Milio Trundle bottom lane? No problem.
Aphelios. Trundle blind? Raptor, du musst? Ja, ich bin noch nicht. Haben bestimmt absetzen? Nein, haben wir herausgefunden, kann man nicht absetzen. Oder ist sehr schwer abzusetzen.
So easy to play that in the mid lane right now.
Ooh, the Lucian Yuumi.
Yeah, the bullet hell lane.
Olaf schon raus.
It's not really the same type of lane it used to be, but
I mean, it used to be pretty scary. It's kind of a cute maneuver.
Ellen does enjoy his Yuumi, and they will go for it here.
Und spielt nicht on-stream. Ich fürchte, dass es zu gut ist, nicht on-stream zu spielen.
Some pretty niche drafts, but has been working really well. Usually with more scaling options.
Hätte auch an der SK-Buff zocken können, ja, oder?
Can definitely
Richtig
get
nice, Mann.
forward in the early levels and then have a strong mid game with it. Wukong gonna go over here. And now, I think the Annie stocks are really high.
Ja, die Sache ist, ich frage mich, ob Rakan hier nicht eventuell besser gewesen wäre, wenn du sowieso für den Wukong opten willst, als eine Yuumi. Oh, shit.
Oh, yes!
Honestly, with the...
Oh, shit!
I feel like this got stronger, right? Because you're not dealing with any type of engaged support, and Yumi's just going to be able to offer a little bit of extra shielding and healing, but you're just going to keep hitting that Lucian over and over and over again, and you're going to win.
Lane Face, also Lane, super.
No other real setup in this draft, but
Teamfights gegen Wukong, nicht so super.
I trust him on this pick.
Really long-range axes are going to be really fun alongside this Milio as well. So,
Aber Lane ist sehr super.
I don't know whether it's a good idea, but it's
Ari weg.
idea. And we are going to see it put into practice here by the bros.
Victor, Annie. Oh, die werden Annie bannen, oder?
Ari, Annie are probably the best.
Oder sie picken Annie auf 4.
Maybe gets a shout in this set of drafts we have here, but
Annie bannen, okay.
100 Brion get to pick first, so Annie has to be banned by BNK. They took away the Vikla Ari. He looked very unhappy on cam when that lock came through. So what other setup mids are you worried about here? I mean, something like an Azir could be considered, I suppose, in this draft. Take away the Akali, which is a lot of burst damage, fall for the Wukong pretty good.
Yeah, I also feel like the Akali does kind of draw your attention.
Oder Akali bannen.
Cropping up over and over again.
Funktioniert es mit Draven jetzt zu canceln? Es funktioniert, aber natürlich ein Wukong mit Flash ist immer nicht so, also Reaktionszeit ist nicht so leicht.
Has always been pretty good, but he wasn't able to perform in game 2, so see what the answer is now going to be towards Roamer.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward. Still looking for top lane and
Ja, ist die Frage, willst du hier sowas wie Victor spielen? Wäre natürlich der stärkste Laner, der ab ist.
already banned and the 4 fearlessly banned. That's
Oder für was schauen wir hier?
Set a pick for this Draven is what you are afraid of. So the Annie and the Talia make a lot of sense.
All right, what is Teddy going to be locking away and for who? It will be
the Jace.
Jace. Okay, so Yorick for
Yorick ist offen, ja genau.
the answer I expect.
And it's a pretty good angle for Yorick. I actually like Yorick in this draft because he can side lane really well, but also be a threat that you have to deal with before the Lucian comes through. Vikla, Azir, a consideration.
Yes.
Malzahar actually pretty good with both comps, unironically, but
I mean, Malzahar into Emilio just sounds like.
Ist in der LPL auch so an, ist in der LPL auch Marlon. Und ich bin's einfach gewohnt.
Unless, wait, hang on, it's a cleanse.
Yeah.
So it doesn't.
Ist irgendwie proven, dass es besser für Viewer ist.
That is not. I don't want the Vayne.
Guter Shen-Engel für wen? Shen Toplane für Clear?
Work in this comp very well because they only
Weiß
have a
nicht.
Wukong for frontline. Galio helps a little bit.
All right, Galio gives some
it's
frontline.
kind of coming together a little bit here.
Okay.
But this Vayne top lane pick into the Trundle is pretty scary. And that, I mean, it's a little...
Okay.
It's a little...
Oh, this is so sick.
Mitte Jace.
Wondering whether this was gonna
Oh wow.
happen. So,
Wenn die den einlocken, es ist Giga-Jover.
Go for a Malphite counter pick.
Es ist Giga-Over.
He's probably clapping so hard his hands.
Oh yeah, his hands are hurting. They are definitely hurting. Chrony,
Kenny.
make yourself known in chat as.
Es ist trotzdem Jace mit der trotzdem Giga-Draft von Bros.
Thinking about which answer to the Vayne did they want to do? And I thought the Vayne was like not great anyway, and then they made it even worse, Wolf.
This is a great draft here.
Sehr guter Draft von den Brodies.
All the setup to get a Draven.
Ich finde mich im LEC besser direkt meist kann, aber es kann ja sein. Also, das ist irgendwie, es gibt auf jeden Fall einen Grund dafür und ich glaube, das ist proven, dass es für den Average Viewer besser ist, wenn alles Richtung Center vom Screen geht.
Any scrap. It doesn't even matter if, for example, BNK get a kill first, but then on the retreat, somebody gets caught, somebody gets picked off. It is just disastrous, and Teddy will be able to become online. I think this lane is going to be really hard for Taeyun. The Yuumi will help a lot, but it's about when you decide to go and you have to judge those situations so incredibly well. You have to walk such a tightrope in terms of looking for those aggressive trades, trying to get the barrier down for the Draven, because if the Draven has barrier advantage for any reason and he gets to keep hitting you, he will just hit you until you either die or leave the lane.
Yeah.
Or your jungler comes down, which can affect the rest of the map. And Wukong, we know what he does in the early game, which is not a whole lot.
This is going to be a very interesting game, and it is very volatile towards that bottom side.
Der Draft Malphite war Free Win, ja, aber mit Ken ist auch gut, richtig?
Right? But like you were saying, if the Draven gets online, I don't think there will be very much stopping him. And we've seen, like, we've got Umpty on the desk. I love this, right? Because back in the Jin Air days,
Let's go.
This guy's Draven was exceptional. Let's get onto the rift for game 3.
Anjem Breon fighting. Bro ist sehr winning, ja.
Alright, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the rift.
3 Winning Lanes, ist korrekt. Also Toplane weiß ich nicht. Ich vermute einfach mal durch den... Hallo? Dadurch, dass er Ken reingepickt hat, sollte es ja... Also vermute ich einfach mal, dass Winning ist.
Both teams have kind of dominated one another here, and we'll see whether this is going to be a closer one.
Middle Matchup ist Winning für Jace.
It's going to be. I feel like it's going to be one team or the other from pretty early on.
Yeah. I think game 1 was a little bit closer than game 2. Teddy made it interesting.
Tipp für Bundesliga heute Abend. Ich habe 3-1 für Bayern getippt.
Incredibly one-sided, but in this one...
Reminder, wenn ihr CL tippen wollt, die Bundesliga-Gruppe ist voll, aber CL-Gruppe ist frisch auf.
play very respectfully.
Join gerne rein bei Kicktip.
As level 3 can look for stuns and
Ist umsonst.
able to actually play a lot.
Und es gibt Preise für Platz 1 bis 5.
Yeah, I
Go
think
for the electrocute and the ignite.
yeah, having to hit shurikens. Like that is basically
Ist sehr interessant, auch Fleet bei Clear. Ist das
For being
besser?
between Kellen, which obviously makes a lot of sense in the bottom lane, but
50 €, da klingel ich lieber bei dir.
just trying to shut down casting in team fights.
look at Roma. So we've had some pretty great Jace mid players.
Good one.
Showmaker probably comes to mind as the forefront of Jace play in mid.
Yeah, Chovy, Faker, BDD. I mean, basically all of our Legend group fits.
Du hast in der wärmsten Region in Deutschland wohnst.
Sort of had a bit of a.
Aber ich wohne dafür auch in der geilsten Region in Deutschland.
As Raptor is making a bit of
Level 3 Gang Botline ist gut.
As Vikler is basically just dead here in this mid lane. Roma looking for the angle here is now Tayin taking
Oh
all the damage,
shit.
but Raptor makes his way in.
Mein Draven ist tot.
Teddy is dead already. Not enough.
Guter Level 3 Gang.
Many adoration stacks
Guter Punish von Gideon.
before he goes down.
The thing about getting picked when you die this early is at least you didn't lose that many. So
Yeah, there you go.
But definitely not ideal. The kill does go over to Raptor, and Vikla survives in the mid lane. Didn't have to flash there. We jumped into it a little bit late. I thought for a moment he was about to get hammer booped.
In Baden bitte, Freunde.
Just going to straight up die.
Bitte.
Also nearby.
Seid nicht so unglaublich peinlich.
This steal here on this red buff.
Yeah, also took the Raptors as well from Raptor.
Seid nicht so Endlevel peinlich, bitte.
Without a consequence. However, they still retain about a 400 gold lead. And the fact that that has spilled over to this bottom lane is the main thing, right? As Raptor does get a good trade on Gideon, but he will move down towards his bottom side. And that gold lead will be mitigated as Gideon's got camps to take.
Sehr gut von Gideon. Gepunished.
For Raptor to do the same.
We haven't seen that much flexing into the mid lane in our region. We've seen it so much more in the LPL with like even Gnar mid coming through, but we saw it recently with the flex of the Olaf in the jungle, not really a mid flex, but that type of flex for the matchup topside, and we saw
So krank, wir waren Paddle spielen, ja, bei Spandau. Und dann war noch eine Oh, das ist horrible. Noch eine Mitarbeiterin von Spandau. Oder Instinct, Instinct, ich weiß nicht, eins von beiden. Oder Insight, was von beiden. Welche Agentur ist die von Spandau? Instinct, na, Instinct Free? Ja, genau, das ist die Spandau Agentur. Genau. Und da hat mich Adrian, der Wichser, hat mich als Badenser vorgestellt und sie als Schwäbin. Und es war einfach andersrum. Unfassbar.
This one's not looking great though for Namgung and Teddy. So it's definitely a winnable matchup, but they got jungle attention early. And we haven't even seen Taeyun buy yet.
Yeah, actually just continuing up the pressure here towards his bottom side. Still has a pretty chunky
Diese Botlane läuft überhaupt nicht so gut für die Brodies, ne? Oh mein Gott.
and Taeyun just kills him.
Ich habe das anders in Erinnerung.
Out of there, and Teddy, yes, he's got a wave to take, and at least he's going to be here for it, but the bros not getting much out of this bottom lane like what they were expecting.
Yeah, it's, again, Taeyun driving the bus. He is the driver. He says, I'm playing Lucian Yumi, but we're
Schau
going
in Münster, nein.
Kellen hits the Q there, and that's enough damage on the Namgung for the
Da hab ich ja wieder gesehen, ne.
So,
Ja, das Bottom-Match habe ich mir irgendwie anders in Erinnerung.
damage comes through, he's got the flash on the follow.
Ich meine, gut von Taeyun gemacht.
Done from Taeyun. No response there as well, like a killing machine in that bottom lane. All right. It's not all sunshine and roses here
Yeah,
for being
I think that's
but they still
partially-
do have about an 800 gold lead. It's looking good in this early game so far.
I think that's partially why the kind of silence there is. There are still some other issues that need to be solved around the map before we get excited about Illusion mid-game.
Wird aus dem Rocket Bait natürlich bei Galio. Ergibt Sinn.
Essence Reaver here.
Bisschen Mask oder Kenny Grookon oder Hollow Reigns ergeben hier keinen Sinn gegen den Jace.
Beside him, Bloodthirster, most likely for the Draven.
Ooh, Cannon Denial. He's got Slicing Maelstrom. Clear does not have exhaust.
Yeah, Casting has this lane exactly where he wants
Yeah,
it
he's
right now.
got this brush control. He knows there's no ward. He's like, Clear, I'm sorry, you're playing top lane and you're behind. So this
And
is just how it's
Gunblade
gonna be.
Cannon is so annoying as well, with the fact that you can build a Vamp Scepter early. And he's also gone for the Doran's Ring, which is crazy. We see so many just go for a Doran's Blade. Going for a Doran's Ring in this matchup.
Regank ist gut.
Exhaust onto Teddy. He may need to be flashed.
Holy fuck.
As the barrier is going to be available first, but Raptor just comes and kills him.
Jesus. Er hat ja gar kein Business in der Lane.
Gideon was coming over here, but a little bit too late.
Also mal so gar kein Business.
Second death on this Draven here for Teddy is once again.
Da kam er nicht mal durch das Yumi-Schild durch.
Play gets the punish. A second kill onto this Draven is picked up by him.
Das ist einfach GG, also. Ich meine, du hast weiterhin Winning Mid und Winning Top Lane. Und zwar hart Winning Top Lane, in fact, aber. Mal sehen. Kein Cleanse am Ende des Tages noch. Also, so eine Cannon. Okay, ich sage erst, das Cannon TP auf Botlane kann sehr viel Impact haben noch. Botlane Gank hier auch. Botlane Gank ist super big. Wenn die beide sterben, dann sind wir back. Und die sind beide tot. Ja, sind beide tot. Und Taeyeon läuft noch rein und will für... Guck mal, da stirbst du doch, aber... Okay, wir sind back. Ich wollte gerade sagen, da stirbst du doch... Hey! Warum stirbt er nicht am Tunnel?
Yeah, Teddy's going to pick up a lot of money. That gold lead has shrunk massively, knowing he had barrier advantage this time here, or barrier parity, I should say, flash advantage, and Gideon just stuck around to go for the repeat there on the bottom side. Last time he was there, didn't get to impact the play. This time, able to set up, even gets that second kill onto Kellen, which...
Und auf einmal sind es nur noch 70 Gold Lead.
Over to Teddy, but ultimately just want to make sure they
I think it's fine. As long as he cashes in once, that's all you really need to worry about. And I think Gideon being strong is going to be a great thing.
Absolutely. Casting here, just trying to poke and be aggressive. Going back to the initial play with Raptor here, look at where Gideon is right now. He's like, okay, just keep pushing. I'm nearby, and then Raptor is just faster, and he just says, sorry, Teddy. Just goes straight to the scuttle. All on the top side.
Yeah, that is an ignite down.
Oh, war ja. Und Clear ist tot. Stark von Casting. Bockstark.
And he'll lock that one down. Now back to your regularly scheduled replay.
Yeah, so Gideon's here this time in the second version of the play. Perhaps on the third? No junglers this time around. Teddy doesn't have level 6 just yet.
Hasn't actually bought anything either, which is probably good news here for BNK. As I think he's probably
Ich spiele gerade Syndra Ranks Savannah, die keine Range, Auto-Attacks auf Minions.
still with a CS advantage, but let's
Bist du high?
like we're gonna live in these
Wie?
replays for
Syndra ist weiterhin ranged?
The replays go sometimes, but Clear here is just going to get ulted. He has the knockback here, but it doesn't matter because Casting...
Na, ein Glück hat das Fleet Football Killing ihn da gerettet, ne? Naja.
Able to escape. Casting flashes and hits the final shot there to take him out. So the Kennen, 1,000 gold ahead, the biggest lead right now on the Rift. 30.
Wenn ich auf Minion drücke, rennt die direkt rein.
On the top side where we've
Die ist ranged. Hä?
Wasn't blind at the start, but it ended up kind of being that way with the flex into the mid lane for the Jace.
Also versprochen, die ist ranged.
On the map here for the bros.
And I tell you what, the Grubs are going to do a lot of work here in this game. Gideon picks up all 3 of them. Gideon's Grubs.
Oh, hast du Target Champions Only an? True. Stimmt.
Like you can have a single Chemtech Dragon.
Vielleicht hast du auch Target Champions Only an. Das stimmt. Nein, das ist ein guter Call. Target Champions Only könnte wirklich sein.
So he's going to be feeling a lot better in this lane. Taeyeon at least does have a Caulfield and his Sheen, so that burst damage
Guter Call von euch.
is going to be there, but I think the Draven is eating pretty well right now.
The Merc Treads,
I don't know about that one from Clear.
Yeah, I guess maybe he thought he was going to get an angle on the casting into the wall there, but...
I feel like Casting was also a bit confused about what just
happened.
happened.
I think you could have actually had a maybe even stronger punish there, but his ultimate is up in 5 seconds, and Clear is just going to have to back. Still doesn't have his TP, doesn't have his role quest completed, and this lead is just going to...
Vielleicht trotzdem high. Kann sein.
Right now for the Cannon.
All right, Teddy going to be avoiding some of these piercing lights as Taeyeon still with a bit of a push advantage. He did get about 120 gold, but is not a...
Welches Item kennen da? Das müsste Gunblade sein, wenn ich richtig... Also, ich gehe aber stark davon aus. Red, ich habe einen Vamp-Scepter früher gesehen. Müsste ja, wird Gunblade, Hexe Gunblade.
When he stacks up a lot more of these, have a big mid-game kill pickup if he just doesn't die and just continues to farm safely.
Das Vayne-Item-Bild macht depressiv, ja.
Anything like that, we see sometimes when Draven falls behind, you buy that call and you're just kind of waiting. He's still very relevant in this game because the Kennen and the Jace are so far ahead right now.
Yeah.
And so, yes, there's a lead here for Taeyeon, but it's not necessarily game warping. Let's see if they can get a punish on the casting. The answer is no, because Gideon's up here.
Yeah, he just kind of walks in, almost steals away the Krug as well, but...
Double Spike bei der Bottom von BFX.
Didn't have his smite available.
Aha.
And so Clear is not going to have the defense from the Wukong because that is kind of counted out by the Trundle. And Romer is just flipping around here in this mid lane.
Yeah, Essence Reaver's picked up here for Taeyeon, but there isn't a fight to play around with it right now. I'm just going to return to this lane. And I think Teddy is looking for his first buy here as well pretty soon. Once he clears this wave, we'll see if he has enough money in order to get it. And he just kind of avoids this timing where Taeyeon is at his strongest right now. Looks like he does not quite have enough money just yet. Which makes
I think he only just came back to lane with some shoes. So still looking for a bit of that money as Taeyeon Oh my lord. Yeah, level
Trading Pattern ist nasty mit Medio W.
Only one
Ach
more
gut, Wave geklärt.
and he'll lock that one down as the Whirling Death is going to fly on through. Now Gideon looking for this dive.
Ah, auf Wiedersehen, Buddy.
This is
Bye bye, buddy.
a tough one to survive through, and they're just going to get through the
Oh.
first. And Slicing Maelstrom is going to come on through. They got a little bit impatient.
I mean, ist clean.
And they'll take the kill. They'll
Warten
take
schön den Vayne Stun ab.
the Bros.
Ist clean.
I guess the Draven was just a distraction.
Yeah, that's what it's feeling like right now. As Raptor's been winning bottom side, but I think there is a much larger problem for the second, not just the top lane, but the other 2 lanes on the top.
Well, if they're still there.
Yeah. Yeah, they're gonna keep pushing this. And
Sie haben 3 Grubbies, also gefällt mir der Move von Teddy und Namgo gegen Mitte auch, ne?
even in mid, as Romer could just leave.
Wenn ich darf, ja, Fini.
They're just trading up here on the map right
Wow.
now.
Yeah, and they're just gonna let
Wow, werden die geknallt.
There's no minions!
No, it's not even gonna go, because
Wow.
So they'll take mid, they'll take top inner. And
Beautiful sequence von den Bros.
their turret, they'll finally lose their turret now.
You know what the
Oh god.
You know what the word for this is? Bracro.
Bracro or Macbro.
Und sie bekommen nicht mal den Bot-Trade. Ach du Scheiße.
It's a little bit like an Apple product, and that can get a little confusing. So you're right, Bracro is definitely what it is, but
Da sind gerade 2000 Gold extra gespawnt bei den Bros. Die hatten 1,3 gerade, jetzt sind es 3,1. Das war eine richtig geile Sequence.
by BNK Fearex.
Raptor was on the bottom side of the map.
Und deswegen 3 Grubbies, Freunde.
Lacro, there doesn't need to be a bro in there.
Scaling-Frage, komplett fein für die Brodies, denke ich.
Trying to make a play, and it's sussed out by Bro early. They leave, and so Raptor just kind of looks silly trying to force something, but he's not able to defend topside, and Vikla can't do it either. Dan's just going to get kicked back, and now he's in a scary spot here.
Oh my god, that chomp from Gideon did so much damage.
Bonk.
Taeyeon does dash his way over the kennel.
That might just be the mid turret here. They have a huge.
Die warten auf Bounties.
Casting, he's got his gun as well. Taeyeon
So
might be able
smart.
to get rid of this wave, and he does, but backdoor bonus doesn't come in time, and that is going to be the outer turret.
So, die dürfen jetzt nicht overstayen, also nicht unnötige Platten jetzt droppen.
Care about Raptor at
Raptor, you ain't winning this, son.
And he does get
Hä?
twice with the Cyclone.
Oh, Tay.
The ult comes down from
GG.
Galio, but Taeyeon is just dead off to the side.
Da ist der Cannon Impact.
Any teammate to dive
Super.
through, and that is
Ist das Pre-Nerf Vayne? Das ist Pre-Nerf Vayne, ja.
Eddie.
I think Hanjin Brion have been able to.
Die Bros spielen verdammt geile letzten 4 Minuten, würde ich behaupten.
Bro, they just turned into topside pressure. Now they're starting to push that advantage to the rest of the map. And B&K, their problem in this series, it worked in game 1, but in games 2 and 3 is they just keep opting in when it looks like the fight is a disaster. Like, look at the lack of priority for Kellen and Tatum trying to come in. They're like, all right, surely we can impact this one. You cannot. There's a cannon there. You don't have vision. You have no information. Look at the vision that B&K do not
Beat die
have.
First of Draven im Game, keine Meinung. Weiß nicht, was am besten ist.
Map, and they still opt into the play, and it's like the Bro playbook so far when they get ahead is, oh, B&K will opt in. Let's just have more people there, and we'll just win every time. And they just keep opting in and keep falling further and further behind.
Yeah, and it's almost as if they've seen BNK Fearex play League of Legends before, because that's what they do every time. And the fact that the Bros are punishing it so expertly here in this game number 3 is fantastic. They did it in game number 2 as well.
Wir liefen die ersten beiden Games. Also, das erste Game war ein ziemlicher Fist von den von Fearex.
This is going to be a very difficult game.
Rome hatte nicht das geilste Game und dann Game 2 war eine Bro-Show.
Bros are going to take their first dragon now, but it's a
Perfekt, also basically die perfekte ersten 10 Minuten gespielt von den Brodies in Game 2.
like this is a massive advantage.
It certainly is.
And like oftentimes
Und fettes Nico-Game von Namgung.
it's like this, Wolf, where we get to say no, but if BNK Fearex hold on to this gold deficit and get to the late game, there's hope. There isn't hope, Wolf. I don't think there's hope.
There's no hope. Except in the LPL. Oh, my
All right, yeah, sorry.
But
no, he's
yeah,
right.
not in this series.
Did you get his card?
I've been holding on to the packs. I haven't opened it yet.
Oh.
Hoping to. Pun intended.
Stimmt, ja, JP hat neues Video hochgeladen.
I really have high hopes to get him.
All right. Well, I'll be praying for it, hoping for you. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
I really didn't get on the pun line there. As there's a good Justice Punch.
Maybe a punish, a hopeful play potentially down here on the bottom.
Ghostblade. At least it's
He
a
had
very
flash too.
It's a very cool back animation.
They're gonna get the Herald on the other side. Yeah, this game feels like we're at a 25-minute, 28-minute game state where Bro finally broke the back, but it's Herald spawning. That's how far ahead they are right now. And yes, in game 2, they got massively ahead as well. This game, BNK had a win con in the Lucian. They played through it well. The Wukong got ahead as well, and then they just didn't patch the hole on the top side. And now, you know, the league is going to grow. Yeah, it's problematic, let's just say.
At least Clear did manage to get some bounty gold, so there is that. They took down the turret, as there's something there. He is still 2.3k behind. It's a killing spree for the cannon. And he's got his Gunblade done. He's going to build a dash cannon next. Like, the utility available for this cannon is out of control.
And because the Vayne is so far behind, she can't offer any secondary damage here, and the Galio is a Galio. So, not really a whole lot of threats. At this point, Teddy can kind of do whatever he wants. He can step forward and look for aggressive trades because there's so much peel for him, plus so much damage lack on the other side to take him out. Like
he gets to run up to the Raptor camp on the enemy side of the map to stop a recall.
Yeah, if Raptor gets on top of Teddy and there's no follow-up, Teddy just kills Raptor.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the story. And so, when you don't have map control, it's hard to play the game.
Ja, die werden halt mit diesen 3 Grobbies komplett umgerannt. Das Problem ist, ich meine mich an ein Game zu erinnern, in denen es auch schon mal 3 Grobbies gab und in denen das genauso lief. Ich weiß gar nicht, ob es auch ein Bro-Game war. Und dann haben die auf einmal komplett geintet im Mid-Game.
And BNK is kind of falling apart after game 1. The opposite of what we saw from them yesterday, where they lost game 1 and won the rest.
Yeah, maybe this is what the bros took into mind. They were like, well, Nongshim didn't manage to win after winning game 1, so let's just not win game 1. And it's looking like it's working so far.
Du meinst letzte Game? Nee.
Strategy has worked 100% of the time so far throughout this play-ins.
I set the tone for how I was feeling going into today, right? We got that final match today. One best of 5 decide who's going to playoffs. And I feel like I haven't gotten to really commentate League of Legends that much today. Game 1 was the most interesting. We had some cool outplay attempts from Teddy that didn't ultimately really get them back across the line into an even game state. Romer made some mistakes. That was a one-sided game. Game 2, most one-sided in Game 3. Almost as one-sided.
Weiß ich mal, das Lied auf dem Locker Trail heißt Pain in the Dark, aber das ist bisher nur auf YouTube.
Elder Flip Decider situation.
Ist noch nicht auf anderen Streaming-Services.
You know, we're in Stomp City for now. However, we are making our way through.
But it's fearless.
The driver's stuck in traffic, Wolf. It's okay.
The drafts get weird when we get later in the
We'll be out of Stomp City. We'll be out of Stomp City. It's okay.
Okay, all right.
And at least we got a Teddy Draven game. And I actually love the fact that we get a Teddy Draven game while we have Umpty on the space, because we get to ask him about, you know, playing with Teddy's Draven when he was on Jin Air and things like that. Like, remember, Teddy was the guy that forced Papa Smithy to coin the Blue Blades.
Yep. No, I wasn't going to say it, but I think we all remember it.
Yeah, it's okay. Like, Teddy, no Blue Blades today. He's been cashing in.
We were worried a little bit.
Ist das Game wieder drafted? Also ist auf jeden Fall ein sehr nicer Draft vom Bros, den Jace Mitte zu packen und dann Toplane zu last picken und dann zu countern. Definitiv. Plus dann auf Botlane eine geile Antwort. Also Lucian First Pick komplett gepunished, auch in der Theorie. Denke schon.
You know, if he was on Zaya this game, it would feel unplayable as well.
Draven skaliert super mit Raw AD, I guess. Und langen Trades.
There's not a lot of good news. There's actually, in fact, like zero good news. It's like
I also
negative
think it's
good
like it's a really cool thing though that we've seen the first pick Lucian punish, because we haven't seen the Melio pick away be all that good, to be perfectly honest. It just hasn't worked with other things. And if this, and I guess it didn't even really work in lane, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I think it kind of needs a Kennen and Jace swap to work, but it's working.
Yeah.
They found the way, right? Like, I'm not trying to say that
the lane hasn't necessarily worked.
The Melio pick away wasn't necessarily the reason why this was a cool draft. It was the other parts they put together here to crush what BNK had elsewhere. And yes, like, the lane could have gone better. I think we can all agree with that. But it was Raptor who was able to get the advantage there for Taeyun and Kellen. But because Gideon found value elsewhere, it just didn't matter. And we are seeing some really cool drafts in this play-ins that have warped the way we think about League of Legends, the way we think about these early first picks. And it got punished, maybe a little bit more roundabout than just that Melio pick away. But now, Bro just running away with this lead, taking the Dragon with a mid-Jace as they push into this inner with
Wieder, ne? Power of Grubbies.
Oh man, Shelly is going to eat the entire inner turret. So there is 5 turrets taken, and Casting tried to drive.
Ja, ein Cash-Out wäre nochmal huge, 200 Stacks.
Gonna quite get there. So that is at least some pseudo good news here for BNK.
Dann werden aus dem 700 Gold mal ganz kurz 2K.
Means we're clutching at straws, and there is just not very much of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go. We have a drawer here in our cafeteria at Lol Park that has a bunch of plastic spoons and knives and forks and straws from delivery orders. From when they don't use them, they put them in there so people can use them if they need them. I'm gonna have to go grab like 8 straws out of there and bring it up to our desk for the rest of the series. Because I feel like we really.
Wir bekommen Draven Stacks. Er fängt seine Äxte auf und dann für jeden Axtauffanger gibt es 1 Stack. Und dann für jeden 6. Minion, 7. Minion gibt es noch einen extra Stack. 6. Minion, glaube ich. Also einmal pro Wave quasi.
In order to come up with a way back into this game, I mean, look,
my son has one, like a really bendy straw.
That's good.
It's fantastic.
It's good for young kids to have that.
Yeah.
Verliert Draven Stacks, wenn er die Axt nicht fängt? Nein, verliert keine Stacks. Verliert Stacks nur beim Tod.
Daughter's got quite a few of them as well.
All right.
They have a flash Wukong with Cyclone. Maybe he could do something. Maybe he could find an angle. Maybe.
Gideon is not too afraid of that, by the looks of things.
Dead man's plate at the ready.
He's running pretty quick. Putting down kennels. And that's a cat, by the way. That's kennels, not for cats.
Yeah.
They just sleep on beds.
Yeah, or on just any other
or
object.
anywhere, on fridges sometimes.
On top of my PS5 sometimes. You know, whatever they want.
My computer was a favorite. Just gets warm. It's all right. There is a kickback with the fire kick there onto Vikla. He's taking a lot of damage. The final chapter may not be for the bros, as that's another cash in over to Teddy. And now the gold lead for him alone is 2,000.
Yeah, and the other lead that was maybe going to be there for a little while for BNK was the Wukong, who isn't ahead anymore.
Ja, das ist fucking huge. Cashout bekommen. 1,8 jetzt. Also jetzt ist, na, wie gesagt, 2k Gold auf einmal.
I'll read the rest.
I mean, it's a 50
Problem. Wir haben kein Essence-Review auf Draven.
There you go.
Ich gehe mal davon aus, dass BT einfach besser ist für Trades. So, und das die Idee ist.
He's got a 170 on his Echoes of Helia.
There you go.
There's no other numbers that are good for him for me to read right now. So here, Vikla's just trying to taunt to buy space for what? We don't know. The Wukong is way too far away, and even if he was nearby by the Luz, like 4 wards in the brush.
Who wins this? Well, Casting says, trust me, I'm a doctor, and he's got Namgung to come on over as well. The exhaust.
Kein Damage auch, ne? Medium macht auch viel Arbeit.
Has to flash away, then he goes back in. Shock blast right to the face as Roma flashes in. No funny.
Für alle Ulti gecancelt auch, so huge.
Casting just kites
Ja, die werden überrannt.
Clear trying to get himself out of the way. Look at this AoE damage.
Oder? Ja, werden überrannt, okay.
The kill goes to Teddy as he's now flashing in on top of BNK. The Justice Punch is great though, and down goes the Draven. Still, Roma is there with the damage as Casting is somehow still alive, and it's another phenomenal shock blast as Roma locks down the double. There's the ace.
All right, one more piece of good news for B&K is the Dragon's not up yet.
Hey!
All right, so you got wiped, but they got to wait 90 more seconds before they can take that Infernal Soul point. So initially here,
Sag es auf keinen Fall.
is caught. They're going to commit the TP from the Galio, but Casting just basically doesn't care about this 1v2 he's playing into because he has 4 level advantage.
Hat er keinen Gunblade gerusht? Ja, hat er.
Romer flashes in, but it's actually Casting who gets the kill. Then Clear comes to the backline here, but he doesn't do damage. He's so far behind. And then Gideon runs through, and that's a great Cyclone from Raptor that almost maybe could have, if they were not 7,000, 8,000, I don't know how many thousand behind, have been a game-changing play. But they're just too far behind as Vikla tries to kite back here, and then Romer goes to the skies right on top of that cat. She doesn't like being up in the air. She likes being with her best friend. Who died long ago in the fight.
Oh no, it sounds so bleak when you say it like that. The other thing was, getting a ward in that brush would have been nice. BNK actually making a pretty decent counterplay to make sure that they could kill Teddy. But he still was the one to kill Clear. And so now he's 2.6k ahead and has an Infinity Edge. You know, it was already like catastrophically bad for BNK FearX, and now it is much worse.
It's if we want to read the number, I think maybe just look at that third item for Teddy, like you're saying, just say Infinity. It's Infinity bad for BNK.
That is a lot of bad.
That Infinity Edge will be done for Taeyeon soon, but that's not actually.
Beide sind beim Demacia Cup. Naja, es kommt drauf an, wenn die, also.
Yeah, he does.
Lass mich überlegen. Nein.
If they get this Baron, I think he's
Platz 5, 6, 7, obwohl, doch, könnte schon sein. Ja, doch, also BFX auf jeden Fall. Und dann die Bros, also, okay, Gewinner hiervon nicht zwingend, Verlierer ja. Weil der Gewinner kann ja theoretisch noch Top 4 machen, right? Und dementsprechend bei World sein. BFX hat Vayne auf 4-5 gepickt.
Teddy can solo Dragon because he's a Fed Draven with 3 items in BT, and he's just not even going to be afraid. He's just going to stack Adoration while he does it.
Yep, he's just going to smash this Dragon around, and that is going to be very comfy.
All the while, casting is getting towards that death cap from the top wave. Might even have it right now.
Taeyun has 3 items.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's more than 2, less than 4.
Uh-huh. Teddy's going to go back, and he will complete a rapid-fire cannon, I would expect, on the next return to the base.
I think we need to add more comeback mechanics to the Rise group.
No.
Not to League of Legends, just some
Oh,
of the Rise
just to
group.
the Rise group.
Yeah, Rise
How
group.
do we do that?
I don't. It's actually against the. I don't know. Right. Good luck. Make some. Coach
Wait,
Combs.
maybe-
Coach Combs, come back. Rise group. Coach Combs.
If you want to make it like a really weird thing for just the Rise group, maybe you can just in the very middle of the game you pause it.
Also ist sehr unrealistisch, aber ja. Also, wenn wir realistisch das Ganze betrachten, dann ja, sind diese Teams beide bei dem Demacia Cup dabei. Aber es ist natürlich noch nicht confirmed, weil sie ja höher kommen könnten. Potenziell.
Maybe it's like Obi-Wan talking to Luke.
There
in this
you
case, you know, maybe Edo would be like, "Run, Taeyun, run." When Taeyun's trying to make that play into the cannon on the bottom side, he's 4 levels down still. He needs to run. Run, Taeyun, run!
He almost made Lolpuck explode again. But instead, they're going to make the Baron explode. That's what they're going to look for. It's Terry, so not the scariest.
Der Ken hat einen Hut, ja. Es gibt gleich eine fette Explosion.
As it is taking a lot of damage, doing a fair bit, but
it's definitely a pretty awkward approach here for BNK. They have the teleport here for Vikla.
It's dead.
But
Raptor might get there, sort of. The
Stark von Casting, wow.
The Baron goes down, and BNK were there to watch.
Yeah, I thought they were actually going to commit with the flash.
Gut am Demacia Cup zu sein, und schlechter bei den Worlds, immer.
But can BNK get out after losing the Baron?
Yeah.
Wie fändest du es, wenn T1 nicht zu Worlds fährt?
Repeat of our previous game where from behind they continued to send it and then they lost.
Gib mir keine Ideen.
Lose everyone and the game just ends. But instead we're going to continue to play League of Legends.
Gib mir doch bitte keine Ideen, ja?
And Randuin's done for Teddy and Gideon respectively here. So just the numbers are turning into items and the items are very good.
Yeah, the cool hat came in. This is becoming less and less of a game as the game goes on.
As it turns out, the Hanjin delivery is pretty good.
Schlecht für Viewership, aber dann nein. Die Viewership.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to leave a positive review.
Wird trotzdem fein sein. Und nicht Waste-Turnier hatten sie nicht qualifiziert. MSI letztes Jahr. Das war fein.
Gideon can just kind of walk anywhere he wants. Now with the Randuin's completed, there is at least another tower that's going to fall down, but the Bros have been so good at staying mid and making sure that this lane keeps pushed. There are 5 plates still up in the mid lane.
They also just they know where people could be where they don't know, and they just move away from that. Like Vikla had a flank sub, he's like, aha, I have a pocket of vision. Like, ooh, there's a pocket of vision we don't have over there. Let's push bottom instead. And now they're gonna get this inhibitor turn.
T1 ist ja safe bei Worlds. Naja, nicht safe, aber es ist sehr unrealistisch, dass sie dich qualifizieren.
When there's a Jace and a Draven, the
Es ist sehr unrealistisch.
not exist for very long, do they?
Watch Teddy just.
Boah! Bombe.
That's not even a shock blast. That was an auto attack basically with Q press.
Oh.
That's a great interruption there onto Vikla. And the Whirling Death just going to soften up Taeyun.
Wave auf Mitte von Carson mit gebufft. Super. 1 Minute noch auf Nash.
War of attrition.
I think this is just the end of the game.
Oh my lord!
This is the end of the game. They're going to slowly push through. They've got to
Holy.
And I just think there's no way BNK could defend the siege. They don't have that bottom wave prep.
Oh, the way that he dashed and the axe was just definitely going to come down onto his head. Every one of these is so scary.
They're just trying to get to that wave.
Oh no, clear.
Oh.
And the stand aside is beautiful. Still not quite able to do it as the culling comes down. It is that bullet hell.
Fahrtengage muss reinkommen, ja.
Onto Roma, but he flashes out of the way. Heroic entrance comes.
Teddy is untouched.
The monkey, it doesn't quite work out though as Raptor getting taken down solo there.
Oh, Teddy.
They did get the Jace. That is something. The Raptor is going to die.
Ja, sie können ihn nicht töten. Stark. Aber das ist T1 nicht so geil. Ja, viele Fans sehr, sehr anstrengend.
But he did lose most of his BT shield.
So there's that. Seconds on these empowered super minions, and this is
Sehr, sehr viele Fans sind sehr anstrengend. GG. 2-1 für die Brodies. Mit einem wunderschönen Draft, honestly. Kannst du nichts sagen. Wirklich.
And the Bros make it to match point.
Hanjin Brion keeping it interesting
Super.
in game 1, but keeping it incredibly boring in games 2 and 3 as they stomp, crush BNK, making them look like they are not even on the same level, not even in the same league with the domination.
LPL, das Game da ist basically fast over, also IG stompt wieder. Wir sind 7k Gold ahead. 8k Gold ahead bei 22 Minuten.
You're just going to get clocked over and over again, and that has been what is happening. They had the small lead in the bottom lane, but this Vayne pick got completely shut down by a counter pick they didn't see coming.
And I have to say, Roma was kind of a genius on this Jace. Yeah, he died in that last team fight. It didn't matter at all. Did the most damage in the game. He was an absolute monster, and he was the one that allowed that pivot to happen to give Casting the good matchup with the cannon on the top side of the map.
Everyone, after watching that Rise game in game number 1, would have never imagined he might be a Palm candidate, but right now I think he's the leader.
And BNK need to stop taking the Sandstorm too literally because they are being ground into sand by the bros right now. We'll see whether they can answer back after the short break, the space breaking down at game number 3. And then we will have that game number 4 where BNK try to stay in the tournament.
Muss T1 nicht nur die erste Series gewinnen? Genau. Darf T1 in der ersten Playoff-Runde ihren Gegner wählen? Genau, die spielen auch morgen um 10 Uhr. Wie steht T1 momentan? Ist egal, die sind, also T1 sucht sich morgen ihren Gegner aus. Entweder KT oder den Gewinner hiervon. Wir gehen mal stark davon aus, dass sie sich den Gewinner hiervon aussuchen werden. Dementsprechend morgen um 10 Uhr. Ich zeig's euch. Morgen um 10 Uhr haben wir die erste Playoff-Series, nämlich T1 gegen, wen auch immer sie wählen. Es wird dieses Team hier sein. Und dann am Sonntag haben wir DK gegen KT, höchstwahrscheinlich. Ja. Und dann haben wir Dienstag, haben wir auch schon Genji. What the fuck? Wait, Dienstag fangen schon LCK-Playoffs an?
대시만 해줘 나한테.
Na, Jelly Fight, ne, habe ich gestern nicht mehr gemacht nach der Series. Interesting.
루시안 노플 루시안 노플. 용 같아 용 같아.
Wow, wir haben Dienstag, Mittwoch, Donnerstag, Freitag, Samstag und Sonntag LCK. Holy.
나는 오는 거 쳐내야 돼 할 거 없어.
나 기둥 봐줄게.
Sie sind nicht zwangsweise weiter, aber du musst es hochrechnen, dass sie... Warte, lass mich überlegen. Wenn sie hier gewinnen, fliegen sie hier runter. Warte mal. Sind die damit Top 4? Nee, actually, nee, sie müssen, stimmt, sie müssen bis... hier hinkommen. Hier, wir müssen bis Runde 3. Da sind alle Playoff, da sind alle World Teams durch, oder nicht? Warte, oder? Bin ich am Trippen? Warte. Nee, nee, warte mal, nee, weil es Higher Seed und Lower Seed ist, wait. Na, meint. Sie müssen nur ein Best of 5 gewinnen, richtig? Weil Hanwha ist eh schon dabei. Ja. Du gewinnst das hier, dann fliegst du hier raus. Und sie sind der Higher Seed. Theoretisch, natürlich. Angenommen Hanwha und Genji gewinnen, dann sind sie der Higher Seed und dementsprechend sind sie eh hier in Runde 3. Also scheißegal. Ja. Also die beiden hier müssten quasi, also Hanwha müsste quasi verlieren. Genau. Hanwha müsste verlieren. Wenn T1 auch verliert, damit T1 nicht bei Worlds ist. Genau. Also kompliziert, nein, es ist eigentlich relativ simpel. T1 muss das hier gewinnen. Und dann müssen sie in Runde 2, wenn sie gegen Genji verlieren, hoffen, dass Hanwha gewinnt. Quasi. Wenn Hanwha hier verliert und T1 hier verliert, dann ist sie noch nicht safe bei Worlds. Jenny wird niemals T1 picken. Wirklich? Wirklich? Mit der momentanen Performance, also mit der momentanen Form von DK? Bist du dir da sehr sicher? Also ich bin da eher der Meinung, dass sie T1 wählen würden, ne? Ist das der neue KDA-Song? Nein, das ist der LCK-Song von Kiki. Ich verpasse die 2 Bro-Wins. FF. Vielleicht der Game 5. Vielleicht bekommen wir noch der Game 5 hier. KT ist das schwächste Legend Group Team. By far. Wirklich by far. Kiki hat 2 Songs gemacht, ja. Ja. Das war der Song, der gerade war Kiki und dann dieses Pain in the Dark auch.
Hello and welcome back to the space.
Hat die beste Bot in der Welt, ja.
Bro on the precipice of making it into playoffs after yet another game win here.
T1 Bot und dann BLG Bot ein.
They moved to 2-1 after another convincing one back to back. Looking good for Bro so far, guys.
Absolutely, and I think really had
Haben wir schon nichts von neue KDA-Songs bekommen, also soll Richtung Gold sein, ja.
in the game. The big one was obviously denying the Lucian Milio pairing and then picking up the Draven instead. So having that lane matchup, they wanted to sort of snowball, get Teddy really far ahead and be strong. And obviously normally when you go the Milio and deny it from the Lucian, the Yuumi just gets a free chance to scale, and I feel like their game plan here was to not let that happen. We also saw the Kennen into the Vayne, and a fantastic performance from casting on that.
Yeah, I agree. I think the top side at the Milio draft and the Draven draft was amazing too. But at the full 5, pick the Jace. It seems like it's a top lane, and that it actually makes sense because they picked the Draven Milio and the Trundle, so they want to just pressure every way. But now the Jace just turned to the mid and countered the Galio, and the Kennen goes top, and the Kennen actually dominate the top lane there. That was very impressive.
Yeah, it was really nice to see the Kennen also get ahead. They were hovering Malphite, which our casters really liked, and I think was an interesting idea as well.
Wenn T1 Painter spielen lässt, das ist auch meine Wahrnehmung, ja.
The Vayne or someone to deal with it at least, but with the Kennen being that fed, it offered quite a lot in the team fights. As we are going to take a look at some of the highlights here. First off, an early reel, as it did look pretty good starting off.
So at the first, BNK FearX, they didn't have a lot of prios, so they need to change something at there. So they prepared that wars for the
Painter schon besser als Owner? Rede. Was babbelst du? Uns seht ihr uns schon. Einer ist an die Angel. Einer ist an die Angel.
And I think typically
Ich persönlich finde, es wird auch langsam Zeit, den Onkel in der Mitte abzulösen, aber naja.
Draven down, you get him behind. A lot of games have been lost on the back of this, so this was a solid start and a way to really challenge the tough lane matchups for BNK FearX.
Yeah, and then you can look at the lane, the bot lane. You can see the lanes were being very, very bad. So now Draven and Milio was losing the winning condition, but at least the Galio was losing the winning condition too. But the bot side was quite important there.
Yeah, it just feels like Galio's a neutralization pick, and the Jace didn't really work out so well, at least in the lane. And once they were behind, you know, the ults didn't seem very...
Was war das für ein Spiel? Ich habe 3-1 für Bayern.
Take a look as well at highlight number 2, which was the top dive.
Ich finde es ja süß, dass Tivoni an sekundären Junglern eine Chance gibt. Aber für Playoffs warte ich auf Painter.
The tower's already low, the pressure's already there. Used before they even have tower aggro, so it's just never gonna really go.
Hast du was von Freddy gehört, wie es ihm so geht? Nein, ich habe nichts mitbekommen. Ich habe mich aber echt heute Morgen schon gefragt, weil keine Insta-Story kam, aber ich vermute, ihm wird's gut gehen.
Great disengage, and they know they are winning so hard at the top. They just have to avoid this pressure on the bot side, and they move up the map here.
So this was a very good macro. Hanji Breon, they were the actually winning condition at the bottom side, but they just changed to the top side. Right now, Teddy and Milio was just like dragging the Wukong at bot side to let them dive, and they just turned to the mid and hit the mid turret together with the 3 grobs. They get the second turret.
Das ist bei Ulos auf YouTube, also ich wurde gefragt, aber ich habe noch keins aufgenommen.
Is being very, very larger.
And this is a big condition, the fact that they have Trundle, who's so good at just murdering towers. But this was such a great movement, such a great read. So often we see a bot lane will either get dove or just back off and get nothing. I like this adjustment to make sure they are still getting something. And the Kennen got so fed in this game. And when you're against a composition with a Vayne and Lucian who are short range, like a fed Kennen is just so unplayable when you're into it.
Yeah, and then speaking about the Kennen versus Vayne, I don't think Kennen is gonna win the Vayne laning that hard, so I was...
Es mockt also doch bei der Gamescom. Na, das ist ja...
Then he replies, like, if starts losing at level 1...
Das ist ja eine Überraschung.
And then enemy jungle was Trundle, so Vayne is having...
Aha.
So he said jungle diff.
Jungle diff felt right. I mean, the early
unerwartet, sehr unerwartet.
From the Wukong, but at the same time, it didn't get them ahead enough on the side of BNK.
Yeah, that's actually how I answer every single lane matchup in every lane. I just say jungle diff. I just turn to my jungler and I say, "What are you doing? Where is my help?"
Yeah, my top laner just said like jungle diff. My support is saying jungle diff. Well,
letztes Jahr am Bahnhof hat jemand Deo verteilt. Ja, das ist... Ja.
I feel like mid laners as well.
Ist richtig.
Maybe not in this meta as much.
Yeah, nah, let's don't think about it.
Yeah.
80 carries will say support diff and then jungle diff.
So.
Or they just, you know, will only focus on themselves and not really care about anyone else.
Bei Yu-Gi-Oh! Steht im offiziellen Regelwerk, dass die Spielenden vor den Turnieren duschen müssen. Gamers to be, Junge, das ist krank. Kann auch sein, dass ich bin der auf... Nein, das dürft ihr euch auf keinen Fall... Ihr dürft nicht der Grund sein, dass es da mockt. Da dürft ihr nicht der Grund sein.
And bro, I mean, they just seem like the better all-around team today. Like, in terms of macro, we saw some great Brackrow there from them with that movement in our second highlight. But also, it just feels like, as Wolf was saying during the cast, it's like they're just asking BNK to handshake all these things, and BNK always go into it because that's kind of their habit. And
ich gut, ja, ich würde es hoffen. Vor allem jeder, der zum Primary-Finale kommt, wenn ihr stinkt, ich werde sehr sauer auf euch sein.
So right now, BNK FearX is quite struggling. Now they have to think about how to change the draft. Maybe they have to gamble here.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty interesting to see exactly what happens in Game 4 as will Bro be generous and give us a 5th game? Always the question on our minds. Or will they put BNK FearX and be generous, or out of their misery and be generous in that manner? We'll have to wait
Gibt keine Umarmungen.
to our casters, Atlas and Wolf.
Es gibt keine Umarmungen.
Valdez, Umpty, and Ox for that breakdown. And yes, the Bros.
Als Heads up, mach ich nicht.
And I'm really glad you threw it back to us with the Bros having the option of being generous in either direction, no matter whose Nexus explodes at the end of this game.
That is where we are right now, the generosity. And I'm hoping that we see just better play in general from BNK.
Gibt Sis-Posen auf keinen Fall, trotz Danke für den dritten.
Or drafts that allow you to play a little bit more aggressively. Either way, some of the stuff we've seen in these last 2 games.
Will ich hier auch zum zweiten Mal dieses Jahr duschen? Das ist
very disappointed.
disgusting as fuck. Ich weiß aber, dass es nicht stimmt, deswegen passt das.
in that Nongshim win yesterday.
Yeah, and I feel like there is more gas in the tank here for being.
Gibt's Awkward Handschlag? Dafür bin ich bekannt, ja.
Or whether that will just, you know, remain in the tank until 2027, which is a crazy thought, thinking that we may not see this team again until then.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, yesterday we had Nongshim out.
Kriegt Mike eine Umarmung?
There's still so much more of the year left, but they're gone. Lehens is gone.
Yeah.
A tragedy, rough series to go out on. But for Hanjin Brion, they were big favorites by most to get out of play-ins. They weren't able to
So,
do it on day one.
Matchpoint
So they're looking
für die
forward
Bros.
to it here on day 3.
Yep. Still with the possibility of winning worlds. And
Tschüsschen, links, rechts, links, auf keinen Fall.
guaranteed. That's how my brain kind of operates. Mainly thanks to you.
Several years.
Oriana,
Yeah, you've
since they've
wollen Sie mit dem Lockbann?
we haven't passed the Worlds.
exactly. But they do need to win one of these next possible
And did
two games in order to get there. The Lock, the Nah, both will be banned away here by BNK FearX. They'll also get rid of an Akali. The reason Oriana was on my brain is because I assumed
Ich meine, Mod drücken, es gibt keine Umarmungen.
but Lulu is then
Kreditumarmungen, nein.
available.
Ich bin kein Umarmungsmensch. Das wird sich auch nicht ändern.
I'd rather play against Oriana than Lulu myself.
Es gab noch nie eine Umarmung mit Diddy. Also ohne, das ist nicht mal gelogen. Es gibt keine. Wir waren die ersten 3 Games, die letzten 2 waren super dominant von den Brodies. Erste Game war geil gespielt von den FearX.
Okay. So, with the Lock banned away, the Oriana feels like a guarantee.
Der Hauptmann, es gibt keine Umarmungen.
But then you get Yunara Lulu guaranteed.
Yes.
The question is, do they want Yunara? Because you could also
Nicht mehr am Geburtstag, nicht mehr am Geburtstag.
Lulu Pantheon. And then say, well, Taeyeon, if you want to play Yunara without Lulu, you can go ahead. And then we'll just pick Kog'Maw or something.
Dann wurde es noch nie von hunderten schwitzenden Leuten an einem Tag umarmt. Ich sag mal so, das wird auch nie passieren, aber von mir gab es dann auch ein Statement, dass ich keinen Bock auf die schwitzenden, ekligen Fans hätte.
Oh my goodness, I'm attached to the...
Und ich würde es meinen und ich würde da auch keinen Rückzieher machen. Also, das ist, da würde ich zustehen. Das könnt ihr euch sehr sicher sein.
You know, there's not a great frontline. Ball carriers here pretty limited. There's no Jarvan, there's no Lee Sin, right? And you also want to try to fix your bottom lane somehow. There's no Caitlyn, there's no Bard, there's no Nico, there's no Renata.
Yeah.
They're gonna do the thing. You've predicted everything that's occurring right now, but Kog'Maw is still a strong option here.
Lulu Pantheon. Aha. Was spielen wir auf 3 rein? Einfach Victor oder was?
I mean, Leona's another option, I suppose, as they will take the Nautilus.
Wer nimmt noch Deo? Wir sind noch nicht 13 Parfümer lachen, man nimmt trotzdem Deo. Oder einfach so ein Deo-Roller. Super OP. Und rasiert eure Achseln. Okay, actually, das will ich euch nicht vorschreiben, aber...
It's just the Teddy Xayah angle, right? It's always the safe
Ja.
late game win con. I have a better lane than you. Going to be fine.
I mean, it does work.
Bei Familie werden die Umarmungen getankt oder gedodged. Gibt's auch sehr selten.
It's not my personal favorite.
Xayah has been picked so rarely, but look at that win rate, 73%. I feel like our players who play Xayah know when it's a Xayah angle.
Yeah.
Teddy is one of them. You know, you've got Yukuma Yushi.
Seid einfach nicht disgusting. Ist actually nicht so schwer. Okay, ich sag, seid einfach nicht disgusting.
Xayah lock-ins happen.
Ey.
You know that they're like, okay, you're looking for a dive.
Seid einfach nicht disgusting, ist nicht so deep. Let's go, Bro. Wie finde ich den Xayah Pick hier auf 3? Xayah Lulu.
I just want to have that safety. They banned the Kiana instantly as well right after that.
Azir. Okay. Taking that away from Roma. I actually kind of felt like Vikla would be the only one to play the Azir.
Azir, Kiana raus.
Doesn't want it. Obviously, is already playing the...
Schon, was haben wir denn mit Jungle noch anzubieten, ne? Spielt Raptor Aatrox?
Maokai angle, I was thinking Skarner, or maybe even Zed.
Oh, kind of fun.
Which we have seen once already by Gideon.
Yeah, I feel like the...
Mal wieder am Disgusting Shame, natürlich. Ne, Disgusting seid ihr Disgusting, was soll ich sagen?
Can't they just play Victor now? Maybe you ban Victor?
It
Victor
would
feels very
fit.
safe in this draft.
Yeah, the kite back style of composition that the bros kind of have would
Silas?
suit it.
Azir und Silas. Was ist denn noch offen auf Mitte? Ist es Victor einfach oder was?
I feel like Romer's just going to find himself on Victor, and then
Ja.
they'll have a counter pick in the top lane. Or...
Hey, just slam Renekton
Yep, Croc.
and see what they're gonna do. They did ban
Ist
the
Yep Croc so gut hier?
so that's not gonna be...
Nas gebannt. Am besser wird's nicht.
I mean, Renekton loves
Pisante ist raus.
the Ambessa. This would be a lot of fun.
Ach du Scheiße.
We were talking about this for Perfect, right?
Ach du Scheiße. Wie ist Talia mittlerweile? I mean, es wird öfters gebannt. Ich finde es aber persönlich nicht so stark.
I was now the Maokai I mentioned earlier. It's not a great angle in this draft, but it can keep some of these champions at arm's length, especially the Renekton.
And the Aatrox to be the answer to the Renekton. Clear is having a lot of giggles, and they will lock in the Aatrox.
And it's good to see he's in good spirits and confident.
Saya Value ist schon ziemlich nice hier, nicht wahr?
Point game for them in a pretty messy draft.
Oh, the Yone angle is actually kind of awesome.
Ist es ein guter Yone-Engel?
Does give them
I
zero magic damage.
Yeah, also playing it
so that's
into
not
Maokai. I don't really prefer that.
Aha.
Just Vladimir.
Besser.
Okay, that is a lot more.
Besser. Jetzt mache ich den Drop von den Bros wieder.
I saw the Yone and I'm like, wow, look at how much like bulky, like just melee boys running around in Isaiah. But then, yeah, I think the RA made a lot more sense.
Every single champion on Hanjin Brion has a form of CC to brawl with. You've got the
Zu viel AD mit Yone, ja, 100%. Also die Saya hat hier halt wieder massiven Value.
Of course. Yep. There's a lot of pixie.
If you're trying to play Aatrox into that and trying to get that lifesteal, trying to pop off in the fight and be a front line for this Yunara who doesn't have a Lulu to play with, then you're not going to be enjoying trying to play through all of that CC. The Maokai could try to set this up to keep some of that CC and to keep some of those threats at bay. But I feel like of the drafts you've seen so far today, this one I feel is the most one-sided, as she's holding up a sign saying that playoff ticket is almost there. That's the tracker there. And with this draft, I kind of agree. I think it's going to be a really tough one here for BNK, but they looked confident. Clear especially laughing as he locks in the Aatrox. But we'll see if they can laugh all the way to Game 5 or if Hanjin Brion are going to lock in playoffs right here, because this draft looks pretty powerful.
It certainly does. There is some ease of execution on the BNK side of things. They've got Taeyeon on a hyper carry. They do have the Orianna that has been very powerful here in the LCK.
Ich mache Yunara, sie wollen halt Yunara Lulu denyen, aber ich weiß nicht, ob das der richtige Ansatz ist. Naja, mal sehen.
All right, BNK FureX fans in full voice here, trying to bring us to Silver Scrapes once again. If we do make it to 5 games, then the bros have done the maximum as far as the value is concerned here in the play-in so far, and that would be joyous.
Is what you'd call it, I think.
Indeed. I'd give it a 10 out of 10 every day of the week. As Romer and Vikla just going to share some bone plating. And it looks like we are just going to have some farming here in this mid lane.
So for the Nautilus lane, you're just fishing all the time. You have to be aggressive. This is going to be respected by Teddy and Namgung.
I like that Pix is a fish when they're going to be fishing the whole time. As the anchor is going to land on a Teddy something.
Shock.
It was a great shot, but Taeyeon going to just have his health bar halved. Make that corded. Oh my lord, that was a lot of damage. And the heal does have to come out from Kellen. Namgung does use his as well. And that was
You only
with
get
Kellen
one more.
landing the hook.
Yeah, you only get one more of those. Then you are just losing the lane, period. As they're just going to play around that dredge line. I like not dredge lining, but actually threatening it and holding the wave as a result of that, which is what they are now doing.
Yep. Clear is taking a lot of damage here. The early levels for the Aatrox can be difficult. Honestly,
Maokai killt deutlich schneller, als der Pantheon es macht. Ihr seht, der ist noch am Struggeln hier.
Doran's Blade versus Doran's Shield, I think it basically personifies what you were saying there in terms of how the early levels are going to go.
Yeah.
Nectar wants to be being aggressive. The Aatrox needs to kind of just hunker down and use his passive as best as he can. Casting 1 and 6 on this Renekton pick, one of the key stats to pull out here because it has been a pick he's played a lot, but has just not found the success.
Oh dear.
We've seen a lot of clear Aatrox in the past, just not this season.
No. He's been playing for quite some time. Has found
Habe außerdem durchgegeben, dass ich den Zug um Mitternacht zurück will aus Köln. Also außer ich habe irgendwie 5 Stunden Verspätung aus Köln, sollte ich um 7 Uhr für das LCK-Finale daheim sein.
Yeah.
What an interesting year they had, but see how they bounce back.
It's an operative word, isn't it? It's a tough time to be a Nongshim fan right now. Has been in the past. Remains true to this day.
A lot of ups and downs, but
Bro hat seine Management so sehr, die kann mich bis um 23 Uhr circa sehen. Ist nicht so deep.
Yeah. After they lose here, they're gonna have to bounce back. Taven got a free back. Was able to through Keller.
Wann wurden früher Sums benutzt eigentlich Meta in der Botlane? Well, seit die Leute mitgedacht haben, angefangen haben mitzudenken. Ist halt mehr Effective HP im Endeffekt. Es gibt ja besseres Laning. Also, ist einfach Gutes zu machen. Ich glaube, nach einem Jahr oder sowas, seit einem Jahr oder sowas, sehen wir es mehr und mehr.
Yeah, he is definitely Roman. As Raptor is going to be able to be charmed, but avoids the
Na, es sollte fein sein. Also, wie gesagt, ich bin an
deception.
3 Uhr irgendwas in Stuttgart. Das passt schon. Ich mag kein Fragezeichen, ja, aber die checken es nicht. Aber es ist trotzdem gut. Früh Sums benutzen. Auch Heal, um halt Chase-Potenzial zu haben, den einen extra Autotech extra zu bekommen. Ist gut.
Very nicely played there from Roma. He has really got his eye in after that pretty devastating game number 1 on the rise.
Makes you wonder what
playing great.
Yeah, makes you wonder what Song said to him after game 1 there.
Hopefully some positive reinforcement, and he managed to get all of the from that. As casting going in, uses up a whole bunch of rage, and that was a weird sideways dice that he did get out.
Yeah, he thought he got hit by the chains there, I guess, or...
No, but like the animation was just weird. Yeah. He went like weirdly sideways. Very strange.
Yeah, his model.
Yeah, his model just went wrong.
Also ich weiß, dass Matchup Early Winning ist für Renekton, aber 15 CS Winning?
Strange indeed.
This is not going great for Clear.
It really isn't. And it should have gotten a little bit better by now, but it is definitely not at the moment.
Maybe he should have picked Nasus. Maybe that should have.
I would have liked it more for what this comp is trying to do. Because when you get on top of the Xayah, she can go up in the feathers, but the Nasus just still comes for you. You know?
Yeah, he just stands there.
Aatrox's a little bit tougher, a little bit less durable. Although the Nasus would have felt the same problems with the charm, the
polymorph is
the polymorph is kind of it's a big problem.
And I was actually going to mention that coming out of the draft as well. Like I feel into an Aatrox, the polymorph is so good, but would have also been pretty phenomenal into the Nasus as well. So this Lulu really feeling like a very powerful option to deny what BNK FearX wanted to do.
At least
in this game.
If you look at the same CS here, the Nasus is scaling technically. The Aatrox right now not so much. We'll take his first back. Neither of these top laners have back this entire time. So, well, actually, he doesn't commit to the back. He was.
Yeah, I think the wave is getting shoved in here by casting. As Gideon is charging up a Q, making his way towards this bot.
Durch was kam der Swap von Heal zu Barrier? Well, Barrier hat eine Minute weniger Cooldown.
Cool.
Enchanter bauen Heal und Shield Power.
Turret gets a big amount of damage done there. He's gonna stay for this wave.
Könnte es besser benutzen? I don't know, das würde ich behaupten. Ne? Ich weiß nicht, ob Ignite damit zusammenhängt. Also ist natürlich besser gegen Ignite auch. Theoretisch. Barrier im Gegensatz zu Heal, aber ja. Oh, schöner Shockwave. Wow. Wow, Broma. Richtig stark.
Man, this guy, he's just fully turned it around today.
It's a Pantheon and an Ahri, though. You know, I mean, you got the
Richtig gut.
But Ahri, if she gets that reset, the outplay potential is there. The Pantheon has flash, and it's just another one of these I'm gonna opt in situations for BNK. I think they felt forced to do so, but I'm looking for it.
Yeah.
And look, Orianna ults him first with the self ult, but the charm still lands. The Pantheon follow-up is there. Romer
So
gets
sexy.
Reset.
Very nice from Roma.
And I think the way Valdez described it is playing with them like a toy. It feels like they've got the laser pointer out, and BNK are chasing.
Yeah, and honestly, that has kind of been their MO since Sandbox qualified for the LCK.
That's fair.
It's just kind of been the thing, but it's to their detriment here today in these last couple of games, and now in game number 4 as well. Game number 1 worked great, you know, when you're ahead, just fighting all the time, it works. This time around, not so much.
Like
we're bouncing around.
It's been so many aggressive junglers.
Es sind viele, die normalerweise nicht LCS schauen.
And mid laners. Like,
und im Normalfall sage ich, schaut LCS, weil die Liga geil ist. Diese Woche sage ich, schaut LCS, Samstag und Sonntag ab 22 Uhr, weil wir eine Roadshow haben. Vor allem Sonntag 22 Uhr, wenn ihr es schafft, bis Mitternacht wach zu sein, wenn ihr da noch nicht schlafen müsst, haben wir Lion gegen Team Lücke. Das ist das geilste Matchup der Regular Season. Samstag auf Sonntag die zweite Series, also so von circa Mitternacht an, würde ich behaupten.
I mean, at least he's still Orianna. He's
Von Samstag auf Sonntag haben wir Line gegen C9.
right now, but a wave is about to crash. So
In Mexiko, yes, genau.
Equalized.
So it's gonna be a grub straight here. This Raptors gonna get
Also wenn es eine Woche zur LCS-Schauen gab, dann war es diese Woche.
Dragon. Okay. So the lane swap to the
Samstag, Sonntag ab 22 Uhr. Wird sehr, sehr nice.
to a more stable state, which
Vor allem Sonntag 22 Uhr. Das ist das absolute Must-Watch.
I'm
Die
actually
Must-Watch-Series.
this on the other side.
Zwei besten Teams spielen gegeneinander.
Less okay with this. Especially with a Pantheon with ult available on the bottom side of the map, which Clear is aware of. Let's see.
Actually hört sich Banger an, ja, siehst du selbst. Ja?
Surely he'll be fine.
Yeah, they're not able to go for it this time around. As
Surely he'll be fine.
He can press.
Casting muss die Ulti clearen, die Wave clearen. Ja.
And might be able to just use it to clear.
Oh wow, sie können nicht diven. Wow. Okay.
Go for a dive.
Shopify spielt er gar nicht, doch.
There's the anchor connecting. But Clear has just eviscerated that minion wave.
So casting is fine.
Wir haben an Tag 1 haben wir Team Liquid gegen Shopify und dann C9 gegen Line und am Team 2 haben wir Line gegen Team Liquid und danach C9 gegen Shopify.
I'm 30 CS behind. You better be getting value.
Eine Drehung, alles weg. Ja, es ist ein richtiger Bummer, dass du hier nicht diven kannst.
Losing the side.
Weil jetzt, die können auf jeden Fall, sie können Clear auf jeden Fall diven.
Of turning him into like a little critter is just a little bit too much, and that is more plate money going on over to the bros.
You know when they do it to Aatrox, he should just turn into one of the little Nefiri Darkened doggos, like one of the mini.
Oh
doggos.
yeah.
Also, aber
Still need to make the Nefiri Raptor skin actually happen. It's such a good idea. Oh,
I like it.
Toplane ist 30 CS.
Someone at Worlds or something.
Brutal.
Get the whole like Raptor lore. Like, where are they from? What's their whole thing?
They must be from somewhere. Surely they're going to be like an NPC in the MMO when that comes out.
Das Guys gegen Nintas ist Must-Watch, war aber schon
Yeah,
letzte Woche meine 8.
damage here from Roma.
Hast du schon verpasst, oder du warst da?
Protect, try and help him out, but his ward is just going to bite the dust immediately. And Casting is just going to look for Clear.
They
Gets
might-
pulled back by the Infernal Chains, though.
They might try to kill Taeyun bottom side, by the way, with how much damage Kellen just took. Hey, they're thinking better.
Glaubst du, Tito wird bald mal wieder ein Game in der LEC gewinnen?
They're pinging for
Die
you,
sind
like,
doch durch, oder nicht? Also die spielen doch erst wieder Playoffs.
I'm looking at that minimap and I'm seeing Taeyun leaving a
Right?
and that
Oder haben die noch ein Best of 3 offen? Ich glaube, die sind durch.
by the way, to Hanjin Brio.
Yep, ja, okay. Dann
Just the pressure they have in
in
mid
Playoffs, oder?
It's a Zarya
Sicherlich.
lane as well that he's getting pushed away from. It doesn't feel
Sicherlich.
fantastic. But with the fact that you're the one
Wann ist KC, SK morgen, erste Series?
when she's in a Lulu lane because you
Keine Sorge, das Wunder-Interview wird natürlich angefragt.
But with this engaged support,
Deal ist Deal.
it's just so much harder to just survive the
Der kann ja schön Rede und Antwort stehen.
all in.
By the way, the reason why the observers were showing this, which is still important, is because Executioner's calling is done here for casting, and he's just winning these extended trades. Like, they sent Clear back to the top lane. He doesn't like
Ja, da,
that
sehr gut.
either. And there was several different opportunities for casting to try to look for an all-in there.
Oh,
Speaking of all in.
There's the ult, the immediate flash out from
Guter Flash von Gideon.
Avoid the shockwave.
Oh.
Yeah, he doesn't find
Oh, oh.
much else, but they're still going to be able to grab this.
Es ist...
It is a really
Oh.
good to make sure that the Pantheon doesn't survive, though, so 1-for-1 is not the end of the world here for B&K.
Vikla did a whole 360 there and bought a lot of time, actually, for the ultimate to come in from Raptor to actually trade a kill back. It is a kill over to the Maokai, which is...
IG ist auch 3-0, wie es aussieht. Das bedeutet, wir haben hier ein sogenanntes Solo-Queue-Problem, meine Freunde.
Still getting plates for this Ari.
Wir haben ein sogenanntes Solo-Queue-Problem.
You call even by any extent.
Yeah,
They'll still get the scuttle.
Was
I
eine
suppose.
Scheiße.
Yeah, a bit of that CS also going to the wayside as Vikla did have.
Hat SK noch eine Chance für Playoffs? SK muss, glaube ich, 2-0 gegen KC gewinnen.
of it.
Now Romer has TP advantage. So I think this is really well played by Vikla. Watch how he is able to kind of
Meine
his
ich.
way around here. Avoids the charm.
He is
Buys time.
actually running circles.
Yeah, he literally runs circles around them, and then Raptor shows up. It was pretty cute.
Yeah. So we've got a bit of a fight here towards the top side. Casting is realizing that there are a bunch of friends for Clear up here towards his top side. Culvermeek not off cooldown. And that is a kill.
Guter Roam. Super guter Roam.
News for B&K, FearX, and wanters of a 5-game series.
Yeah, finally some life here for B&K after what has been such an oppressive early game here for Bro. And they have Taeyun up there trying to get some...
Ja, mein Problem ist weiterhin, die Saya, die 0-0-0 steht, hat hier halt auch sehr viel Value, ne?
So success there. Casting doesn't flash, knows he's dead. Didn't have the Q as
Ja, wir können das wieder für Freddy theoretisch aufnehmen, ja.
Time,
Das
a little
ist
bit of
korrekt.
control here to Vikla as well. And now, it's a bit of a race here in terms of the turrets. I think this race is won by Teddy, though.
All right, that's a flash out. The blast
Oh, wow.
will be used, but the charm will connect onto Kellen. It's a fair bit of damage. There is a Mikhail's completed for Namgung as Casting's teleported back in. Taeun just going to give the good old thumbs up over to the Crocodile. And Teddy is just biding his time, killing as many of these creeps as possible before he just destroys this turret.
Mal schauen.
One off the map. That is going
Was machen heute.
likely move over to reclaiming the
Wann
majority
kommt Freddy denn wieder, wenn er fit ist? Keine Ahnung.
He's got 2 stacks.
Feeling better.
2 stacks left on his call.
Maybe eine Woche, maybe 2 Wochen? Ich weiß nicht.
As Casting here just goes in aggressively because he's like, what is this guy doing that I win these? But the reason why Clear did that is because it was a bait, because it's going to be a Nautilus flash ult. And Casting tries to go back forward because he's looking for an empowered Q, but cannot get it off cooldown in time. He would have died no matter what there, but the good thing for him is that he realizes he should not flash, and he does not do so. They still get that first turret on the bottom side. The cull is now cashed in.
Yep. So that is going to equalize the gold between Teddy and Taeun. Teddy back to a slight advantage, I guess, but it is otherwise pretty close. Bro looking for Dragon number 2. That is up and available. Anchor is going to connect here onto the Lulu. Wild Growth onto herself, but Teddy is also going to be knocked up here. There is the Nature's Grasp as it is tanked mainly by Gideon. Still Taeun trying to run around this battlefield, getting the damage done where he can. Slurker not going to do too much, but look at this. The Bros, a little worse for wear. They may need to give up this second Drake.
All right, looking like that's going to be the case. They're just going to fan out and try to get some jungle control here on the top side of the map. And so, big win here for BNK. We'll see what soul we do get. It's Ocean again, so...
Oh, not the greatest.
Yeah, but it is one apiece, the Dragons, so I guess we'll just kind of discount those objectives for a while here, as Raptor did end up getting those grubs, so that's... It feels much better now that they got those, since the Dragon Soul is not really going to matter all that much.
Yeah.
It could matter a little bit, but ultimately in this game I don't think it's going to be that big of a game changer, even with these Bruiser top laners in potentially extended team fights.
Yeah, I mean, there are some ways to make it work, right? Nazaya with her Featherstorm, you can get a little bit of respite by going up into the sky, maybe a bit of regen.
Win Conditions bei BFX. Ja, es ist ja am Ende des Tages nur eine Maokai-Camp. Richtig? Das heißt, oh, Beppo, danke für die 295er Stück. Toll. Das heißt, am Ende des Tages müssen sie einfach nur auf dem Objective sein und einigermaßen... Was ist das? Ach du Scheiße. Müssen sie einigermaßen gut im Game sein und auf dem Objective stehen. So, und dann eine Maokai-Ulti drauf, right?
Not really with very much follow-up available. The depth charge not quite up yet for Kellen. The Bros are playing around it quite nicely. Romer is just unanswered, yeah.
Like, I'm surprised Bro didn't spring there when...
Bros machen's gut. Die sind dieses Mal mit den 3, glaube ich, down. Also, Crossmatch für sie natürlich nicht so geil. Wenn es darum geht, Platten zu traden.
Teddy also has ult. And once Kellen missed the dredge line, I thought there was a window there, but they played respectfully. Either way, though, as they delay this game, or delay that skirmish, they get the top turret. They get Herald.
Ein Kaviar, ja, alle gebottet.
Go over to Gideon, so...
Einmal kurz einen Test. Wer kommt hier aus Indien?
Or anything like that. They didn't punish the Nautilus too hard, but they ended up getting just a ton of stuff anyways.
Yeah, and then Casting kind of
Ich. Da.
into the brush.
Grüß Gott, hallo.
Sort of, cross-map play.
Yep.
Went for a reset anyway. So 2000 gold.
Sehr schön, eine Menge Bots. Dafür habe ich auch gezahlt.
2-0 as far as turrets are concerned, right? So there's
So. Wer von euch indischen Bots hat eigentlich einen Twitch Prime offen, wenn man mal so nett fragen darf? Würde ich nehmen. Wolltest du nicht zum Friseur? Ich war beim Friseur um 8 Uhr. Haben Sie Dank für den Prime? Sehr gut. Nix verstehen? Ja, okay, checke. Aha, und Noble Eingang für den 4. Na, Rede.
As now just looking for a back. And there is the ulti in from Gideon. They do not want to let Taeun escape this.
Darum siehst du so scharf aus auf meinem Monitor.
And Taeun is actually going the
hey.
direction to try and get to safety. There is a Nature's Grasp.
Wäre ich ein bisschen more desperate? Vielleicht. Not bad. Gebe ich dir.
Probably will get a charge in the inner at the same time.
They use 2 ultimates to get so much out of it. Raptors.
Gibt's in Indien Kreditkarten?
That will kill Shelly.
Yeah, it's a big value smite right there, but the value for what Bro just got everywhere else is still massive. Some extra plate money does go over to Clear, while there was no answer down there with with Romer just returning to the bottom.
Wow, es gibt keine Kreditkarten in Indien. Wisst ihr, wer trotzdem eine bekommt? Richtig, indem ihr heute ab 19 Uhr 5 Subgifts droppt. 5 schöne Naschis und bekommt das ja als Channel Badge. Tatsächlich. Unglaublich, oder? Für den ganzen September-Monat gibt es eine schöne Kreditkarte als Channel-Badge. Und wenn ihr nur zuschaut, gibt es eine Teilnehmer-Badge. Okay, so. Passt. Super. Toxic Gang für den 17. Das danke Jupiter, das ist richtig. Ich will die Teilnehmer-Badge, da musst du 24 Stunden innerhalb des gesamten Monats schauen. Also innerhalb von bis Ende September halt. 2 Minuten 18 ist wild, ja, aber die kommen relativ ruhig nah, also ist jetzt nicht so, als ob, zu be fair, die kommen von Bro ist eigentlich nicht sehr ruhig. Aber ist trotzdem fein. Also ein Wochenende,
As the observers were showing about what's going on in the jungle, we're able to clear all that vision.
Well, es ist immer noch nur eine Maokai-Comp.
Pretty strong understanding of.
Mal schauen, wie sie den Drake spielen, ob sie den Drake spielen.
The Dragon is up in 35 seconds. I think
Spike-technisch Junara ist gut im Juice.
Whole moment encapsulated this series a little bit and the Rise group in general, as we're just not gonna lose wars of attrition. We're just all gonna fight.
I like it. Roma is looking for his item number 2, coming in relatively soon. But there are the Flicker Blades done for Teddy, so he's feeling like he's hit parity alongside Taeun for right now. As the Bros now just trying to clear out this vision. Now there's 10 seconds on the Drake. Now there is a reason to fight around this area. And having a look, I mean, there's no flash on Taeun. That is the biggest one.
There's
Roma
TP
as well.
Advantage here, allows him to get a topside turret, so that's some serious value already here for B&K.
Habt ihr was für dich? Das freut mich für dich. Bisschen Alges. Es ist die Maokai-Comp und da kommt der TP rein. Wann kommt die Ult? Da kommt die Ult und Gideon muss hier schon dringend aufpassen. Oh, Gideon muss richtig aufpassen. Oh, Roma. Wow, Roma. Geil. Sexy. Ist es winning? Es ist nicht winning. In fact, es ist hard losing. Holy shit, wie wenig Damage macht ein Teddy. Ah. Es ist ja nur die Maokai-Comp, na? Nicht vergessen. Wäre gern beim 2-2 leben, ja, checke.
The teleport advantage for this Aatrox is massive because not only does he get to join here in an angle he wants, but he also has this massive shield, so he just pushes Gideon back. Casting's
ja, schaut mal, Wickler-Position da oben. Also Teddy ist halt kein Part von diesem Fight, einfach nur durch Wickler. Und dann auch noch eine gute Shockwave. Sehr, 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 sehr nicer Fight von Wickler. Komplette Zone alleine gemacht.
It's like this 2-tap there by this Aatrox, and Clear is the hero of this fight after being the one who was targeted moments before on the bottom lane. He gets sent top. It's a great macro call since he has the TP.
Die Bros haben dann Anti, lohnt es. I mean, ist okay. Right, der Renekton Bot. Warte, Double Anti? Wo ist der zweite Teil?
B&K pulling ahead of Dragon.
And look at how big this Aatrox is.
Ich sehe nur das Executioner.
800 gold, I'm pretty sure, earlier on in this game. And that is no longer the case. Has his Sundered Sky Hysterics now completed.
Ah, hatte? Okay. Well, LDR ist besser.
Problem that they will need to solve if they are going to win this series and get themselves to playoffs.
Broken up fights are exactly the types of fights that B&K want to be winning here. Look how hard it was to kill Taeun, how much resource had to be committed. Oh, maybe a little bit easier if you get a feather on him. Yeah. But they had to commit so much to killing Taeun there.
Ein bisschen Mask wäre gut. Ja, das Problem ist, dass er sehr viel AD Damage ist. Richtig. Vielleicht eher Richtung Protoplasm bei Maokai.
Just playing the map well, had that ward in the Ocean Soul brush in pit, and they were checking it as he showed up, and they were not happy to find out what was inside.
Yeah, and now it's B&K FearX with that double dragon. Ocean Soul, like you mentioned, not going to be the biggest deal here, but still, having control of the Drakes is going to be a good news story.
I still think the Aatrox having a lead here and keeping the gold even is not enough for B&K right now. They're going to need to win another team fight decisively. They need to be able to get prio on objectives. If they can do that, then it's become...
Ist Battle Pipes mal auch kein Ding, auch das kannst du gehen, theoretisch, ja. Aber sehe ich hier den Value von Battle Pipes nicht wirklich.
We'll see how they do manage to grab it as we move further forward. But I do think that the closer this game is to parity, and right now it is completely...
It's a game! We got a game!
Yeah.
Beide ADCs müssten fast die dritte Seite fertig sein.
Now just kind of do what they want to do, which is start fights all the time. Just have Raptor come in, press his R button, Let this one go, as it's Gideon that dives on top of Kellen this time around. Celestial opposition will wear off as the Bros look to grab control of their blue buff. They do manage to get it here. Roma collects the next one. B&K will have to back off. Baron still up, has been alive for about 3 minutes time.
Look at that cold graph. Big fall off here.
Oh, yeah.
Bit of a comeback story for B&K on that TP play from Clear. Now just trying to take this lead and hold on to that prio like I was talking about. They have a Maokai.
Was bedeutet der leere Kreis neben dem Drake von Bro? Ach, das ist einfach, dass sie keine Void Drops haben. Das ist die Anzahl der Void Drops. 0 hier, 3 da.
Such a good time to be Maokai when you're ahead like this because you're putting saplings everywhere. There's no flank. There's no angle of approach that he isn't going to see. So Raptor, a lot of power over the top side of the map. And they could potentially look for a Baron try pretty soon as well if they can maintain that vision.
Kein Problem.
It takes so long for Bro to push through all those saplings and all that vision.
Yeah. Makes it so hard to try and get onto them. As let's see how close Teddy is. And he does have
Nein!
a reminder. That is good news.
Moonstone done as well here for Namgun.
What a reminder.
Yeah, hitting the item spikes. Not something to be underestimated.
Fairerweise, Clear kann sich schon viel healen, aber what a reminder.
Finally made it towards level 15. Was behind in levels a little bit.
Check, mein Rücken ist gerade, lass mich mal so.
Back up again. And we'll be able to get
Mein Rücken ist schön gerade.
See how close he is to item number 2. Looks like he is heading towards a Sundered Sky of his own. But we'll see whether he can actually get that on this next back. No, not quite there yet.
Na, ich sag ja, das ist alles eine Verschwörung von den AD-Carries. Dass die AD-Carries einfach nochmal bewacht bekommen.
Too far forward into all this vision. Maokai set up Maokai ult. You're not going to like what happens next, but they know, even though they have vision on the Baron, that B&K aren't doing Baron, and that knowledge is enough for them to say, all right, that's okay if we just give up a little bit of mid-prio here. They're going to start to retake a little bit of it as I say that, though. Start to challenge, in fact.
Maokai kommt, Teil 2. Nächster Drake. Ah, sie gehen International, okay.
They could trade Baron.
Nee, sie können nicht International traden, das ist geschlossenes Pit. Ist nicht so leicht.
He is spotted. Good sweepers. And now they just go for the engage. They dive on top of Teddy. Does he go into the sky?
Teddy holt ist früh raus. Na, ist losing für Bros. Oder? Oder? Es ist losing.
Out of the way, but Clear is still untouched. And everyone else was just murdered around the Zaya, and Teddy doesn't do enough damage. Now the teleport comes in, and
Na, schöne Scheiße, ne?
has nowhere to go. He's standing on a ward. Yeah, there is just no way out of this.
Also doch, Game 5.
That is the ace, and being
Wird Jolly.
may have just brought us to a game 5.
Now they get
Gracias.
point here. Can they turn this into a Baron at the same time? As we'll watch this fight again. Right now, look at where Teddy is. He gets flashed on by Kellen, and ult's very late here, and he actually wants to make the outplay, but he knows he can't do it into Clear. He just ignores Clear and pushes forward, but eventually he is going to have to pay the piper as the rest of his team is left behind. He pushed forward away from the backline of his team, who just get ripped to...
Ist Brown nicht schon safe? In Playoffs? Nein, die müssen das besser 5 gewinnen. Gewinner hiervon ist in...
Is not the case.
Gewinner hiervon ist... Ich weiß, dass IG 3-0 gewonnen hat. Gewinner hiervon ist in Playoffs, Verlierer ist raus.
It's the 3,000 gold leads picked up. We're getting later into this game. Very relevant, especially with the comeback we've seen in this game and how easy it is for B&K's comp to play from ahead with all that Maokai vision and everything we've been talking about. They still need one more closing.
Gut für mich. Ein Solo-Kill weniger. 2 vielleicht sogar.
But I have a feeling it is very, very close
It's
to it.
heading that way.
Like, Clear is almost unanswerable in these.
Ja, das Krokodil ist insane uses, oder? Ein Item erst.
And the Bros, I just don't think that they're ever going to really be able to kill him. He's 4-0-5. They haven't figured out a way so far. And B&K are just going to start off this Baron.
Close pit.
Much of a chance to get back into this one, but it's a teleport in from casting. Let's see what they can actually do about this. As they get the vision, it might be a 50-50. Is Gideon just going to try and do what he can? But no, Raptor will be able to secure this.
Kellen ist nicht One-Shot. Nope. Unplayable. Es ist das 5.
Too much for him to handle, and Clear hasn't even lost health in this fight yet. The flash for the Twisted Advance, not going to be enough there, but Raptor, I mean, they've killed all but Roma.
Wie auch sonst. Doppelgame 5 von den Bros natürlich.
I think that probably was. They needed one more solid one. They had the good setup there. They're playing with a Maokai. and they just sit on the Baron and say, I don't think there's anything you can realistically do. Gideon wants to try to find some sort of ult angle, but if he goes in by himself, he'll just be fodder for BNK, so he slowly advances forward towards Taeyun, looking for a potential angle for them to follow on when he goes on for the stun onto Taeyun, but he just instantly gets shut down by Raptor. Look at Gideon, he's like, okay, maybe there's an angle here, sees the wild growth coming out, not the wild growth, the Twisted Advance coming out, and then he just ends up engaging onto the front line and dying. Teddy gets blasted here.
Oh my lord.
And Nature's Grasp was what I meant to say, not Twisted Advance, but it was twisting through the ground and advancing on him.
Yeah, it was the roots. They were, or at least the cats,
yes.
based on their skin. As Casting's going to have to flip around a bit and get out of here.
BNK have changed up how they played the last.
Aber macht Saya Damage, sobald dieser Aatrox nicht mehr so OP ist.
They had a good engage, but they played through setup, they played through macro, they played through Clear's teleport. This is
Aber vielleicht von der Couch so.
the best of 5 if you're going to make playoffs, and I was worried after game 3, but they have turned it around here.
Yeah, it's now an 8.5k gold lead that is only going to extend over the next minute and a half as this Baron does dissipate. 5.2k.
They got that fed, Aatrox pushing the mid lane, and 2 inhibitor turrets are under threat. Here comes the Hail Mary Pantheon.
Yeah, let's go for a great dredge line just to catch him out of the air, as Gideon does have a GA now completed, but Taeyun, he is just going to get cleansed. Casting trying to get on in there. That GA does come on down, and my god, the Bro health bars just evaporate. It's an instant
Ach du Scheiße.
for Taeyun, and BNK
Well.
set up the silver screen. Thank you for that one, Gillette. And now these Nexus turrets are going to be taken out.
Wie auch sonst. Muss ja Game 5 werden. Natürlich.
Another 5-game series. The Bros, a 10 out of 10 team. We knew it already, but it is now.
Wie auch sonst.
And with that last Pantheon try, they play it patiently. You see Kellen go for the instant dredge line, and then bam, out comes another Maokai ult to set up for Taeyun to get 5 kills to bring us to a 5th game. BNK strike back in a dire situation. Strong draft here. I was worried about its win cons. If it fell behind, it wasn't going to do a whole lot, but they waited, they bided their time, they found that really nice clear teleport after they had no control over that dragon and turned the whole game on its head. You could see the moment it happened right there in the gold graph.
Yeah, exactly. There were like 3 distinct fights and then the closing one where it was just, pentakill game over. And it's looking very distinct there on the gold graph. I really was doubting this Aatrox pick. I felt like Casting really had that lane under control. And then that one team fight, and the game was just kind of over. From that point on, they just could not deal with the guy whatsoever. As, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to cue the music.
Again!
Dum.
For the Bros.
Wie ist der NIP ausgegangen? 3-0 into 3-0. LPL ist schon durch.
To say, it was BNK FearX that stood
Dum.
and made sure that we were not going to go home early.
She said earlier, she held that sign up, she said, let's put on silver scrapes, and now she's holding the sunglasses and putting them on like this guy.
Oh yeah, we were all prepared. We were all ready. We knew that it was coming. And now it is time, ladies and gentlemen, for us to take a short break. When we get back, the Space going to break that one down, and we'll have the coveted game number 5.
Dum. Bros enttäuscht einen immer. Nein, Game 5. Wo ist diese Enttäuschung? Dum.
미드 깼어. 그냥 밀어도 돼.
야 봐.
사실 봐주려는데? 봐줘. 따라왔어.
Düm. Super. Spannend, ne? Game 5 für den letzten Spot. Ja, Game 5, was ist noch offen überhaupt? Victor auf Mitte immer noch. Warum ist Victor nicht angefasst? Die haben so einen Hate-Boner gegen den entwickelt. Das ist komisch. Silas ist offen, ja. Yeah. Wir jagen auf die Bros. Dann. Victor vielleicht zu immobil. Ja, aber es ist der stärkste Lane auf jeden Fall, der offen ist. Diablo hätte jetzt hier sein können, habt ihr lieber für den The Biggest Downfall entschieden? Das ist korrekt, ja. Naja, hätte sein können. So, kurz Zeit, ich gehe auf, ja. Werbung, Toilette, bis gleich.
탑라인 들어가고 천천히 잡아 그럼. 마우카이 계속 옆에 있어줘. 얘들아 나 미드 타워 칠게. 탑라인 들어올 때 금 쓸게. 탑라인 들어올 때. 마지막 미드 타워 치는 중. 오케이.
라인 천천히 밀겠네 와.
그냥 얘들아 미드 깼어. 그냥 밀어도 돼.
야 봐.
천천히 봐주려는데? 봐줘. 따라왔어. 천천히 봐줘. 구도 좋아. 이거. 이거 할게.
앞라인 치면 이긴다. 나 펜타. 펜타 줘.
아 뭐야? 어시도 하나 없네.
나이스. 어진이 마우 성공했네. 어진이 마우 잘하는데?
이기긴 해야지.
너무 힘들었네.
나이스.
Free skies align, I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining, forever in the stone.
We all knew it was going to 5. This was not going to be a secret. Bro, of course, the generous Giga they are, had it within them to give us yet another game here at the LCK. And it all comes down to one game to decide who is going to make it into playoffs. Will it be Bro or will it be being...
Lohnt sich die 4 Games nachzuschauen? War eine coole Series. Ja.
In this series, guys.
Würde ich schon sagen. War eine coole Series.
We're getting another 5-game banger. Day 1 of play-ins was an absolute all-timer, and we're getting back to the point. It's just Bro bringing the good vibes in their series.
Well, at least I think everyone is prepared for the 5 games today. And then, like, the games were quite speedy and very fun, I think. And then now, the game 5, the Fearless drafts are coming. Now, we don't know what's going to happen here and who's going to, like, prepare the good comps.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen some game 5s.
Gute Spielqualität für sich bisher.
And it is going to be interesting to see
Akzeptabel.
out this time around. Let's take a look at the highlights, though, because we did have some fights that did go the way of BNK FearX.
Ja, das Clear so ahead kann.
Until it wasn't.
So, at the first time, they actually hit the dragon at the very back.
Es ist 2-2.
Banana
Game 5 jetzt.
Was getting kicked by them. And then the Maokai and Orianna was kept joining the Teddy. And the Aatrox TP's here. So now the most important damage, Teddy right now couldn't hit any single auto at the team fight.
It's such an awkward position. Your frontliners are trapped in the pit. The Maokai is holding them down. The Nautilus is also blocking the pit entrance. You're not in a good spot. And meanwhile, Teddy's trying to make his way into the fight to do some DPS. And Vikla keeps playing around the banana brush where he's out of vision. Teddy can't auto him, can't approach, tries to set up the feathers there to threaten him. And then immediately gets chunked out, and by that point the fight was already lost anyway.
I mean, I do believe that Hanjin Brion was really strong before this fight, and then they were actually hitting the goal, so they should get the banana brush control, but I think they were kind of rushed, or they were thinking the game is already winnable. So that will be the dangers for them right now.
Yeah, they're going to be kicking themselves if they thought the game was over from there, and then, you know, they have a rough team fight. And the game after that looked very rough for them, because at first, the Renekton was looking great in the lane against the Aatrox, who was very far ahead, had a lot of plates. After that fight, we had 3 kills on Clear, and I think it was 2 assists. Like, he was so fed after that. He was like 2,000 gold ahead of the Renekton and just kind of took over the game. We could take a look at the mid fight as well, which kind of put a cap on things for the side of BNK FearX, and highlight number 2 right here.
I mean, at the first, already Maokai, like, we can see the Maokai pressure. Lulu, Namgung cannot cross that way. And then Aatrox is already flanking it there. And the important thing is, because of the Maokai ulti, now Gideon goes in, but he actually failed because of the shockwave. And then now Jaya is there, and the Roamer goes into Vikla. And then the focusing changed to the, not Orianna. The Jaya was hitting the right side of the front side. Now the focus was quite changed, so they couldn't finish the Orianna, so Orianna was quite finishing everyone with Aatrox.
Yeah, it's a rough position to be in when you've already had to use your ultimate. There was a great ult flash engage from the Nautilus. There's an Aatrox right on top of you. You just have to disengage from the situation. And I think the control to kind of make the Xayah feel so uncomfortable was really effective in this game.
Yeah, and of course, with that, we will move on to game number 5, which will bring out some interesting picks, as it always does. We do have to take a look at what has been banned so far and what you guys might think we might see here for game 5.
Yeah, so we just thought some picks from different roles. A lot of the sort of bruiser junglers we typically see have been thinned out right now. So Skarner, I think something that can rise up in priority. We often see Maokai pick up in priority late in the series. We just saw that Skarner's still there. And Bessa hasn't got a look in, and a lot of her trickier lanes have been removed. So she can have a pretty free time if you get in the right situation. Annie, especially for Vikla, a bit of a no-brainer. And then Ashe Seraphine, a lot of these...
Gab schon mal eine Zeit, wo Bro das Top-Team in der LCK war? Nein, gab's nicht.
Bard, Ezreal Karma,
Gab es nicht, wobei, man...
Lucian Milio, Zyra Khan, Yunara Lulu. There's so many bot lane combos that have been trimmed.
Und das wird sich auch nicht ändern.
Ashe Seraphine could just run rampant.
Yeah, and then a lot of players is gonna, like, these... especially Hanjin Brion and BNK FearX players are very good at playing ADCs, not only playing at the melee side. So Ashe Seraphine tiers goes more higher. And then right now, Skarner and Xin is right now up. And then mid laner Victor is up. So probably that combo can be very strong too.
What do you guys think about Akali? You think we might see it here in game 5 with a lot of the, you know, big CC picks taken away and with these 2 mid laners?
I think there's a real chance. I think
Bleibt Cassie offen? Nein, Cassie wird gebannt sein.
Over the course of this year, so definitely an opportunity to pick that one up.
Yeah, and then probably
die Prio-Picks ergeben schon Sinn. Also Ashe Seraphine ergibt sehr viel Sinn.
Side problem, so
Ja.
how it can come up.
Trundle ist raus, dementsprechend es ist gar eine höhere Prio.
I think some of the safer AD carry options you typically take that have more range or mobility have kind of been trimmed out. There's still Jhin, but Jin's been less and less popular recently. There's still Corki, so maybe that's an option you go for, but I think sometimes when you don't have the peel tools available, the defensive tools that hold some of these champions in check, you can feel really vulnerable in this sort of Game 5 situation.
I'm like just curious that Namgung is preparing Elise a lot or not. Because he's the Elise guy. So it's very curious right now.
Yeah, he was the Elise guy, and he played it a lot, and we weren't exactly the biggest fan, but he definitely looks pretty confident on it at least. He's kind of become the Nico guy since then, but this is what happens. I mean, you make it into Game 5 of Fearless, if you're going to win against any of the good teams in the LCK in the actual playoffs, you're going to have to bring out some cool picks. So it's going to be interesting. We do move into game number 5. I wonder if Aphelios also gets a look in. Aphelios Thresh.
Seri Seraphine.
I think it was a couple
nicht. Ist Mundo noch offen? Ja, auch Mundo ist noch
Game
offen.
5 when they were targeting 80 carries.
I feel like when we've had these picks removed, like the top meta ones, it really opens up the pool for what you can go for. I think some champions are limited, like Kog'Maw, the Lulu's gone, which kind of limits it a little bit. So I think a lot of options and really
Start den Draft mal jetzt, Abfahrt.
the remaining big power picks, that isn't many left. What are you able to secure at the start of the draft?
Jetzt.
Turn on the light time.
Guys, we're done on the space for now. It is game number 5 on the way. The generous Giga Chads up against the Foxes. Let's see what happens as we go back to our casters.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 4 and a look towards this game number 5. I have a sneaking suspicion, Wolf.
Yeah,
Not only that
Ihr habt die Skin-Collab in League, die du dir wünschen würdest.
around like crazy, as you can see there.
Klar, eine schöne Prana-Kollektion.
We're right there. Give it a wave, Wolf. Hi, everyone. There you go. We kind of saw it. You started. It was fine. I have a feeling there's a certain space vein that we might be potentially seeing in this game. I know the Corki is still available. Teddy's been great on that one. But Taeun and Teddy have both had some phenomenal performances on the Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
And I think crafting a dive composition that can work around the Kai'Sa would be...
Consider Zeri, because there is no Nautilus. There's no Lulu, but Zeri can take over games when the engage gets thinned out. So another pick I had on my mind that...
Jinx?
Maybe.
Jinx Tom Kench?
Also, Jinx usually kind of likes the CC, but maybe Jinx Thresh?
Yeah.
Good thing. I am so curious because these teams have shown so much depth already, more than we normally see from them. Some of the flexes we saw, the Jason, the mid lane, the Aatrox.
Es ist die Senna, ich weiß nicht, ob es die Senna wird.
What they have planned here, how they spent that break, because that may be the
Start.
factor of how well they use that time to come up with a draft
Let's get it.
here. As we move into this, our first team of Rise against our third place team, the gap was tiny between these two. It went all the way down to the end of regular season. For that even to be decided, it was like the final day there.
Ja, das Spiel ist die Schwachstelle von Brawl, sind alle perfekt. Genau, wir alle von BFX perfekt sind. Ja, wir erwarten Kasseban.
All the way down to third. As now, Hanjin Brown with first pick once again, but first pick in game 5. I don't hold it in nearly as...
Wir erwarten eventuell einen Lockban.
As they are going to steal the BNK ban. The Na will be taken away here.
Ja.
And Cassio obviously going to remain on the ban list. I think the Vi...
Seraphine, vielleicht ein Seraphine-Ban.
Zhao was banned by the Bros in game number
Ja.
4. And we'll see whether that is going to stick around as well. Seraphine's
gone. We're looking at
Lock.
very few engaged champions. Rakan,
Ja, sie ist auch noch offen, ja. Ich weiß.
in the support lane.
Yeah. And the enchanters are all gone. Like, none of them exist anymore.
Spielen Akali, beide spielen Akali.
Powerful champion that's left on the entire champion roster. That one had to be banned with all the tools that have been taken away.
Ja, kann früher Annie werden, Entschuldigung.
Okay, Kiana, I was
Kiki.
on my mind as well. Could have been a Xin ban if they're not planning on first picking that, since that's the last.
Sinsao ist offen, ja. Sinsao First Pick Call ist gut.
And the Kiana, it'll be
Okay.
banned on the other side.
Okay. So, as a result, Akali and Locke both
Ja.
get let through this time. And
Victor auch, Annie auch.
Yeah. There's a lot of really strong picks here that you could go for. You could go for something, even like a Victor that you think you could draft around, you could play
Yeah.
slow, or
Annie first pick.
Annie is the one that's on my mind because it just works with everything so well. Simple to play, easy to play. It's Roamer. He's a good Annie.
What if they just slam lock blind? That would be crazy.
Or
Skarner is a cool.
Auch nicht schlecht. Jungle ist raus. Sehr viele Jungler sind gebannt. Was zur Hölle spielst du da denn rein?
So we don't know what this comp is or what they're playing into. Taeyun is laughing.
And I wonder whether this... Okay, the Jin...
Jin into Skarner. That's what he's laughing about.
Okay.
It's making Atlas cry, but...
Haben wir ja... Guys?
Those are the two other picks, by the way.
Guys?
But I kind of forgot to mention.
Shen is a big one.
Shen and Camille are still available as supports that can engage.
All right, so... The Camille could actually be locked in now as well.
As a
Loki 6 Comp?
Certainly an option here. We're assuming the Shen is going to go in.
I guess du kannst auch im F-Rel oder sowas picken, wenn du willst. Oh, Corki ist offen, actually. Geh einfach Corki, oder nicht? Oder Kaiser.
I did expect that this might happen.
Ja, ich mag die First Free von den Bros bisher ein bisschen mehr.
Kaiser Rel, maybe? Or Kaiser Leona? Which sounds even scarier.
Überraschung.
Soraka?
Ja.
That'd be funny. Probably not good.
Rel with Skarner is a good pair to set up for big impales. So
I kind of want the Elise though. Like, why is Namgung playing Rel? It's so boring for Namgung, you know?
Well, I think he wants to win.
Yeah, and also it does.
Jin Game 5 ist keiner crazy, aber der verliert dieses Game auch deswegen.
Not the strongest pairing there.
Jin in Game 5 zu picken, finde ich eher.
Raptor, you have to imagine, unless they really have some other high prio blind soul lane pick they want. The Azir is still available. I feel like one of the safest picks left in terms of blind mid lane.
Yeah. I think
or Victor.
Yeah, the Akali is also there if you want to avoid the ban list.
Yeah, but
they
it's
don't want to
so...
take that, but Victor will be locked in.
It's so scary to blind an Akali.
Well, now the Bros don't need to worry about a blind mid pick, and they can also continue to ban junglers if they'd like to.
Victor's getting the pep talk right now, even though this Victor...
Bannen Sie trotzdem Annie.
I think he's asking him, what counter picks are you most concerned with?
Yeah, by the way, Rather has been hitting the gym real hard.
Yes, he has.
He is looking fantastic right now.
Ja, Akali Ban und jetzt Lock.
Away from Roma, not gonna happen.
Wahrscheinlich Lock noch, ne? Ja, Akali Lock Ban, ja.
Another ban as well. And there are just not a lot of mid laners left in the game. I know there are actually a lot technically, but as far as the meta ones, they are certainly getting thin.
Camille ban.
Da haben wir Talia und so einen Scheiß noch offen, ne?
Could technically be top Shen, but unlikely. This is a very awkward situation in terms of trying to protect a Victor. Sylas value here pretty low so far. I've seen, you know, Stand United Sylas be pretty interesting, but on the lock,
taken away.
They have great setup for this Kai'Sa. They have two amazing combo-oriented engaged champions for the follow-up to come through with.
Guess what Roma is going to play? I have a feeling I know. And it starts with A and ends with Ni.
I'm kind of worried about what the scaling is going to look like, though.
Keine Annie, bitte keine Annie.
Kai'Sa draft, you don't have consistent damage necessarily, and you're playing into a Victor with a Shen on the other side. I don't think the Annie is bad, but it's less appealing than it was.
Das Schwein ist raus. Ich habe keine Ahnung, was die im Jungle picken. Vor allem jetzt mit Aatrox und so. Lilia.
That's a Lilia.
Lilia, Victor, Shen.
He's standing alongside. He was one of my favorite Lilia players back in
Ach du Scheiße.
Oh, this would be a fun flex option. And the clear potential, Nidalee is going to be locked in once again. And if he doesn't like the matchup, then he can just give it to Raptor.
Jax, great consideration here in the top lane for casting.
Okay.
Broxa auf dem Jax ist schon ziemlich nice hier.
Because like Tilia Flex is...
Oh, hell no.
And so... Or sorry, the Nidalee Flex is looming, so I'd rather know what that is going to be.
Well, there is the A ending with Ni. They did manage to find a champion with that.
Yeah, they did do it.
And here is the A ending with Bessa.
I think this kind of saves the dive for me, because Ambessa also does a lot of damage when she goes in. And
ja, sie können auf jeden Fall hinter die Toplane gehen jetzt.
So many tanky champions getting on top of the carries. They're just flying through. The Annie also dropping a bear on top. It's really easy to play as Kai'Sa.
Wait.
There's just so many threats.
What if B&K just locked Soraka right now, put Shen top, and then Nidalee in the... That's an irrelevant.
Ach du Scheiße.
Okay, so we are now...
Boah, die kommt hier aus wie ein Piece of Shit, oder nicht?
There is decent setup around the map with
Und ich bin mir noch nicht so ganz... Also, warum meint diese Kaiser hier nicht...
Deadly Flourish can really...
Na, okay, ihr entscheidet. Ihr entscheidet. Packt eure Punkte, auf wen ihr denkt. Ihr habt 2 Minuten. Schaut auf den Screen hier. Packt sofort eure Punkte. Packt sofort eure Punkte irgendwo hin.
I like the idea of playing this Aurelia side lane and having the setup with the stun for the Nidalee to follow with Spear. You have so many ways for Jhin to then set up a route onto somebody the Spear could then follow on. So you have the Shen.
Setzt eure verdammten Punkte. Ich will hier eine Menge Picks sehen. Ja. Was machen wir denn gegen Teddy?
And when you have all these big tanky threats getting on top of the carries, even the Aurelia, you know, if the Aurelia gets caught by an Impale, GG, by the way, on that one, you're not going to be able to do anything, you're not going to play the game. Everyone's so squishy. And then you just end up getting fully destroyed by even an Annie just dropping all of her buttons.
Ja, also, okay. Schreit für mich irgendwie nach Teddy, kann ich aber nein.
Or the Skarner, or both, with the Tibbers on top.
Ey, sofort eure Punkte setzen, ihr Penner. Ihr habt noch 40 Sekunden Zeit. Abfahrt, investieren in eine bessere Zukunft auf diesem Kanal. Abfahrt. Absolut do or die.
Wow, I feel like the Bro fans have got more and more manic as this series has gone on, and I'm loving it. Absolutely fantastic here as Raptor moving around his own jungle for now.
Bottom Matchup hört sich tough an für die Bros.
Teddy and Namgung will just discover Kellen and Taeun as they make their way in. There's a crash down to start this one out. As nice little taunt there as an answer from Kellen as Namgung just going to back away, and a 4th shot to the back of the head there for the Horse Pants lady is not feeling fantastic.
Yeah, they were playing very carefully because the Annie hadn't shown for so long. Like, Vikla question mark pinged it like 3 times because he was looking for a level 1 play, and then headed back to the mid lane, but it took so long that they were like, there's no way he's like still in that brush, right? When the Rel came out, they saw there's no Annie there. They just started playing the game again.
Starkes Investment, meine Freunde.
Vikla gets a little bit of extra push and a big
4 Millionen Punkte geaddert.
From that late start for Roamer.
That dancing grenade, unfortunately, not going to hit onto Teddy there.
Ja, Jet hat geknallt.
Uses it to get rid of this wave. Have a couple of bullets left. There is the last shot available. Teddy going to be respecting it as level 2 is gained by BNK FearX first. Speaking of level 2, Clear has his as he's blade surging around this lane.
Very annoying to deal with at level 1. And now level 2's reached here for casting. Let's see if he can keep up with the Aurelia's mobility.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is like the old mobility top laner versus the new one. Aurelia doesn't get as many stats at level 6, you'll hear Orcs say. As Clear is just going to wander past the wave. But I don't know whether you really want to. Does take a plate here to start this one off. As
Casting.
Duet, as Casting could be in a bit of trouble here as he gets back underneath his turret. The flash away.
Oh mein Gott!
It is a disaster here, but it's also a disaster in the jungle as Gideon is going to drive his way.
Und ich checke, warum Casting es gemacht hat, weil sein Toplaner halt sonst, weil sein Jungler sonst geknallt worden wäre. Also von Casting nachzulaufen, ergibt total Sinn.
Aurelia games, I feel like every single time I've commentated or watched an Aurelia game in the LCK, whether it's mid or top, it's the Aurelia.
Es ergibt sehr viel Sinn.
And then just walking around the turret.
Top Wave Crash nicht.
He flashes to escape. It's happened so many times. My first time as a caster was with Closer subbing in for Faker on T1 so many years ago, back in 2021. And we all remember how it went for Shiu.
Yeah.
It's been brought up a lot recently. I put him in my All-Pro. I was not in the majority in that one, but...
Hey, I did too.
Casting ist tot, oder?
Like we should have been in the majority.
Yeah.
Ey, nein! Falscher Zeitpunkt!
From the perspective of Clear.
Oh, he was so
close. He was actually so close.
Oh, well. Got me.
Yeah.
He's like, unlucky.
Was ist auf Toplane passiert?
Basically, like, in a cute way saying, too bad.
Lebt.
All right, now Vikla could be in a bit of trouble here as he does get slammed into the wall. Gideon trying to escape the wrath of the turret as Roma with his Incinerate and some Pyroblast action going to be able to soften up the Victor as in goes.
Was mit Tolkien ist mal wieder im Kofferraum.
But man, that Void Seeker
Hat sich gestern einiges rausgenommen. Hat die Garagentür zugemacht. Das heißt, er darf heute schön den ganzen Tag im Kofferraum verbringen.
Clear, just because he died there doesn't mean he suddenly loses the game. As you guys can see,
Ohne Wasser heute, ohne Wasser, ja.
Push a lot of power, has a nice CS advantage still, as Casting will lose some of these minions as well. It's just the one there. So, pretty nice spot is, ooh.
Yeah, another Deadly Flourish is going to come down as Namgung does have to crash away, gets himself the shield because of that one, but
that was really well played by Taeyun and Kellen there.
Yeah, Taeyun looking pretty beefy actually right now.
The wave in a horrible spot for Teddy as well.
Ja, und sie kriegen die Wave auch nicht gefixt. Na, schaut mal auf den niederliegenden Botside River.
To get it fixed.
Mit Cola mit der schön langen Waffe. Ne, mit einer Backpfeife.
Is nowhere in sight, as we can see. Voidseek is going to have to be used to farm this wave. And Teddy is currently in the lead, but I don't think that is going to last.
No, definitely not. Jin has turned things around.
Nice little avoidance there from Casting.
Ja, ich sag, wenn die Lanes nicht komplett untergehen, die Bros, dann Teamfights sind super angenehm, oder nicht?
Yeah.
Botlane ist auch in CS even-ish.
Can retain that control. It does have his Vampiric Scepter.
Casting likes the wave state right now. Is going to try to play through that.
Oh, by the way, he just got a whole bunch of like extra stats for free by hitting level 6.
Yes,
Wolf.
that does help dealing with this Aurelia for sure.
Yep.
Raptor is going to come up here, and he's going to clear this vision out, and now this is going to force a reaction on a Gideon. Oh, that's a whiff.
Yeah, not going to like that one as Namgung.
Großer Gott, Namgung, was machst du denn da?
Use the heal first.
Ich guess, sie wollen Wave fixen. Irgendwie müssen sie die Wave gefixt bekommen. Es ist so ein Problem. Okay, sie müssen auf Kellen gehen.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy.
Taeyun hat ja seinen Cleanse.
10 CS down right now. If he doesn't get something out of this will be a
ja, es wird W-Flash von Namgung, oder? Sie wollen Kellen, also es wird ein Kill auf Kellen.
Well, now clear. The public execution comes down. He does mitigate some of the damage and gets himself out of the way as, well, there's a flash in, but he misses. Well, actually, he doesn't.
Er hat nicht gemisst, aber ja.
His way out.
Oh.
Now clear looking for the ring.
Oh.
Moves his way in.
Oh.
His name so well.
Oh.
Goes the Skarner Casting, trying to escape.
Killer, danke für den Prime.
The spear goes wide.
Oh.
But maybe BNK BFX have found their way back in here towards this top side, and they are already ahead.
Romer
as
can't
Romer
get to
gets
his
back to the
way.
lane.
He's 15 CS behind. He sacrificed so much to make a Flash Tibbers play that just did not hit
Oh.
on the side. And they end up losing the Skarner on the top side play. A cavalcade of errors here for Bro. Double the pain on
nice
both
sub-goal.
sides of the map. But
Nein,
in
oder?
the mid lane as well with all the lost farm. Look at the Skarner. He's starving in the jungle right now. 36 CS.
Und Norman, danke für den 6.
His name so far away from level 6. And this might have actually been the game-defining moment here on both sides of the map. This is after Annie makes the play bottom side, and they know, because it's been question mark pinged like 7 times from Vikla. He's like, she's definitely making a play. Once she shows, they know they can push the advantage top side.
Man, that was just such a beautiful, flawless duet to come out from Clear. As it's not over just yet, but it is looking a little bit rough.
Noch ist es nicht Brover, aber...
Try and get a few levels, does finally hit that 6, so the Impale is available. And there is some longevity in this Bro composition, but a 1.5k gold lead is exactly what BNK FureX want with a composition like this that has the Nidalee wanting to really push the tempo of this early game. And it plays around BNK's strengths so well. And Taeyun, he's got the Serrated Dirk. Feeling good, and I feel like this Hubris build for the Jhin has been better than the ones that we've been seeing elsewise. So, see whether it is going to continue working. His Shattering Strike is just going to slow him down for a moment.
He doesn't even cleanse. He's not worried a little bit about that setup there for Namgung. It's a Rectrix in inventory for Teddy. No damage on the bottom side of the map.
Oh, Gideon is going to get pounced on here as he looks
to drive
his way out as Romer.
Das war ziemlich sick von Vikla. Zu ulten für den E-Cancer. Warum haben die nicht auf Romer getippt? Wollten die nicht auf Raptor gehen?
Oh, not
Wäre der nicht One-Shot gewesen?
So Roma will survive, but Gideon is dead again.
Down here, a huge problem as well.
Yeah, exactly. Kellen taking
Ja, mein Stachel ist nicht... wow, Casting.
fight here on this top side is Casting trying to keep himself alive. Does use the ulti to try and avoid something.
Oh.
And walks his way out, but now Raptor is still lurking.
Gideon wird ja gerade an die Leine gepackt, Freunde.
And he's just gone.
The observers are
Ja, Gideon wird so an die Leine gepackt. Oh. Aber mit der Kreditkarte ab 19 Uhr.
Again. Ooh, it's a tough one, but this Raptor Nidalee pick is working real well in the early game. He has made such a large impact all over the map, but especially top side there. But pushing the Skarner out of the jungle, nothing Roamer can do. Then he heads right to the top side where Casting is losing the lane, barely has any control, has been chunked down already, hits the spear, sets up the kill there. And this bottom lane is just still a disaster. Namgung is so far behind in experience here, a full level down, so far away from having his Magnet Storm.
Yeah, and Stand United is just such a big deal as well. So this could really start to snowball fast.
So look, after they kill the Skarner, Casting is up here because the wave is not in a great spot, it's pushing away from him. Clear is lower on health, but he knows that he can win this because this is a good matchup for him, and Casting just gets outplayed.
Stacks up the passive, man. Aurelio is so dangerous.
So when there's a wave there like that, not only
Problem.
the wave against the Ambessa, but you could use the wave to get your Q stacks back up and just do so much. And the Nidalee comes over. It's just they made it look easy.
All right, now it's almost a 3,000 gold lead. The bros gonna have to hunker down and try and figure this one out, as it would be so devastating if it happens again.
Alarm.
The same way as it did when
Wie gut Scale die Reyes kommt auf den CC der Gegner an. Ich würde sagen, dass Bro sehr viel CC hat, um mit ihren Teamfights zurechtzukommen.
Just another year, another missed playoffs.
Yeah.
Also Teamfighten kann sehr schwierig werden.
Playoffs, 3 in a row. If they can win this final game, or right now, it's looking extremely likely.
Clear back towards his top side. Really showing us what this Aurelio can do. Has hit the first power spike as well with that Blade of the Ruin
Look
King
what he's
completion.
doing to the wave. Casting just wants to get minions. He wants to farm. He wants to play the game.
And this was after it went as wrong as it possibly could underneath that turret towards the top side. He had at least pushed in the wave, so didn't miss out on farm. We mentioned that already. But still wasn't a great thing, as Roma is able to get a lot of damage onto Raptor. But that is quest completion here in the mid lane. First quest done for BNK FearX. Vikla is just hanging out, just having a good time.
He's got his crushers. You know, the Annie can't even hurt him at this point.
Well, Casting can definitely not hurt Clear.
Ja, 3K Gold bei 11 Minuten, Freunde. Wie sollen wir es gut reden?
Again.
Yeah, stacking up this passive very comfortably. And Casting is going to respect it, as Clear is just threatening over and over again. There is an Eclipse, so at least Casting does have that one. Is down on shoes, but that is the only advantage really here as far as in the inventory is concerned.
Yeah, it's just the fact that Aurelia with her passive stack is such a problem for him. You're not going to trade the damage back. It's really hard to hit your ult into that much mobility as well, as we've seen multiple times already. Namgung finally has his Magnet Storm, but just so far behind down here that I don't know how much that's going to necessarily matter. With Steel Caps done here for Teo, and he's just so durable. He also has Cleanse. So if they look for the engage or a combo, he can just get his way out there as the Shen comes through, has Stand United, which starts to become a threat here for Casting as well. If Clear wants to keep all-inning, maybe the Shen shows up, because this is a lane that is very quickly becoming a huge pressure point. Not necessarily,
Weil, glaube ich, schmecken auch natürlich.
but they're just trying to maintain that passive.
Yeah, not too worried about it. It's Clear now. Ooh, not going to quite find the flawless duet. Mitigates a fair bit of damage there, as now Casting continuing to try and do his best playing out this lane. Another turret shot.
Seht ihr Raptor da auch schon oben wieder?
Just doesn't care about.
How much damage
dashing around, yeah. He did find an ult there. He might have been able to get an angle.
Ich nehme schon.
Raptor is still here. Oh, just narrowly avoids
Skarner just
that spear.
Can't keep up with a Nidalee.
Oh no.
Oh.
Behind. And so
Swap ist auch nice.
Casting, you're like, oh, he took a few turret shots. Is there a play here? Could I maybe ult? Could Gideon come over?
Mitte ist auch 20 CS down.
He's there faster. Nidalee has so much farm.
Öffne über Mitte. Oh, da kommt gleich ein Curtain Call, oder?
With the Lich Bane already
Oder läuft er einfach durch Richtung Botlane?
in this item compared to the Skarner's very sad harness that he's picked up here. The jungle proximity As you guys could see here, much higher for the Nidalee, despite the farming.
And also has just been living in the top lane as well, as we can see.
Just hasn't visited the bottom lane where they have control. And the turret, like you said, just falls over because they have everywhere.
Yeah. So B&K, 4,000 gold is going to be their advantage moving into this mid-game. And I tell you what,
is a completed cult. That's it.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned Teddy, because that was what I was just about to talk about. That is all the bros can hope for now, is in Teddy we trust.
He has had so many games.
Basically.
Think back to the DRX year especially, where on the Kaisa, backs against the wall.
Also sehr viel CC gegen sehr wenig CC, also immer abwarten, bis wir den 5 gegen 5 Fight haben. Das Problem ist nur, die sind am Spike-technisch halt gerade schon sehr gut im Saft.
Take over a game if you could judge the fight correctly. That's why his Ezreal is so feared as well. He knows how to chip away, then make the super play, like he did against the Syndra in Game 1 several times.
Aber Lane-technisch, also Mitte ein gutes Level, Top-Lane mehr als ein halbes Level, Jungle ein Level.
So hard that even the biggest Teddy believer,
Problem.
who might be me today, I don't know,
is
filled with dread. You know, I voted him as my #1 Rise group All-Pro AD carry, but right now Taeyun and Kellen have pushed him in. Sure, he's got the call completed. He has a slight gold lead in that regard, but everything else, his entire team is made of paper, and it's real dry, and it's real hot outside.
Yeah, it's looking like a tough time right now. Flawless Duet once again, just going to go wide momentarily, but Clear is still so scary. And Casting just doesn't look like he can really do anything at all here in this lane for right now. Teddy was thinking about going for a roam towards that bottom side. You were talking about that Cull Cash in, that has completed, but he is not quite towards item number 2 just.
Objective Bounties Minute 15 gibt er, glaube ich, schon so in etwa eine Idee. Teamfights im Late Game, wie sieht's da aus? I mean, dann ist fein, wenn wir von Even Gold sprechen, aber das wird halt nie Even Gold sein, wir sind bei 5000 Gold Minute 15. Drake mit Objective Bounty.
And Vickler is just unanswered.
Und 2 Turrets.
There's not a whole lot they can do about it, as Raptor is moving into the enemy jungle. That is kind of not even the enemy jungle, as the flash away from the taunt from Roma. That really shows the fear here.
Yeah, they have 4 people on the bottom lane, and still he flashes. They have no power anywhere.
Fühlt sich sehr wie ein Repeat von letztem Game an, oder? Nur Roll to Worst? Nee, Game 3. Mit den 3 Grubs.
That's a charge.
Jesus.
They're going to take an inner turret here in this top lane.
Jesus, man.
Turret as well. It's almost a 6k gold lead.
We might be seeing second items here for Vikla and Raptor very soon. Like, Vikla might actually even have enough right now.
I think he might.
Jesus.
As we'll have a look at what he is.
They're trying to show us what the CG on the bottom is blocking it. No, he doesn't quite have it at Leandri's yet, but he's very close. And Arm Guard is picked up here for Raptor. Very expensive, but very valuable. And will be continue to be valuable as it's transformed into Azonius later on this game. But I don't know, given the game state, if he never has to break it, maybe he just doesn't even build it, maybe he doesn't even care.
Yeah. This is getting very, very difficult as Casting is bouncing around this bottom lane now, having to deal with Vikla.
The Arm Guard is basically just bling in this game right now. You know, he's showing it off. It's incredibly valuable. It's incredibly useful.
At 2 Level im Wald.
Under threat. I don't know if he will be. I don't know if he ever cares. I don't know if Bro are even looking at that as a potential target. Right now they're just trying to get their ducks in a row. They're trying to farm. We might see a Flame Horizon this game.
It's looking like we could get there. As, all right, Casting going to get stunned up by the Gravity Well. And Vikla does pump a bit of damage in. Casting should be all right. Clear here just pushing this wave in.
Yeah, this is really a thing.
Inhibitor turret in a couple of moments. So what do we do about that?
3 grubs. Someone's going to have to answer. Or maybe he's just going to kill Teddy.
Ja, bekommen sie überhaupt einen 5 gegen 5 Teamfight?
Possible reality.
Ooh.
Like, no one's answering top. Like, look at the question mark pings from B&K. There's no answer to the top lane.
Oh, Gideon spotted out as there is another gravity field going down. The Arcane Storm just doing so much damage to Roma, who just has to get himself out of here. Does have Tibbers at the ready, but I don't think he's going to be able to use it without...
40 jetzt auf Top, 50 auf Mitte, 50 im Jungle. Junge, Hilfe, ey.
You can't get vision of the prio targets. The Jhin is miles away. If you're trying to look for an engage, trying to look for setup.
T1 wird sehr sicher BFX nehmen oder halt Bros, wer auch immer das Game gewinnt.
In this situation, like you mentioned, he's at basically 0 health.
All right, Teddy has Rage Blade. If you're a Bro fan, that is going to make you feel something, maybe. But I don't know whether it's going to help that much.
You might feel less good about the fact that Leandri's was just completed and a needlessly large rod were just completed for Raptor and Vikla.
And there is at least a rapid fire cannon done for Taeyeon as well. See what kind of build he wants to go for. Stormrazor has been one of them. As far as this third option is concerned, could just go straight for an IE if you would like.
Ja.
The B&K coaching booth.
Ich sehe zweites bei Teddy Guys, aber ich sehe halt auch 2 Items bei Victor. Und gleich das zweite eine bei Clear.
And I like that because this isn't necessarily all over. But that is a
Hullbreaker.
Yeah, Hullbreaker done for Clear.
Holy.
I know what his plan is going to be. And splitting the map is
Ja, viel Spaß, ne?
into the Bro composition.
Also sehr viel Spaß, die Turrets da zu halten.
Not to do that.
And I just don't even know if they want a team fight anymore. I don't know if they can team fight unless somebody makes a mistake. They're going to lose this bottom turret. It's just surgical here from B&K.
There is so much vision moving into this jungle as well. You can see that Teddy's trying to roam over, but he's getting pinged out immediately.
Es ist ein Problem.
There's nobody anywhere.
Ja, also.
Period. We just keep seeing question mark pings from B&K. They're like, are they alive? Are they still logged in? As they're trying to slowly move 3 people down to defend this push. They don't defend the push. They don't defend the push top. They don't defend the push mid. And Bro just wait for minion waves to come through. And B&K are looking to go to playoffs. They're just winning this game.
That's what it's looking like right now. Turret is going to be taken in the pretty sure just trying to work out where the
6-7K.
is kind of falling over too much. Only 2 plates have been taken by the Bros so far this game.
Yeah.
Magnetstorm comes in, the flash and bail doesn't work.
Well.
Ian gets himself out of the way, but now Callan is getting burst down by Teddy. He's held onto the ulti, and now the curtains have been called. At least Gideon can tank those up. As now Vikler is involved in the fight. Namgung almost dies to the shot.
A spear also so close to taking it off his head as well.
Auf AP umbaut? Nein.
But they committed 2 flashes and 2 ults and get nothing.
And the deadly flourish connects the Arcane Storm, and down goes the Annie. There is just no...
Holy!
They were off screen.
Es ist unplayable. Lord have mercy.
Deadly combination there. The flourish to line it all up. And then
Alles noch fein, okay.
on Roamer's head. And they flashed for the Magnet Storm into Impale, and Taeyeon flashes after a cleanse so quickly.
Also so geknallt werden in Game 5 ist auch nicht schön.
From Gideon. He just has that split, that extra frame
Yeah.
to make that play happen. I think we'll watch this again. So watch Taeyeon here as they finally get proactive. They finally make a move. Oh no, we're actually skipping.
Yeah, we're just
Nobody
skipping
died.
that, and we're just going to watch Roma die. Aww. Well, that is going
we
to
only
be...
watch the sad replays.
Yeah, Dragon number 2 is going to go over to B&K Phyrexia. At least the Bros can be happy that they managed to deny one of the Drakes, and that is not Soul Point, and it's a Hextech Soul as well. That does mean that there's base gates, Hextech gates.
Yeah.
And so they can get around the map maybe a little bit faster, but I don't know, man. This is looking
When you're this
like
far
it
behind,
is completely over.
Even if you got
Es wird noch ein Bro win, aha.
Magnet Storm, you don't have the damage to kill anybody anymore.
Kann man hier schon von einem Doctor Strange reden? Wenn BFX dieses Game verliert?
For Raptor.
Yeah. He might even just complete a death cap and keep that arm guard there.
Es ist halt immer noch eine heavy Teamfight kommt von Bro, right? Aber ich glaube, wir gehen in Richtung Doctor Strange Territorium.
But I like your thinking, because that's probably his thought process. He's like, well, if we do go longer.
Okay, now the curtains have been called yet again. Gideon is the target. He's trying to drive his way out of there. The spear is connecting. And Mike,
Junge.
the Bros just take way too much poke damage. Nice stun. Will connect onto Raptor as the Acathian Rain comes down.
The
But
4-1 is just hitting so hard. Clear with Hullbreaker in the mid lane. Starts to work away at this. As they chase him, B&K take out this inner, and then he's just going to go push the top wave and rinse and repeat.
Ja, brutal. Also, die geben denen keine Openings. Ich meine, die spielen das verdammt gut runter auch. Muss man ja auch einfach sagen. Die spielen das exzellent runter.
I just don't know. There were a few moments where they could have been aggressive, like
So, kein Opening, kein gar nichts. Jedes Camp ist weg.
any correct choice. You just have to hope that Nidalee goes over the wall, gets stuck in the base. You know, you got to hope that the Aurelia goes way too deep on a play, that doesn't make sense, and you can kill her. And
Ich habe die Win-Condition. Es ist das geschlossene Nashpit. Meine Freunde.
Do complete the Zonias.
Das ist die einzige Win-Condition, das geschlossene Nashpit, das wir hier vor uns haben.
He goes Death Cap, but he decides to in fact build half of a Void Staff as well.
oh my goodness. Okay, this.
Es muss der Nash-Throw sein, sonst ist es over.
You were talking about Flame Horizons. He's currently 70 CS up. That is close to the number Vikler's at as well. They've just taken so much more farm. There's a 50 CS lead for the Aurelia at the same time. The Bros.
Oder ein älter 50-50, aber da bis dann sind wahrscheinlich 15k Gold down.
It's impossible for them to get to Flame Horizon anymore because all these mini waves are pushing into inhibitor turrets constantly. There's like no farm that's free to get.
Yeah.
Wie viele Wege würde Big finden, das hier zu werfen? Natürlich einen. Nash starten und verlieren.
Waiting for a mistake,
Simpel.
hoping, praying for a mistake.
That's the only thing they can really do here.
It's a 5-kill game. That's it. It's only 4 kills at BNK hold, but they just hold so much threat. So much power inside. So much wave clear.
Will kein Dash vergeben. Nee.
That's right. Now Vickler is going to close in on Gideon.
Und es wird kein Dash vergeben.
Available. Does look for the impale, but doesn't quite.
Es wird kein Dash vergeben.
As the Void Seeker. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's doing much of anything at all. It's a third death here for Gideon. 0-3-0 on the Skarner. That was first picked here for the bros.
Yeah, he's just been
Sad
starved out of
Vandal
money.
pipe
Vandal
noises.
pipes.
Oh dear.
Vandal pipes post protoplasm. He doesn't do anything for anybody.
Yeah.
He tries to impale, and the last 2 times it has failed. And this is just going to be a Baron here. It's a pretty late one considering the game state, but they just haven't needed to take this. If they had taken this, it would have taken their foot off the gas for a minute. But with this kill on the Skarner, they know it is just a freebie. They just go right back to what they were doing.
Puh! Das ist ein Beatdown vor dem Herren.
Point as well, not that the soul is all that relevant.
He's on so much vision. The enemy that he's trying to make a play on is behind him. And he gets sidestepped here by Taehoon.
Yeah, beautifully sidestepped, to be honest. Just gets to exactly the right angle.
And he's held that gold lead for a while. It's down to 100.
Es ist so brover, es ist so brover.
Sad that this is going to be the last time we see the bros in a state like this. Just an absolute whimper here in this final game of the play-ins. BNK FureX doing the same thing again, maximizing flex pick value in order to pick up a win. This Nidalee in the jungle.
Ja, Teddy hat 3 Items.
Obvious, much like the Olaf.
Geben sie in einen Fight? Das ist ja die Frage, richtig? Also, die Bros werden gleich Flash Engage mit Rell. Das ist eine sichere Sache hier.
Deathcap done for Vickler. This is likely the push to end the game. It's only 2 minutes.
Sie werden Flash Engage. Die Frage ist nur, ob ihnen der Fight gegeben wird. Ich sehe kein Sonjas bei Victor.
Spilling in. It's just over. Like
it's so linear, man. Look at that.
It's the freest win of all time. If all they have to do is break one of these inhibitor turrets, and then Bro are just not going to be able to defend. They don't have the wave clear to match this.
Oh, they don't. Not at all.
Die Frage ist nur, wann kommt der Flash Engage?
They've even got these
Auf dem Inhib, auf dem zweiten.
And the defense is pretty formidable so far, I think, all things considered.
Well, there's the flash impale. They get the flash out of Vickler. That is all they
Und sie tippen rein. Oh, sie werden Wickler bekommen. Teddy ist drin. Oh, 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 oh.
They take down the Shen, but Teddy.
Nee, ist immer noch over, oder? Es ist immer noch over. Es ist immer noch Brover, Guys. Oder? Nee, es ist Brover. Es ist immer noch over. 30 Sekunden. Sie werden nicht finishen können.
Damage Atlas in the fight. They found a good engage. They found the team split. They finally found an angle to strike. But they just could not cut through the health bars. And Raptor is the one who's pushing down this inhibitor now. The base is open.
Oder?
Who's going to stall this out? They will get the respawns. They won't be able to end right now. But I really, this is going to be a really long replay.
Ja, wir wussten es ja, ne? Also gut getimter Double-TP-Play.
But ultimately, look, Vickler's cut off here.
Und Roma halt fast One-Shot, konnte nicht wirklich mehr machen, als seine erste Combo rausbekommen. Sie war unterhaltsam, ja.
Look at how much damage Clear gets done. They take out the AD carry. Teddy is just dead, and now there's no damage in this comp. Roamer is on like 0 health and can't even get close enough if he wanted to. Taehoon takes him out, and that's the end of the play.
Hat Jan besser ein volles Item? Nope, noch nicht.
Enough. And BNK do get that second inhibitor without a fight. They're able to take it out before Bro get those respawns in. And now look for Hextech Soul points. Not Hextech Soul just yet, but that's, you know.
Yeah, we don't know whether we'll get to that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's really a part of this conversation.
Not quite. Still, the Baron has worn off, so at least they don't need to worry about that. But yeah, none of the jungle belongs to the Bros. And it's a 12,000 gold lead now.
And they're just looking for the last inhibitor. And because they can put the Aurelia on the bottom lane where they have the super minions and then play through top side with the other 4, it should just be a guarantee. No Baron required. Not at all.
Well, we'll see whether the Bros can try and lap up some money now that there are super minions moving into their base. That might be something they can do. But as we can see with the gold lead, it is only extending as BNK Furex look to push towards that top side.
Through here, he's going to start getting towards those Nexus turrets and
5.5 fucking K im Jungle.
which means mid and bottom lane are completely open here.
So.
Real.
Yeah, burn barrier in for Raptor as well, so he does have that shield. As now Nam going looking for an angle towards Vikla, and there is a public execution as well.
Das war eine richtig ganz komische Anti-Synergy. Vikla ist aber tot. Guys. Pause.
Clear's ending the game. Yeah, Clear is looking to try and win. And that's probably a good idea, as the curtains have been called. Gideon almost dies, actually, from that fourth shot. But this Nexus turret does not go down. And so the Bros...
Es sind die Fries weiterhin.
Not only do they defend here, survive, and
es sind die Fries.
Waste some of the time on these downed inhibitors.
Es könnte der Doktor werden, aber es ist immer noch schwer.
Players respawn.
Es könnte der Doktor werden.
They're like, okay, push to the top side. Vikla's overextended. Vikla, frankly, is way too far up here and ends up getting caught by all of this CC and is burst down. When Kellen shows up to save him, he's then the next target. It gets pulled back by Gideon, and it's kind of, at this point, for BNK, too tough to continue.
Vikla ist mies am Feeden, ja.
The damage with that Victor gone, and the Irelia was pushing bottom side. Irelia is forced out of the base because couldn't get that wave to crash before the play happened top side, so only got a little bit, like a sliver of the health of that Nexus turret on the bottom side of the map. Is Vikla... All right, Vikla, let's, there's a little dent in the gold wrap. Let's be a little more...
Oh wow, Kaiser hat GA fertig. Warte mal.
So that would have saved him in the last play.
Ja, jetzt hat Vikla Seekers, ja.
Gideon might even be able to get a camp. That's crazy. Look at that. A red buff for the Bros?
Ja, die Lane, interessant, hat versucht zu solo-diven auf Level 3.
Unless it already was there before you picked that up, which might have been the case, but
he
takes him out of it.
Yeah, 2 minions are required here for Raptor, so I have a feeling that Flame Horizon is still...
Was machen die?
The triple Flame Horizon may not happen though, so maybe that's something worth talking about. As Vanguard's Edge comes through, as Roma gets through the base gate, but he's just so dead. My goodness. It's also get dove on here by Teddy. Kellen is there though, and he finds himself the taunt onto this.
Ist es jetzt Brover?
As now the curtains have been
Jetzt sieht's Brover aus.
Trying to drive his way out of here, and the bullets will cease for the
Mein Name muss Flash engagen, aber du hast kein Follow-up mehr.
Try and defend these Nexus turrets. Oh man, it is looking so rough for the Bros. The first Nexus turret does go down.
Ja, Flash Engage wird jetzt kommen von Namgung. Ja. Kein Follow-up. Es ist Brover, friends.
That impale, Kellen just taunts the air because his target was already dead. Carson gets into the backline. Vikla goes golden as Teddy dove on by Clear. And this is how the Bros will be dismissed from the playoffs as BNK FearX make it 3 in a row.
3 in a row, and this team bounced back in a big way.
07. FearX holt sich den letzten Playoff-Spot und die Bros verabschieden sich in die Offseason. Bis zum Nemacia Cup.
In the 5th game, BNK looking solid with their draft flexes and just overall solid 5v5 gameplay when it mattered most, but insides in that last game, they left, bro, absolutely no answer.
And now you've got the difficult task of trying to work out who your POM is going to be in this game. I think there are quite a few options here. I don't know whether it's going to be the same as yesterday. I think that guy towards the top of your screen, towards the top lane on your screen right there, was definitely worthy of consideration. As a sad goodbye here for the Bros, as they will not be making the playoffs.
And
die
we got
Bros.
One really decent close game in this series, but the rest of the series was just about get ahead.
Hat es sich ausgebraut, es hat sich ausgebraut.
The winner of the 5th and final snowball game was BNK. We saw a lot of one-sided games. We saw a lot of oppressive macro. But Tayin once again gets to be the victor here at the end of the day. Alongside Vikla, who
that was Vikla. Vikla was the victor.
But the sad story of the Bros is that they were so close to making Legend Group. They failed there. They were so close to beating KT. They failed there. They were ahead and so close to beating BNK here and fell short, but almost just doesn't cut it at the LCK.
Certainly doesn't, and you've got to have that killer instinct, even if you are pushed.
Direct to LCK? Ja, bis bitte.
BNK FearX, they just had, well, I was mentioning it before, but more in the tank.
It was canceled. The package was canceled.
Yeah, I think so. And I guess he figured it out the whole time. The writing was on the wall or on the fan sign. as it turns out. As we felt like this started actually kind of all right for the Bros.
Yeah, it looked like, okay, casting's going to stabilize. A lot of those mains went on the wayside, but
look at what it turned into. Like, because this was a 5-kill game for so long.
Yeah, the highlights here are pretty comedic, actually.
Schneidig ist die zweite Series, die erste Series wird Team Heretics gegen Shifters werden. Ein absolutes Highlight. Wer das nicht schaut, hat die LEC nie geliebt.
Which is a totally different showcasing of what we saw from them in their losses in this series, where they just kept forcing fights and not playing the finesse, not playing slow. And the coaching throughout the series, you could really feel on both teams, like they were making the changes they needed to make the moves forward. But in this final game, they trusted Clear, right? They trusted Raptor on these picks, and they delivered.
Yeah, Raptor looked absolutely phenomenal.
Es ist Game of Thrones Staffel 6, Episode 9 heute um 17 Uhr, ja. Absolut korrekt.
Series, to be honest. But the games in between actually looked fine. Teddy did everything that he could.
Ja, T1 darf jetzt aussuchen, wen sie nehmen. Ich habe eine Vermutung, wen sie wählen werden. Vermute mal stark, es wird auf BFX hinauslaufen.
Has been on basically every Rise Group team over the last few years, including this one. Yeah, and he's been the anchor. He's been the one consistent piece. He's been the late game win con. But in this draft, even he couldn't find the Kai'Sa angle. He tried to in that last moment for the Killer Instinct, had Cleanse ready for a potential taunt, but just doesn't have the damage. The rest of his base is in tatters. And these are the final moments here for BNK. Feeling the pressure this series, but never lost their cool.
Haben dieses Jahr schon 1 ab 20 Minuten Win, also auf jeden Fall das IG Game 3 darauf jetzt hinaus, ja, das weiß ich
Still just did not care. He just dominated the lane regardless. So that little dip as the Bros managed.
Ja, Victor verstehe ich nicht, warum der so runtergedroppt ist in der Prio, ehrlicherweise, check ich nicht.
Not very much damage being done here from the Bros. And BNK FearX will just waltz their way towards a playoffs berth. Them and KT making it through the play-in successfully via the Bros in 5 games.
Curious to see who picks up player of the match. We're about to find out. I think it could have been anyone on the top side, really. And even Taehyun could deserve a shout as well.
Yeah, I think we're trying to do some calculations. I think a lot of people not quite sure where their votes need to go. I think Taehyun's worth a shout. I think even Kellen having some good games in there. Raptor definitely an option. Vikler also looking pretty good. I mean, it's a tough one. As it will be Taehyun that locks down the POM. His Yunara absolutely phenomenal. And his Sivir really game-changing in that first game.
Yeah, the Sivir was such a great game. I think of these 5, that was the most impressive to me. Had the Penta in game 4, which was kind of a Raptor play on the Maokai there ultimately, but still did perform well, didn't fall apart, didn't have a Lulu and still played really aggressively.
Yeah.
So, Bigger zur Toilette, dann haben wir das Interview und dann spielen wir Solo-Queue bis zur
He had
LEC.
some really cool picks in this series. Really showcased some flexibility that we've been seeing more and more from him recently.
Yeah, I would agree. I actually think that there are a lot of good choices. I imagine that the calculations for the POM were difficult because they were very close. And when it's difficult to call a POM, that's when you know that a team is working very well as a unit. And the BNK style, even though it hasn't changed, it's been refined. They're getting better and better at taking every single fight all the time forever. And I think the more they play these picks like the Nidalee jungle and things like that where they can stay on the front foot the entire time, the better this team is going to look as they try to progress through the playoffs.
It's going to be tough. Playoffs is stacked. You've got the entirety of the Legend group to fight through, but just maybe this squad, like DRX in the past, could be the team to make that miracle run. We have seen it before when no one expected it.
Worlds is in America again, and that was how DRX managed to become champions. From 6th place in the LCK to World Champs.
With Pyoshik and Barrel!
True, they don't have them. However...
And Juhan!
maybe they've got some spare time. They can just go with them. That could be an option. We're not entirely sure. Taking us a little bit of time before we get towards the interview, but we can hang out with you until that one is ready. And so now, Wolf, our entire playoff bracket has been locked in. And we've got some choices to be made from our 3rd and 4th playoff berth teams from the Legend group. And I have a feeling it's going to be a difficult choice to make.
Yeah, I think BNK is going to get chosen.
I have a feeling that might be the case as well. But let's get into the interview with Taeyeon.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Taeyeon on the side of BNK BFX. Congratulations!
네, BNK BFX 새 시즌 연속 플레이오프 진출에 성공했습니다. 승리 소감 말씀드립니다.
BNK BFX has advanced to playoffs 3 times in a row. How do you feel? I mean, obviously, I wasn't a part of the team when that happened, but the team making it to the playoffs 3 times in a row, I mean, it just makes me feel like our team has been doing really well. And, you know, I definitely wanted to make it to playoffs with them. And the POM votes were dead even. And so that it was so even that we had to do a redo on the votes on the caster side. And you were the ultimate POM. So who would you pick as today's POM? I mean, just thinking about Game 5 with their Nidalee, I was considering Raptor. And I feel like Nidalee is just such an extreme pick for jungle right now. And we actually asked him 3 times. And all 3 times he said that I want to play Nidalee. And that's why we actually went with it and we were able to win. So I think Raptor did really well, but maybe I did a little better than him. And yesterday and today you had back-to-back matches, and with the tight prep time, what was the key against Hanjin Brion?
Die spielen morgen nochmal. Also realistisch. So, die spielen 3 Best of 3 am Stück, 3 Best of 5 am Stück.
Obviously, all comes down to the draft. So I think it really didn't really matter what happened in game 1. I feel like we just had to make sure that we actually take control over the game eventually with the draft. So I think that's why we're just kind of looking at the long run. And today you were against Teddy, a veteran. So how was playing against him on such a big stage? I mean, I also had a veteran player alongside with me. Although Teddy is another amazing veteran player, I think I had a really good time playing against him. And with it being an elimination match, when you were down 2 games after that initial win, how did you manage the pressure? Yeah, after game 3, it ended up being 1-2, and when I was I was on my bathroom break, and I was thinking, is this how I'm gonna go back home? But after winning game 4, I think the series ended up being so entertaining, so fun to play out. And after that, I thought, you know, we actually could win. I was able to really solidify that moment. But what about that pentakill in game 4? It was your first pentakill after 2023 spring. Yeah, usually if it's not a pentakill angle, we try to split up the kills, but you know, at the very end, it was just so... It was actually so free. I think I was just, honestly, I just saw that angle and I was like, oh my god, I need to yell for this pentakill. And obviously my teammates were definitely helpful with that as well. And in game 5, the most crucial game of the series, the guts to pull out the Aurelia. Can you walk us through what happened? I mean, against Ambessa, there are a lot of different options, but Clear had been practicing a lot of different champions to counter that. And in the end, I just wanted our team to play their hearts out without any regrets. And unlike Raptor, Clear just had something else on his mind, so he actually ended up picking Aurelia. And you know,
Wer hat gewonnen? BFX hat 3-2 gewonnen.
So where do you guys usually get the inspiration for these pocket picks out from? I think it really comes from solo queue and maybe some YouTube videos that we end up watching, some ideas here and there that we pick up. And so, can we expect a pocket pick from the bot lane then? I mean, there's really no reason for bot to actually go through the trash bin. So, I mean, given that there's so many different champions that are really viable and very good to play, I don't think you can really expect much pocket pick to appear in the current state. And it looks like it is all up to T1, who you will play in.
Ja, es wird KT gegen BFX.
So,
Morgen.
who do you think you're gonna meet? T1 or D plus Kia? I mean, I already know my future. I think I will end up meeting T1. I mean, T1 is an amazing team. I feel like we're gonna meet them. But I mean, personally, I want to meet D plus Kia, but I think we already know that we're going to play T1. So, regardless of your opponent, what is your mindset for your upcoming match? I'm just really happy that we're able to.
Warte, komm Anschluss. Wir spielen jetzt Solo-Queue bis 16:30 Uhr und dann geht's in die LEC.
The fact that we are competing for the world spot is just such a joy, and I want to make sure that we can continue winning so that we can keep showing up in front of our fans. And that's all from Taeyun and taking you back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, for the translation.
Thank you so much, as always, dear, for that awesome translation, as the bros are done. It is Brover.
Ja, es ist Brover bis zum Demacia Cup. Wir gehen in Solo-Queue erneut 16:30 Uhr gehen wir um die LEC. Das heißt, wir haben jetzt 2 Stunden.